Chapter 510. Wuxia muttered, "That's a good idea, but the Tsingyi army claims to have 200,000 members. There will definitely be more captives in the future. Could it be that the Lord intends to throw all the captives into the mines? Even if the iron mine is rich, it won't last long. Once the number of captives exceeded a certain threshold, it would become a huge hidden danger. Being a mine laborer was bound to be tough. If they were to mine for a lifetime, it was hard to guarantee that the captives would not think of ways to unite and cause trouble. There could not be fewer captives. Many manual labor required captives, but there could not be too many. If there were too many captives, they would be shooting themselves in the foot. If they wanted to have a good reputation and become a truly benevolent ruler, they even had to think of a way to properly arrange their future. Wuxia hoped that his lord could not only do a good deed, but also gain a good reputation. She did not want to be at a disadvantage like before. He would not act smart and make a decision for her. Firstly, he had no intention of doing so. Secondly, Her Majesty was not the type to be controlled by others. Once or twice she could accept his kindness with a smile and not bicker with him. But if he made his own decisions too many times, she couldn't tolerate that person. Therefore Wuxia only brought up this point. As for how to make the decision, it was entirely up to her. Even if he did not say it, she would realize this when the number of captives in the camp increased in the future. Jiang Pingji thought about it and said, "Zixiao's concern is not unreasonable. We can't let all the defeated troops become captives in the future." If one thought about it carefully, Jiang Pingji's words were quite arrogant. She had just conquered Xiangyang district and Qingan district, and she had already determined that she was the ruler of the world. Was this not considered arrogant? Let's do it this way. These captives will be sent to mine for half a year. If they perform well and have no other misdeeds, they can be given a chance to redeem themselves. The captives were considered slaves. Even if they did not have an official household registration, they were still considered her personal property. These captives wanted to regain their freedom? Sure, they just had to think of a way to redeem themselves. Wuxia frowned and asked, "Redeem themselves? How do I redeem them?" Jiang Pingji said, "These captives of the Tsingyi army are different from the batch of captives half a year ago. Their style and behavior are very bad. If they are not properly trained, they can only be regarded as scum. They are not useful at all. It's better to let them mine for half a year and calm down." Of course, during this period these captives were still slaves. They haven't caused any trouble in the past half a year, and their performance has been very good. Then give them a chance. They will temporarily be stationed as civilian soldiers and receive simple training. They will spend most of their time reclaiming the wasteland and plowing the fields. During the slack season, they could participate in other labor projects and would be given food or money according to the amount of work they did. If they can contribute to our army, we will remove their slave status and restore their freedom. Jiang Pingji was naturally unwilling to keep a group of useless captives. If he squeezed their labor, it would also become a hidden danger. It was better to tighten and loosen them, giving them some sweetness and hope. This was not the final verdict, but it gave everyone a general direction for how to deal with the captives. There were too many abandoned fields in the north. Last year there was such a huge earthquake. Many fields were uncultivated. Because of the Tsingyi army, Qingan district missed last year's autumn harvest and this year's spring plowing. This meant that there was almost no harvest for 2 years. There were many fields but little food. Who knew how many people were still suffering from hunger? Jiang Pingji had a lot of points of popularity at the moment. She could create a lot of food, but she did not rely on this channel. A normal and healthy force should be self-sufficient and even have abundant food. Not only could it feed the people, but it could also have enough money and food to fight a war. Although it was easy to exchange for food in the mall, without a complete food production system, they would starve to death without the system. Don't forget, she only imprisoned the subsystem. The main body was still hidden in the corner of this world. Not only that, according to her probing of the system a few times, the points of popularity should have other uses. Due to these considerations, Jiang Pingji felt that these captives should work hard to shine and not be idle. Suku pondered for a while. He was quite moved by Jiang Pingji's suggestion. She gave the slaves a chance to redeem themselves, but she did not seal off all their escape routes. If these captives were motivated and repentant, and performed well for half a year, they could be stationed as civilian soldiers and plowed the fields for the army. The autumn harvest food would be distributed between the government and the people. As for the ratio between the two, Jiang Pingji would not be too harsh. If the farming tools, seeds, and cattle were provided by the government would take 40% and the people would get 60%. If the farming tools, seeds, and cattle were provided by each household, The government would take 30% and the people would get 70%. The fields would be owned by the government. During the slack season, the soldiers would be sent to be instructors to teach them how to fight and kill the enemy. They also had the opportunity to go to the battlefield. If they could make contributions, they could even be freed from slavery according to their contributions. If these people did not have such intentions and only wanted to be ordinary people, they could take part in other paid jobs during the slack season. If they worked for a few years, they could even buy their own fields. The government would take 10% and the people would get 90%. Jiang Pingji shared her thoughts with the two strategists. The more she spoke, the more ideas she had. Her thinking became more active. Her soldiers also had the habit of working during the autumn harvest and spring plowing. Last year, Xiangyang district reclaimed too much wasteland. Each household was allocated a lot of fields. They could not keep up with the work. The spring plowing was so short. It would be a pity to miss it. If God was kind this year, the autumn harvest food could not only feed her army, but also feed the entire Xiangyang district. There would still be a surplus. However, her soldiers were mainly trained. Farming and other labor were auxiliary. The civilian soldiers were mainly farmed and worked as laborers. Training was secondary. Even if their combat qualities were not high, they were still better than ordinary people. However, Su Ku frowned and asked, "This distribution ratio seems to be too lenient." The government provided the farming tools, seeds, and cattle. No matter what, the profit should be 50% and not 40%. After all, the fields did not belong to the people. They did not have to pay for renting the fields. According to the Lord, the grain collected by the government included the grain tax. In this way, the ratio was much lower than the grain tax today. You can't calculate it this way. It's not much if you really calculate it. Wei Ci could see the situation clearly. I guess the Lord doesn't plan to pay the civilian soldiers? Even if she does, I think it will be much lower than our soldiers. The grain distributed to the civilian soldiers was indeed theirs. It was for their own consumption. The government did not pay them. If war came and the enemy attacked, they would have to take up arms to defend. In other words, it was equivalent to them farming, raising themselves, paying themselves, and going to the battlefield to fight. In Wei Ci's memory of the Golden Age, the current tax ratio was a little harsh. However, the most attractive thing about it was that the impoverished captives had the opportunity to buy their own land after some hard work. They would take 1/10 of the grain tax, which was what Jiang Pingji had mentioned earlier. The government would take 10% of the grain tax and the people would get 90% of the grain tax. Chapter 5:11. Wei Ci looked at his lord and sighed with emotion. In his previous life, the Lord was best at war. Whoever provoked her, she would fight back even if she had to fight with everything she had. But now, the Lord seemed to be even better at painting a big picture. Her ability to pacify people's hearts was even better. If the Lord in the past could be so shrewd, why did she have to be like that? First, she used household registration and marriage to stabilize the hearts of the women in the female camp, slightly reversing the prejudice of the people in Xiangyang district against the female camp, and stimulating the female soldiers' desire to fight for fame and fortune. Now, she came up with this method of farming to appease the captives and stabilize the hearts of the people in the rear, so that they would work for her wholeheartedly. The household registration of the female soldiers and marriage after retirement were not in sight yet, but everyone in the female camp was fighting to go to the battlefield. According to Meng Hun of the Vanguard Battalion, these female soldiers were incredible. They were so ruthless in killing that even the men could not help but tremble. Similarly, the method of farming was only a verbal plan. The captives needed to be mining observation period for half a year, then they had to cultivate wastelands for the government. After the cultivation, they had to work in the fields and participate in other manual labor. Finally, they had to pay a high grain tax. Based on this analysis, it seemed that the captives were at a disadvantage. But Wei Ci dared to guarantee with his head that if this plan was spread, they would not have to worry about the captives rioting or taking the opportunity to rebel. The captives would only work hard for the 1 in 10 grain tax and be deeply grateful to the Lord. His lord's painting skills were getting better and better. Wei Ci complained that Jiang Pingji loved to paint big pies, but he also knew that the pies she painted could be eaten in the end. What do you think of this idea? Jiang Pingji spoke until her mouth was dry. She raised her hand to untie the water pouch at her waist and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Su Ku pondered for a while. He was born a commoner, so his heart was naturally more biased towards the interests of the people. However, he was also Jiang Pingji's strategist. He had to always put her interests as the first standard. His lord had already spoken about the well-being of the people. Under such circumstances, Su Ku naturally would not propose to increase the proportion of grain harvests. He praised sincerely, "This is a very good plan. It can definitely restore the livelihood of the people in a short time. My lord is very kind." Dongqing has been plagued by natural disasters in recent years. Last year there was an earthquake and there was an extreme shortage of food. In addition, the Red Lotus Group and the Tsingyi army were in a frenzy of fighting, causing the agriculture in the north of Dongqing to be greatly damaged. The people's livelihood was poor, and the people did not have enough to eat. Sometimes they would exchange their children for food. If Jiang Pingji's method of stationing fields was implemented, not only could the people's livelihood be restored in a short period of time, but the people who had lost their land could also return to the fields to work. They could also hoard a large amount of military rations, and they would no longer have to worry about not having enough rations during the war. This was just one of the benefits. Another benefit was the effect of the army farming law. It could attract a large number of refugees who could no longer survive. In troubled times, the people in the territory were the capital. With a large population, would they have to worry about not being able to recruit enough soldiers? Su Ku and Wei Ci were both far-sighted people. They not only saw the benefits in front of them, but also the benefits in the future. Not only were the two strategists deep in thought to further perfect the method that their lord had come up with on the spur of the moment, the audience in the live stream was also discussing endlessly. Dijio Nongcai, "You shallow people, you only love other people's faces, but I'm different from you. I only love the streamer's talent. Every time she seriously thinks and solves a difficult problem, that look is so handsome that I can't close my legs. Chuyue Chiupiao, the person above, don't interrupt me. Even a love-struck fool has to choose the right time." Why does the army farming law that the streamer mentioned sound so familiar? It feels like it was Boss Chow's subordinates, Zhao Ji and Han Hao, who suggested Boss Chow to set up this army farming law. Nyang Yunik Zhongma, the person above, you're right, but the two seem to be very different, right? Tumi Dalao, I checked on Baidu, it's really different, right? Boss Chow's army farming law greatly restricted the freedom of the farmers. They were almost bound to the land and their lives were very hard. The government collected a ratio of either 50% or 60%. In the later period, the exploitation was very serious, reaching a ratio of 80% to 20%. The farmers rebelled and fled. Later on, the land was heavily invaded, and the army farming law was basically abolished. Shizhua Xinghuang, how should I say this? After reading the information on Baidu, I only have one thought: leave a way out in life so that we can meet again in the future. Even if the farmers were just captives, refugees, or slaves, they couldn't be 100% cut off from their livelihood. The tolerance of the people in ancient times was beyond imagination. As long as they weren't forced to the point where they couldn't live, they wouldn't resist at all. They would only choose to accept adversity. Yewu Yenling, that's why I said that the streamer's ability to trick people is really strong and it's worth learning. She asked them to reclaim the ownerless land, provided some small things during the reclamation, and waited for them to harvest a big share of the profits. The people were still grateful to her. Suifeng Xiaosa, it's not a trick, is it? For this chaotic world, the streamer is already considered a very good person. Jiang Pingji frowned, and her gaze drifted past the words exploitation in the later period, the farmers rebelled and fled, and land invasion. At that moment, a viewer asked her, Yunshu Dababeo, why did the streamer suddenly think of this? Jiang Pingji thought about it and shared her thoughts. Streamer V, my troops will help the people farm when they are busy with the spring plowing and autumn harvest. This can be considered an inspiration. In addition, there are many records of farming in the book given by Mr. Cheng Cheng, but the scale is very small, so farming in the field is not well known. To the common people of ancient times, the method of farming that she spoke of was perhaps astonishing. But according to Jiang Pingji's thinking, this suggestion was logical. As Wei Ci said, no matter how rich the iron mine was, it would be dug out one day. How would the captives be settled then? There would be more and more captives in the future. Would they all be thrown into the mines? Regardless of whether they were captives or ordinary people, they were all on the same side to her. She had the obligation to take care of these people. Jiang Pingji's taking care of them was not to prepare food and resources and let them stay at home to eat and drink and wait for death. Her taking care of them was to exploit the labor force of the person to the greatest extent and develop their ability to contribute to society so that they could support themselves. If the person was useless, Jiang Pingji would give up on such a person. This was the same as what Jiang Nongqin had said before. Those who were willing to save themselves could be saved, but those who were unwilling to save themselves were hopeless. From another perspective, This could be considered as an alternative interpretation of teaching a man to fish was better than teaching a man to fish. If the captives had nothing else to do, they would help the army to open up wastelands and learn how to grow food. In Jiang Pingji's previous life, the Federation pursued the idea that every citizen was a soldier. Every citizen had a certain amount of combat power. Similarly, she hoped that her people were as valiant as them. They did not need to have high combat power, but they must be able to fight. From this, it could be seen that they should learn how to fight when they were idle. When the above ideas were put together, the embryonic form of the farming method could basically be formed. Chapter 5:12. Jiang Pingji looked around and her gaze fell on Qiguanrang, who was sitting in the corner. He was still holding the feather fan that never left his hand. He squinted his eyes slightly as if he was listening attentively, but also as if he was daydreaming. Jiang Pingji directly called him out. She asked, "What do you think of this method, Wenjing?" From the day Jiang Pingji met Qiguanrang, she knew of his bad habits. If it was not necessary, he would never stand out. He would even deliberately reduce his presence. TSK. Did this guy cherish his life too much? Was he afraid that he would be killed if he performed too well? Qiguanrang naturally did not get distracted. On the contrary, he listened very seriously. He even carefully considered the pros and cons of the method. Obviously, the implementation of this method today definitely had more pros than cons. However, after a long time it was hard to say. The land belonged to the government, and the proportion of taxes was completely decided by Jiang Pingji alone. To put it blasphemously, if she was no longer in this world and her successor had a bad temperament, what if he recklessly increased the proportion of taxes? This was one of the reasons. The other was the aristocratic families. They had absolute wealth and power. Even if the people found a way to buy their own land, could they keep this family business? Not to mention the distant past, now that Dongqing's land annexation was serious, how many people sold their land under the coercion of others and became tenant farmers? A bloody lesson was in front of them. However, even though he thought of this, Qiguanrang did not want to bring it up at this time. Because there was not much meaning in bringing it up. The Lord needed to become stronger in a short period of time. The people also needed to recover from the heavy blows as soon as possible and live a stable and prosperous life. The drawbacks of the method would only be revealed in the later stages. He had not even learned to crawl. What was the point of thinking about things after running? Jiang Pingji did not give him the opportunity. She said, "If you have anything on your mind, just say it. I won't laugh at you. You don't have to hide it from me. Just say whatever you have on your mind. If you can't come up with anything, don't even think about taking a break when you go back." The corners of Qiguanrang's mouth twitched slightly. After a while he spoke of his previous thoughts. After a while he said shyly, "I'm just worrying for nothing. Given the current situation, the Lord's army farming method is the best." Jiang Pingji relaxed her brows and said, "You're not worrying for nothing. The biggest difference between taking precautions and worrying for nothing is that the former may happen in a short period of time, while the latter will only happen in the distant future or even impossible. In at most a decade or two she could turn the entire era upside down, so Qiguanrang's worries were not wrong. I'll remember what you said." After Jiang Pingji finished speaking, she turned to Wei Xi and Su Ku and said, "We'll stop here for now. Go back and sort things out. After this battle, we'll make some adjustments according to the actual situation." Jiang Pingji knew that the best might not be the most suitable. Only those that fit this era would be the most suitable. Wei Xi and Su Ku bowed and said, "Yes." After a while, the guard reported that Jiang Nongqin, the commandant of the female battalion, had requested to see him. Under the leadership of Meng Hun and Li Yun, the vanguard battalion was wiping out the remnants of the Tsingyi army. What was Jiang Nongqin doing here now? Jiang Pingji frowned and allowed her to enter. Jiang Nongqin greets the Lord. After Jiang Nongqin entered, she solemnly bowed and found a place to sit after getting permission. Jiang Pingji asked, "Nongqin, what happened?" She reported in a low voice, "I've cleaned up the military discipline and caught 32 people who broke the rules. Among them, there's a person who committed a serious crime." Jiang Pingji was very strict with military discipline. Considering their physiological needs, she did not restrict the male soldiers from getting married. Secondly, she did not restrict them from seeking pleasure during their break. She had already done so. If the soldiers committed a serious crime during the war, she would definitely not let them off lightly. Hearing Jiang Nongqin's words, her voice became cold. "You can deal with the remaining 31 people according to the military rules. Only this person who committed a serious crime, what did he do wrong?" Jiang Nongqin said, "The crime of adultery." The Lord once said that the soldiers are not allowed to adulterate the people. Otherwise they will be punished with a serious crime. Jiang Pingji's good mood instantly disappeared. Her lips curled into a cold smile that was filled with murderous intent. The crime of adultery? She said, for such a serious crime, you can just order the whole army to watch and beat him to death. Listening to the conversation between the two, the three strategists present secretly frowned. The crime of adultery? According to the circumstances of the crime, it would be at least a death sentence. This kind of death was neat and tidy. The most serious way to die was to live a life worse than death. It was really a torture. Which soldier was so blind to commit a crime against the law? Jiang Nongqin said, I agree with you. However, the person who this person violated is a little special. I don't know how the crime should be measured. Jiang Pingji frowned. Special identity? Could it be that the soldier did something to a troublesome big shot? Jiang Nongqin said, it was a man. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The soldier was indeed a man. That was not right. Could it be that the person who committed the crime was from the female battalion? Forgive them for being a group of country bumpkins from the countryside. When the crime of adultery was mentioned, their first impression was that it was a man and a woman. If the victim was a man, the person who committed the crime should be from the female battalion. However, this did not make sense. Jiang Nongqin did not know how big of a misunderstanding she had caused. She repeated, that soldier was from the 3rd Battalion. The person he injured was a man who was captured by the Tsingyi army and sent to the brothel. He had a pretty face and seemed to be no different from a woman. My lord once said that the soldiers must not commit adultery to the people. That man was naturally counted as a person. Therefore, Nongqin thought that the crime of adultery could be established. Their worldview was shattered. Wei Xi, Qiguanrang and Su Ku were dumbfounded. They looked at Jiang Nongqin as if she was a monster. They felt that they had opened the door to a new world. So it could be played that way? Su Ku said embarrassedly, my lord, this is a little too absurd. Jiang Pingji glanced at Su Ku, then secretly glanced at Wei Xi. Speaking of which, this person's appearance was also very dangerous. It was more reassuring to send someone who could fight and was loyal to protect him. As a good lord who loved her subordinates, she gave herself a thumbs up. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyelids and said, Nongqin is right. A person is a person. Why does it matter about gender? Su Ku did not speak. Although he was a little shocked, his lord's words made sense. Just because the victim was a man and he was forced to have sex with someone, it could not be considered a crime. The soldier had indeed committed a serious crime. He realized that this was an opportunity to punish a person as an example to others. He could beat those who wanted to play word games and exploit loopholes in the language. Men were also a person. If his lord did not implement this rule, it would be lively in the future. Nowadays men were in vogue. Becoming brothers could still be considered a beautiful story. Chapter 513. Such a bad precedent could not be allowed to be set. After figuring out the key points, the strategists remained silent and tacitly agreed to Jiang Pingji's punishment for the soldier who committed the crime. Jiang Pingji said seriously, he will be punished according to the military law. The whole army will watch the punishment. He will be beaten to death on the spot. Jiang Nongqin bowed and said solemnly, my lord is open-minded. I will obey your orders. The audience in the streaming room who was watching the whole process exploded. They really did not expect the matter to be settled just like that. Yanji Niao, what the F***ck did I hear wrongly? The male soldier's crime has been established? Shuichao Shangtian Tiantai, someone who studies law, what kind of crime is this in our country? Baobao Longation, do you need me to explain to you the crime of rape in our country? The crime of rape refers to the act of using violence, coercion, or other means against the will of a woman to have sex with a woman, or to have sex with a girl under the age of 14 intentionally. This is the accurate definition of rape in our country's criminal law. Do you understand? Baobao Yiliankin, I understand. In other words, is it not a crime of rape for a woman to have sex with a man or a man to have sex with a man? Baobao Shashanli, in theory it is, but it is still a crime. It is just not a crime of rape. Mama, as a man with a handsome face, I suddenly feel that our country is very dangerous. Can I apply to migrate to Mars? Baobao Wangjiimo, streamer, I feel that you can really go to heaven. When the female soldiers in your female battalion grow stronger, maybe you can consider setting up a men's protection association. After all, your female soldiers are very scary. If there is domestic violence, what will happen to the weak men and women? Baobao Lujianxian, by the way, am I really watching the streaming room in ancient times? The streamer's subordinates are very receptive. Jiang Pingji laughed involuntarily. It was not that they were receptive, it was obviously to prevent any loopholes in the language. Nowadays men were prevalent in the world. The soldiers were ordered not to lay hands on civilian women. In order to vent their lust they might lay hands on civilian men. Now there were signs. If they did not restrain themselves, it would be difficult to recruit soldiers in the future. Who would dare to come? Wuxia and the others were only preventing people from taking advantage of loopholes and destroying the atmosphere. It was not to protect men's rights. They considered things with their own thinking, which was very different from the viewers in the streaming room. At that moment, Jiang Nongqin straightened her body and asked Jiang Pingji after some deliberation, "Does the Lord still remember a recruit named Yan? Yan?" Everyone present was no stranger to this name. After all, Yan was either staying in the military camp or temporarily staying at Wei Xi's house. Jiang Pingji said, "Of course I remember. I even told Han Mei that if Yan completes his recruit training, he can be transferred to my side." After Wei Xi heard this, he secretly glanced at his lord and sighed to himself that the fate between his lord and Yan was indeed destined. "What's the matter with the recruit?" she asked. Jiang Nongqin told him what she saw. She said, "The soldier who committed a serious crime was caught by this person. When I saw him, I saw dozens of human heads hanging on his shoulders and waist. He was very brave. I think this person is a promising talent." Jiang Pingji's fingers tapped on the table. She originally wanted to wait for Yan's training to end before transferring him to her side and nurturing him. This person was born to be a general. If he was properly nurtured, he would definitely become a talent. Now that he had made a name for himself on the battlefield, it was indeed time to promote him. Thinking of this, Jiang Pingji said, "I'll remember this." Conquering Qingan district required people everywhere. Yan came forward himself. If she did not get a strong man to work for him, it would be a disgrace to her nickname of Jiang Bapi. Although there was a general idea of the army farming strategy, it was not easy to carry it out. Jiang Pingji planned to throw this matter to Liyun, Yan, and Su Ku. Liyun had experience in reclaiming wasteland and was more familiar with farming. Yan and Su Ku assisted him. While they were discussing, the sound of powerful footsteps came from outside the door. Jiang Pingji knew who they were. Wasn't it Meng Han and Liyun? "My lord, I have failed in my mission. I did not capture all the leaders of the Tsingyi army who escaped." Meng Han apologized. Liyun also looked ashamed. They sent people to chase after them, but they were not as familiar with the terrain as the Tsingyi army. Many of the leaders escaped. Wei Xi glanced at Jiang Pingji. Her expression was very calm. He could not tell whether she was happy or angry. He asked Meng Han, "Officer Meng, do you know which direction those thieves ran to?" Meng Han thought for a while and said, "It should be the southwest." "The southwest?" Wei Xi frowned. Su Ku and Qiguan Rang's expressions changed slightly. "It seems that we won't be able to rest for a while." The southwest was Maolin district, which was also the territory of the Tsingyi army. Now that they had taken over Qingan district and Xiangyang district, it was equivalent to the two districts separating Maolin district in the southwest and Jiaoping district in the northeast. It made it difficult for the Tsingyi army in Fengyi County to look around. They were unable to gather their troops in one place. It was very easy to break through. There were a total of 4 districts in Fengyi County. With Qingan district as the center, Maolin district was in the southwest and Jiaoping district was in the northeast. Xiangyang district, which was owned by Jiang Pingji, bordered these 2 districts. It was located in the southeast of Qingan district. From the map, it directly cut off the Tsingyi army in Fengyi County. Regardless of strategy or deployment, the Tsingyi army had the motive to attack Qingan district or Xiangyang district. If they attacked Qingan district, it was equivalent to returning to the original state. However, Qingan district had been ravaged by the Tsingyi army for a whole winter. There was not much to be gained. Instead of attacking the dilapidated Qingan district, it was better to gather their troops and attack Xiangyang district. Xiangyang district was the largest district among the 4 districts in Fengyi County. Now that Jiang Pingji had governed it in an orderly manner, the people were rich and the products were abundant. How could the Tsingyi army not be envious? Taking advantage of the opportunity when the main force was still in Qingan district, it was very likely that they would launch a sneak attack on the weaker Xiangyang district. Su Ku asked, "My lord, are we sending troops back to assist now?" Jiang Pingji suddenly sneered and said, "Why should we send troops back to assist Xiangyang district? We left quite a number of troops there. The siege equipment used for defense is also very sufficient. With Huayu and Luoyue guarding it, What do you think the possibility of losing the city is? Qiguan Rang tapped his feather fan leisurely and said, My lord, are you thinking of giving them a taste of their own medicine? Jiang Pingji squinted her eyes. Some malicious glint flashed in her eyes. If Jiaoping District and Maolin District really send troops to attack Xiangyang District, we'll go all the way. We'll directly split up our troops and destroy their lair. Everyone was speechless. That's amazing, my lord. Wei Xi chuckled helplessly. It seemed that he really could not restrict her from going to the battlefield in the future. Seeing that she had nowhere to vent her anger, the Tsingyi army became her punching bag. Her idea was quite good, but it was more conservative. She could only launch a sneak attack on either Jiaoping District or Maolin District. In order not to be obstructed by the strategists, she stubbornly chose to split up her troops to attack the city. The troops would be split into two. She would lead one group to launch a sneak attack while the others would go to the other group to launch a sneak attack. Chapter 5:14. As it turned out, Wei Xi knew Jiang Pingji's temper quite well. It was as he had predicted. Send scouts to observe the movements of the Tsingyi army in Jiaoping District and Maolin District. Report to me immediately if there are signs of sending troops. Jiang Pingji squinted her eyes. She originally wanted to gradually encroach on the 4 districts of Fengyi County. Step by step, steadily and surely. However, the Tsingyi army courted death and gave her such an opportunity. As long as they dared to attack Xiangyang District, she dared to make them lose their nest. Yes. Meng Han accepted the order. I will obey. Most of the scouts were in the vanguard battalion. This task naturally fell to him. Su Ke said, My lord, we don't have enough troops now. If we split our troops to attack Maolin District and Jiaoping District, I'm afraid we won't be able to do it. After he finished speaking, he secretly glanced at Qiguan Rang and Wei Xi, hoping that they would come forward to persuade their lord. However, Qiguan Rang also liked to take risks. Jiang Pingji's unconventional way of sending troops was more to his liking. As for Wei Xi, he knew that it was not easy to persuade his lord. If he dared to dissuade her this time, she would stir up more trouble next time. If the Tsingyi army wanted to attack Xiangyang District, based on the previous battle situation, they would definitely mobilize a lot of manpower. When Jiang Pingji first came to Xiangyang District, the Tsingyi army had 10,000 men stationed there. Didn't they still get wiped out by her? Therefore, if they went to Xiangyang District, they would just be sending themselves to die. They were not a threat at all. If they wanted to see the hope of breaking through Xiangyang District, they would have to mobilize most of their troops. The Tsingyi army's rear would definitely be weak. It was not impossible to occupy Jiaoping District and Maolin District at the same time, but it required courage and strong judgment. Su Ke saw that they refused to speak and immediately understood their intentions. He could only sigh faintly. He could not do anything alone. It was impossible to change his lord's decision. Jiang Pingji sat on the seat of honor and said, This matter is temporarily settled. If the Tsingyi army in Jiaoping District and Maolin District sends troops, we will send troops to destroy their nest. If they know their place, we will allow them to be free and unfettered for a while. Whether to mobilize troops again depended on the actions of the Tsingyi army. Currently, Jiang Pingji was still facing the reconstruction of Qingan District. Because of the experience of Xiangyang District, it was not difficult to rebuild Qingan District. However, there were still many problems in front of her. The biggest problem was the people of Qingan District. Because of the Tsingyi army's wanton disturbance, the young people who could escape had already thought of a way to escape. Now, most of the people who remained in the city were old, weak, sick and disabled. Each of them was emaciated and sallow from hunger. Every household's rice jar had no stored food. Even if they had stored food, they did not dare to light a fire to cook. They were afraid that the smoke from the chimney would cause the Tsingyi army to plunder. They could only soak the uncooked rice in clear water and soften it slightly before eating it raw. Hearing the news from Su Ke and the others, Jiang Pingji's slightly cheerful mood became heavy. How many people are there? Jiang Pingji asked. It is estimated that there will be no more than 3,000 people, Su Ke replied. What was more serious was that the 2,000 people were physically weak due to the long-term lack of salt intake. Even if Jiang Pingji provided them with food, not many of them could be used as effective labor force. In this way, the situation in Qingan District was much worse than that in Xiangyang District. Now that they haven't figured out the movements of the Tsingyi army in Jiaoping District and Maolin District, they can't easily mobilize their troops, in case they can't return in time to help. Jiang Pingji said, I'll go and take a look myself. In another place, 31 troops who broke the law were punished. Fortunately, the circumstances were not very serious. They were just taught a harsh lesson. According to the military camp's rules, the only remaining soldier had to be beaten to death in front of at least one battalion of troops to serve as a warning to others. The person who carried out the punishment was Jiang Nongqin. The soldier was tied up and sent to the military training ground that was temporarily cleared. Jiang Nongqin read out the soldier's crime with a cold expression. All the troops were in an uproar. They had only heard that raping a woman was a crime, but they had never heard that raping a man would also be punished according to military law. However, the military law clearly stated that one could not rape a commoner. The victim was a commoner, so naturally the soldier had broken the military law. Of course, the soldiers didn't say anything about the verdict, but they were still doubtful and opposed it in their hearts. The man was originally a member of the Tsing-Yi army's brothel. Was it considered a violation of military law to touch him? It couldn't be, right? However, they didn't dare to voice out their doubts. Instead, they silently remembered it in their hearts, in case they accidentally stepped on a mine in the future. According to military law, he'll be beaten to death. Jiang Nongqin read out coldly. Execute. There were a total of 4 people executing. 2 female soldiers held the soldier's left and right shoulders to prevent him from moving and escaping. The other 2 female soldiers held rods in their hands and beat him to death. Naturally, the soldier refused to accept his fate. He used all kinds of methods and strength in an attempt to break free. The veins on his face bulged and his face turned red. He looked extremely ferocious, and his eyeballs even looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. The heavy rods carried a huge force and smashed on his body. It was so painful that his internal organs were about to shift positions. However, his mouth was blocked. Even if he had a stomach full of resentment, he couldn't shout out. Very soon, a metallic smell gushed out of his mouth. That day the wind was not noisy. The military training ground was silent. The soldiers of the entire battalion were ghastly pale. They were so frightened that they didn't even dare to take a deep breath. They watched helplessly as the soldier struggled violently until he was on the verge of death. Finally he stopped breathing. The area from his back to his buttocks was already rotten, revealing his broken bones. The 4 female soldiers who were executing the execution still looked sullen. They weren't shocked by the scene in front of them at all. Seeing that the soldier had breathed his last, one of them released the hand that was restraining his shoulder. She raised her hand to check his breath and pulse. The female soldier said to Jiang Nongqin, who was watching the execution, "The execution is over. The criminal is dead." Jiang Nongqin waved her hand. "Keep this person's corpse. It's the last mercy." She was punishing the chicken to warn the monkeys and to warn the impetuous soldiers. This was the consequence of violating the military order. Since then, the atmosphere in the military camp was solemn. They were always talking about the military rules, for fear that they would follow in the footsteps of others. Of course, there was another benefit besides that. When the soldiers of the male battalion saw the female soldiers of the female battalion, who dared to flirt with them, when they saw them on the road, their legs turned to jelly. They wished they could walk around them. The food that Jiang Pingji brought was very sufficient. Su Ku and a few others were busy sorting out the paperwork of the district headquarters of Qingan District. Meng Hun and a few others led 2 battalions of soldiers to slightly repair the damaged city walls and gates. Jiang Nongqin led the remaining people to set up porridge stalls everywhere. After about 3 or 4 days, a few uninvited guests came to Maolin District and Jiaoping District. Our General Tsangtian died tragically. You have to avenge him. After experiencing a life and death escape for 3 or 4 days, how could the leaders of the Tsing-Yi army, who had lived like princes for more than half a year, bear it? Each of them was battered and exhausted. Their clothes were ragged. When they recalled the past few days, they felt that their mouths were full of bitterness. Chapter 5:15. Jiaoping District. Don't worry. Speak slowly. You're a man. Why are you crying? You're so girly. The leader of the Tsing-Yi army in Jiaoping District called himself General Pingtian. He was one of the leaders of the Tsing-Yi army. When he received a message from a soldier saying that there were companions from Qingan District outside the district and they kept repeating the news of General Tsangtian's death, he was horrified. He quickly asked his men to welcome the members of the Tsing-Yi army. At first glance, they were really General Tsangtian's subordinates. General Pingtian thought about it and hurriedly asked these people about the details of General Tsangtian's death. Who would have thought that as soon as he opened his mouth, these people were already crying their eyes out. Their faces were smeared with snot and tears. In addition, they hadn't washed themselves for many days, so their faces were stained with something. They looked very dirty and pathetic, and anyone who saw them would feel disgusted. General Tsangtian, General Tsangtian was killed by a group of people. They even snatched Qingan district and swaggered in. They drove our brothers out. General Tsangtian died unjustly. The crying leader of the Tsing army was the subordinate who had previously flattered General Tsangtian. In order to escape, he could not bear to leave the good days of the Tsing army, so he could only seek refuge with his accomplice. Has Qingan district been breached? Hearing the news, General Ping Tian of Jiaoping district was frightened. He hurriedly asked for details. Brother, don't cry. Tell me first, which bastard killed brother Tsangtian? How many people did he bring? Qingan district was very close to Jiaoping district. It would only take a little more than a day to reach there on foot. Since the enemy had conquered Qingan district, it was hard to guarantee that they would not target Jiaoping district. If they turned around and waved their troops, he had to at least know the details of the enemy and be mentally prepared. Hearing General Pingtian's concern, the leaders of the Tsing army who had abandoned General Tsangtian's corpse and fled, cried even more sadly. They held the only emotional card firmly, hoping to get a good position here with the little favor left by General Tsangtian. They miserably described Jiang Pingji and her men as particularly abominable. They tried their best to beautify General Tsangtian's noble image and described how the general sacrificed himself for others to delay the invading army, so that his brothers could have precious time to escape. Hearing these compliments, General Ping Tian secretly curled his lips in disdain. According to his understanding of General Tsangtian, how could he not know his temperament? If he could abandon his subordinates in exchange for his own life, he would definitely do it by hook or by crook. How could he sacrifice himself for others? However, it was not appropriate for him to say this out loud. He also revealed a rather moved and sad expression, matching the other party's acting skills. After a long time, General Ping Tian finally found out who had conquered Qingan district. Xiangyang district. This is not easy. That's a tough nut to crack. No one has been able to crack it for half a year. The Tsing army only knows how to plunder, how would they know how to build? No matter how good the cards were, when they fell into their hands, they could only play out the worst situation. Qingan district had been destroyed to such an extent that they were so poor that they couldn't even find a grain of rice. General Ping Tian knew how to restrain himself. He did not drive the people of Jiaoping district to a dead end in one go. However, he still took advantage of them from time to time and plundered them again and again. The people were miserable and there were often people who wanted to escape. General Ping Tian did not know about other things, but he knew that there were no commoners in the district city. There was only the Tsing army left. In that case, how could he still be considered a general? Therefore, he cracked down on any attempt to escape and captured all the commoners who had escaped. However, life forced the commoners. Even if they risked being killed by the Tsing army, there were still commoners who tried to escape. In the face of this phenomenon, General Ping Tian was of course so angry that he gritted his teeth. At the same time, he was even more envious of the nearby Xiangyang district. However, the district city was as tough as a tortoise's shell. It was not easy to go anywhere. Hearing that Xiangyang district had taken the initiative to attack Qingan district, General Ping Tian was extremely flustered. Do you know how many people they brought to Qingan district? General Ping Tian was secretly anxious. He was afraid that Jiang Pingji's next target would be him. He had not enjoyed the prestige of being a general enough. About 6,000 or 7,000. Maybe a lot more than that. The leader of the Tsing army answered cautiously. Of course he did not know the exact number. He only guessed based on his feelings. How could there be a small number of people if they could conquer Qingan district so easily? Little did he know that it was precisely his nonsense that made General Ping Tian develop greedy thoughts that he should not have. 6,000 or 7,000. General Ping Tian asked in surprise, "Are you sure there are so many?" There should be. There are too many thieves so I can't distinguish them at the moment. The leader of the Tsing army secretly pinched the corner of his clothes. He was extremely nervous. 6,000 or 7,000. The total number of troops in Xiangyang district is less than 10,000. General Ping Tian's heart trembled. A bold idea shrouded his heart. He was so excited that he could not even hold his things steadily. If the people in Xiangyang district really sent 6,000 or 7,000 troops to attack Qingan district, it meant that there were at most 3,000 or 4,000 troops guarding Xiangyang district. It would be a fool's dream if they wanted to defend the huge Xiangyang district with such a small number of troops. Perhaps he could take advantage of it? General Ping Tian was very clear about the situation in Qingan district. It was a super big mess. It could definitely entangle Jiang Pingji and the others so that they would have no time to take care of the situation in Xiangyang district. In this way the rear of Xiangyang district would be empty. However, thinking of the losses that the Tsing army suffered in Xiangyang district last year, General Ping Tian did not dare to let his guard down. If he wanted to conquer the city as soon as possible, he had to have sufficient troops. Taking advantage of the fact that the rear of Xiangyang district was empty and the main force was delayed by Qingan district, he could take a gamble. Even if those people reacted, Xiangyang district would have already changed hands. When the main force rushed to the city, it would be of no help. Thinking of this, General Ping Tian's heart was burning. Originally, he only wanted to take 60% of the troops to raid Xiangyang district, but now he could not wait to take all the troops away and conquer Xiangyang district as soon as possible. He could not help but think of the shocked and resentful expression of Jiang Pingji's main force. Thinking of this, he comforted General Tsangtian's old subordinates with a gentle voice. He was in a good mood. Although General Ping Tian looked down on General Tsangtian's fat body and stupid brain, he also wanted to annex the old subordinates left behind by General Tsangtian. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. If he could absorb the Tsing army that was under General Tsangtian's control, his power could expand again. General Ping Tian asked, "Apart from you, are there any other brothers who survived?" The leader of the Tsing army answered miserably, "Only a few hundred brothers were lucky enough to escape. The rest were all killed. Some of them fled to Jiaoping district while the rest fled to Maolin district." General Ping Tian was shocked. He was afraid that the Tsing army in Maolin district would also think that Xiangyang district was empty and run to take advantage of the situation. A sense of crisis arose. He patted the shoulder of General Tsangtian's old subordinate and said indignantly, "General Tsangtian and I were comrades. He was killed by the traitors. How can I not avenge him as a brother? Don't worry. I'll summon the troops and destroy the traitors' lair." Chapter 5:16. Not long after, the scouts who were paying close attention to the activities of the two counties sent news that the two counties were in the midst of organizing their troops. Hearing that, Jiang Pingji smiled slyly and proudly. If she did not make the Tsing army lose everything, she would write her name backwards. "Assemble the troops and count the soldiers," she said. "Summon the gentlemen and the lieutenants." Just as Wei Ci thought, Jiang Pingji planned to split her troops into two groups. One group would launch a sneak attack on Jiaoping district while the other group would launch a sneak attack on Maolin district. After conquering the two districts, they would assemble their troops and rush back to Xiangyang district. They would coordinate from the inside and the outside to outflank the Tsing army's rear. They dared to lay their hands on her property. If she did not teach the Tsing army a lesson, they would really think that she was a pushover. Jiang Pingji already had a draft in her mind on how to divide the troops. Jiang Pingji planned to leave 1,500 to guard Qingan district. She would lead 1,500 elites to launch a surprise attack on Jiaoping district, and the remaining troops would launch a sneak attack on Maolin district. What they were fighting for now was the time difference. The sooner the better, the higher the chance of victory. "Zixia, you're not feeling well. It's not suitable for you to rush over in a short period of time. You and Officer Meng will lead these 1,500 soldiers to guard Qingan district." The damaged city gate had already been partially repaired, and together with the city defense equipment, it should be able to resist for a period of time. "Wenjing and I will attack Jiaoping district. Hanmei, Nongqin, and Xiaoyu will lead the remaining soldiers to attack Maolin district. We must conquer it as soon as possible." Wei Ci secretly cried and laughed. She had indeed chosen Qiguan Rang. Qiguan Rang would not stop her from having fun at all, but he had no choice but to accept the order along with the others. Jiang Pingji said decisively, "We'll set off after nightfall." It was hard to guarantee that no enemy scouts would discover their intentions during the 100-day march, but it was much safer at night. At the same time, far away in Xiangyang district, Feng Jin was still wandering in the sea of documents. Feng Jin's recent daily life could be summed up in 11 words. Very busy, extremely busy, super busy. Everyone's work pressure was piled on him, and he said that he should spend more time with his wife. It was all a lie. How busy were they exactly? Ever since the army set off for war, he had not stepped foot into his house. Currently, there were only 4,000 soldiers left in Xiangyang district. Although it was not considered a shortage, if there was a heavy pressure on the border, these 4,000 people would not be enough. Fortunately, his lord still had some conscience. What conscience? She did not drag Zhang Ping, the treasurer of Xiangyang district, along with her. The carpentry workshop that Zhang Ping was in charge of could produce all kinds of siege and defense weapons. These things could give Xiangyang district more confidence. Under Feng Jin's instructions, Zhang Ping got the woodworking workshop to manufacture all kinds of defensive equipment urgently. He wished he could arm the entire Xiangyang district to the teeth. Of course, from Zhang Ping's point of view, with their current level of equipment, even their teeth were made of cast iron. Feng Jin was so busy that he could not see his wife, but his wife could come and see him. She was even carrying Changxing, who could speak clearly, in her arms. "Daddy, Daddy." When Changxing saw her father, whom she had not seen for a few days, she excitedly asked for a hug. Feng Jin rubbed his sore eyes to make sure that his ears and eyes were not hallucinating. He really heard his daughter's call and also saw his wife and daughter standing at the entrance of the government office, hesitating and not daring to approach. Seeing that Wei Jingxian was worried, Feng Jin said to her, "Come in, there are no important documents here." He raised his hand to catch his daughter, who had become a ton heavier. Before he could sigh, Changxing stepped on his thigh and kissed him. "Don't kiss me, don't kiss me. Doesn't this girl find it dirty?" Feng Jin had been staying up late for several days. He slept less than 2 hours every day and was so busy that he did not have the time to wash up. He looked a little embarrassed. His daughter kissed him immediately, afraid that she would get dirty. "Daddy?" Changxing was despised. She tilted her head in confusion. His daughter was still young. Feng Jin did not know how to explain. He could only look at Wei Jingxian for help. His wife was still the best. She understood his predicament and reached out to carry his daughter back. She said gently, "Daddy is tired. Don't disturb him." Changxing lay in Wei Jingxian's arms. Her big watery eyes were like those of a fawn, which melted people's hearts. "Cool." Changxing hugged her mother with both arms. Wei Jingxian glanced at the table and was shocked by the pile of documents on it. Why are there so many? Xiangyang district was only a district. Why were there so many documents that needed to be handled? In her impression, the district magistrates were very idle. They were either walking their birds and dogs every day or spending their time in the mountains and rivers. They were so free and unfettered. Her husband only assisted Lanting. When Lanting went to war, her husband temporarily took over the official duties. Why was he so busy? Feng Jin rubbed his eyebrows and said, "After the spring plowing, we still have to collect farm tools and cattle. These things have to be accounted for. Xiangyang district is considered a rare peaceful refuge in the north. Every day refugees from all over want to enter the city. These people have to be settled. Many wealthy families have migrated here to seek refuge. They want to buy the good houses under the Lord's name. They have to deal with these." Currently, Xiangyang district was still under construction. It was becoming more and more prosperous. Seeing how clean and beautiful the newly built rental houses in the district headquarters were, many locals of Xiangyang district felt uncomfortable. They also wanted to rebuild their houses. However, if they wanted to rebuild, they had to pay for all the materials and labor costs themselves. It was not cheap. That kind of house could not be built with money. They still had to go through the procedures of the district headquarters. They had to approve the kiln to fire this batch of green bricks. They had to confirm the quantity of green bricks before they could start building the houses. In the end, they needed Feng Jin's signature and approval. Otherwise they couldn't build the houses. Usually a few people would share the workload. Now that he was the only one left to look after the house, it was naturally very tiring. Apart from these messy matters, there were also the local government affairs of Xiangyang district and various conflicts. They were trivial and troublesome. It was either conflicts about family affairs or disputes about the uneven distribution of land. Feng Jin really wanted to throw these matters to the women's department in the government office. However, the women's department was already crazy busy. As a man, he really couldn't bring himself to make things difficult for a group of young ladies. Wei Jingxian saw that her husband's eyes were bloodshot and his eye bags were dark. Her heart ached a little. She asked, "Are these documents very important?" Feng Jin was startled. His brain, which hadn't slept for a long time, reacted slowly. After a while, he understood the meaning of her words. "It's not important. It's just very trivial," Feng Jin said. Wei Jingxian thought about it. She reached out and took a portion of it. Then, she sorted the various documents according to their importance. Changxing stayed in her arms and squirmed restlessly. She raised her claws and grabbed her sleeve. She minded her own business and played with it. After eating the milk paste in the afternoon, Changxing lay on Wei Jingxian's thighs and slept with her limbs spread out. Her fat calves could hook onto the table. She was busy from noon to dusk. Only then did the mountain of bamboo slips slowly decrease. "Thank you, madam." Feng Jin rubbed the space between his eyebrows and smiled at Wei Jingxian. "Let's go home," Wei Jingxian said with a smile. Chapter 517. Mr. Feng, something bad has happened. Luo Yu said. Feng Jin's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to carry the sleeping Changxing, Luo Yu's voice made him stop. What happened? The Tsing army in Maolin district and Jiaoping district are going to attack us. It's less than half a day's journey. What? Feng Jin widened his eyes in shock. Why did the Tsing army suddenly attack Xiangyang district? The Tsing army in the two districts are still well behaved. Why did they suddenly attack Xiangyang district? Xiangyang district had sufficient troops and horses. The Tsing army had tried a few times but failed. Why would they take the initiative to find trouble now? Could it be? Feng Jin's brain started to work again. He quickly figured out the crux of the matter. It was most likely that Qinggan district had been conquered. The other two districts thought that Xiangyang district was weak and wanted to take advantage of it. He secretly gritted his teeth. He couldn't continue following a lord who specialized in tricking her subordinates. Wei Jingxian's face paled. Husband? Were they preparing for another war? It's okay. Take Changxing home first. I can't go back for a few days. When Lanting comes back, I'll make her pay. You can't cheat me like this. He had said that he would stay behind to accompany his wife and child, but in the blink of an eye, he had caused such a huge mess. Feng Jin got up and strode out of the government office. Wei Jingxian let out a long sigh. She lowered her head to look at her daughter, who had just woken up with a start. She felt terrible, but there was nothing she could do. In this chaotic world, it was impossible not to be disturbed by wars. He lowered his head and kissed his daughter's brow. He whispered, Changxing, let's go home and wait for your father to return. There was still half a day's journey before the arrival of the Tsing army. Xiangyang district still had plenty of time to prepare. Feng Jin inquired about the number of guards and defensive equipment at each city gate, and his heart calmed down a little. Fortunately, the city defense equipment was ready. If it was a night battle and a sneak attack, the Tsing army would not be able to return. Feng Jin usually gave people the impression that he was a dignified gentleman. It was rare to see him angry. If people thought that he was a kind person because of this, they would be making a big mistake. Anyone who dared to lay their hands on Xiangyang district, he would make them pay a painful price. He and Luo Yu inspected the city walls, and only after ensuring that there were no problems did they feel relieved to leave the city walls. Feng Jin said in a low voice, the two troops of the Tsing army are attacking in different directions. According to the scouts' reports, there's a certain difference in the time of arrival. Tell the soldiers on both sides of the city gates to keep a close watch and not let their guard down. We have to hold on for at least 5 days. This is going to be a tough battle. Luo Yu nodded as he listened. He had no objections to Feng Jin's arrangement. After a while, Feng Jin suddenly said, "Oh, right after nightfall, no matter who it is, the city gate must not be opened." Luo Yu's heart tightened. These words had a profound meaning. Could it be, what you mean is that, there are spies from the Tsing army in the city? Luo Yu asked. Feng Jin frowned and said, that's hard to say. After all, when we first entered Xiangyang, we captured many members of the Tsing army. It's hard to guarantee that the former members of the Tsing army are not related to those enemies. It's always better to be cautious. Luo Yu looked indifferent on the surface, but he remembered these words in his heart. The current Xiangyang district was a paradise in troubled times that they had poured their blood, sweat and tears into for half a year. No one was allowed to covet it. Even if he felt that the members of the Tsing army who had surrendered were completely loyal and would not rebel, nothing was absolute. It was better to be cautious. I understand. I'll definitely pass this message to the guards at each city gate. In order to ensure that the soldiers had sufficient energy, they changed shifts every 2 hours after nightfall to ensure that everyone was full of energy. In the dark night, torches were lit on the city walls of Xiangyang district, like the only light in the world. Jiaoping district was the closest to Xiangyang district. It would only take them a day and a half if they traveled at full speed. It was already late at night when they arrived. One of the minions said, "General, it seems that the security in Xiangyang district is quite strict." General Pingtian rode a tall and strong horse. This time he brought more than 5,000 members of the Tsing army with him. Each of them was an elite. Those who stayed in Jiaoping district were old and weak. They were not suitable for long-distance raids. If he brought them along, they would definitely slow down the pace of the army. If it's not strict, why do you think this fat piece of meat hasn't been taken away? General Pingtian's heart skipped a beat. He said coldly, I've sent people to investigate the situation in Xiangyang district in the past. The guards are 2 to 3 times weaker than they are now. Now that they're so solemn, it's obvious that they're not confident. The more weak they were, the more they had to pretend to be powerful. General Ping Tian was even more confident. The minions flattered him. General is unparalleled in wisdom. No matter how hard Xiangyang district tries to hide, it can't hide from your sharp eyes. General Ping Tian snorted. However, the minions had a sweet tongue, so he flattered him very much. Let's wait a little longer. We'll launch a surprise attack with a rocket at midnight. General Ping Tian was different from the other leaders of the Tsing army. Not only did he like to plunder money and beauties, but he also liked to organize various weapons. For example, a rocket was an arrow that was pierced with a coarse cloth dyed with oil and then shot out with a bow. Once it pierced into the flesh, the wound would easily fester and become infected. He wanted to launch a surprise attack and catch the other party off guard, but he did not know that Xiangyang district was already prepared. Was it a big deal to have a rocket? The night was dark. Feng Jin seized the opportunity to sleep for a few hours. At midnight, the minions woke him up as ordered. How's the situation at the north and west gates? Are there any signs of the enemy? Feng Jin took the wet cloth from the minions and wiped his face casually. The cold water stains and the night breeze dispelled his remaining sleepiness. He could not help but shiver and his mind was completely awake. The minions replied, "Sir, there are no signs of the enemy at the north and west gates." Feng Jin took a deep breath and said, "Don't let your guard down." Everyone in the Tsing army had different degrees of night blindness. It was difficult for them to see things at night, but it did not mean that they could not launch a night attack. The torches at the city gates were burning fiercely. They could be seen from afar. It was the best guiding light for the Tsing army. Many soldiers were also informed that there might be a surprise attack by the enemy tonight. All of them were on high alert. It was late at night. This was the time when the people slept the most. Even the Tsing army, who was lying in ambush, could not help but rub their eyes. At this moment, a member of the Tsing army with excellent eyesight saw that the soldiers on the city walls were already yawning sleepily. It seemed that they could not open their eyes. He immediately said to General Ping Tian in surprise, "General, it's almost time." The grass outside the city was lush. It was an excellent cover for the Tsing army. They slowly approached the city walls. They were less than 300 meters away, but the soldiers on the city walls still did not find any traces of them. General Ping Tian was overjoyed. He ordered, "Launch the rocket." Because the shooting range was not enough, the archers needed to move forward further. Chapter 5:18. The archers of the Tsing army crouched down and passed through the dense grass. They were getting closer and closer. General Ping Tian's heart was in his throat. The distance between them was gradually shortened from more than 300 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. After all, ordinary bows and arrows were not improved crossbows. Not everyone could draw a heavy bow with a longer shooting range. It could be said that this archer troop of more than 100 people was General Ping Tian's flesh and blood. He would be heartbroken if even one of them was gone. As they got closer and closer, General Ping Tian felt that the atmosphere was getting more and more solemn. He commanded the Tsing army to move forward slowly. The night became their best camouflage. The Xiangyang district seemed to be within their reach. Finally, the archers entered the shooting range. One by one they took out their bows and arrows from the quiver at their waists. The arrowheads had been wrapped in a layer of coarse cloth that was stained with oil. They only needed to use a flint or a match to ignite it and it would be instantly ignited. It would pierce into one's flesh and cause great damage. The sound of flint rubbing against each other was heard. Some sparks splashed on it and a cluster of flames appeared. General Ping Tian stared fixedly at the soldiers on the city wall. He was still yawning sleepily. At that moment, the archers had already drawn their bows and aimed at them. He shouted in a low voice, "Shoot!" However, a second before the archers released their bowstrings, the soldiers who were yawning lazily suddenly squatted down and hid under the battlements. Black shields rose from under the battlements, and the arrows pierced directly into the shields. General Ping Tian widened his eyes in astonishment. "What's going on? What's going on? They've already discovered it. They're just cooperating with you." The shields blocked the first wave of arrows. The soldiers hiding under the battlements hurriedly pushed the ballistae to the edge of the city wall. The arrows were already loaded. The ballistae could be used for both sieging and defending a city. According to Jiang Pingji and Zhang Ping's research, they further improved the known ballistae so that 6 heavy bows could be placed on them. They twisted the reel at the back, loaded the arrows, and used the combined force of the heavy bows to shoot special long arrows. The shooting range was 600 steps and it was extremely lethal. The shaft of the crossbow was made of wood, the head of the spear was made of iron, and the tail of the arrow was made of iron. According to Jiang Pingji's previous experiments, ordinary ladders, giant shields, and wooden curtains could be easily penetrated. It could be said to be as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The members of the Tsing army were also within shooting range. Wasn't that courting death? The arrows left the bowstring and buzzed incessantly, as if carrying the roar of the crowd. The arrows rained down on the Tsing army like the tide. When the shield on the city wall was raised to block the fire arrow, General Ping Tian was stunned. The vanguard troops of the Tsing army had already carried ladders to the city walls, but they were greeted by tyrannical arrows. The arrows easily penetrated 2 or 3 people's bodies, and blood splattered everywhere. Their bodies tumbled due to the inertia of charging forward, and then they stopped breathing. The enemy was prepared. When General Ping Tian realized this, he was extremely shocked. He did not know where the news had leaked out. The soldiers on the city walls were obviously very sleepy. It did not seem fake at all, but reality slapped him hard in the face. After the first wave of arrows rained down, the members of the Tsing army who were shot were either dead or no longer had the strength to fight. A strong smell of blood permeated the air. General Ping Tian gritted his teeth. He bet that Xiangyang district's defense was weak. As long as they climbed up the city walls, they would definitely win. They must not be scared off. Thinking of this, he roared, "Attack the city!" The ladders were placed on the city walls so the crossbows could not reach them. The members of the Tsing army would die faster if they escaped. No matter how fast they escaped, could they run 600 steps in an instant? In contrast, the city walls were closer to them. All of this was within Feng Jin's expectations. He raised his hand and covered his curled lips with his long sleeve. He also covered the bloodthirsty and fierce glint in his eyes. Prepare the rolling logs and stones. The city walls of Xiangyang district were not too high. The remaining members of the Tsing army had already approached the city walls after leaving 700 to 800 corpses behind. The archers stood in the blind spot of the crossbows and shot. On the other side, members of the Tsing army had already climbed up the ladders. The people who climbed up first were hit by the rolling logs and huge stones. They screamed and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Although the members of the Tsing army fell miserably like dumplings, there were still people who approached the height of the city walls. Below them they carried the heavy logs and hit the city gates. Each sound seemed to hit the hearts of everyone. Feng Jin continued to command calmly. Among the troops there were experienced veterans. Naturally, there were also new recruits who had yet to see blood. They were so nervous that their hands were trembling. However, under Feng Jin's loud and calm command, their trembling hands and rapidly beating hearts gradually calmed down. Their brains could not think of anything else at all. Their bodies followed Feng Jin's command to move the equipment or load the bows and arrows. The wooden shield was very heavy. It required 3 people to hold it together to be able to stand steadily. It blocked the many rocket attacks of the members of the Tsing army. Load the rocket, Feng Jin continued to command. The troops picked up the improved crossbows and lit the arrows. It was indeed difficult to move the crossbows, but it did not mean that they could not fight back. They would give them a taste of their own medicine. The rocket carried flames and pierced through the dark night sky. It pierced the members of the Tsing army who were climbing the ladder and successfully pushed a group of people down. "Sir, the pressure at the city gates is getting stronger and stronger." Luiyue, who was dressed in armor, ran up from below the city with a ghastly pale face. Feng Jin said, "It's okay. Continue." There was more than one group of members of the Tsing army attacking Xiangyang district. There was another group. As long as the city defense weapons were not exhausted, it was impossible for these people to climb the city walls. There was no doubt about the penetrating power of the improved crossbows. Coupled with the lethality of the rocket, almost every member of the Tsing army who fell from the ladder did not have a chance to wake up. It was not only because the rocket penetrated their bodies, there was another important reason. Their companions stepped on their bodies to climb up the ladder. Even if their corpses were not completely dead, they were trampled into meat paste by these feet. Feng Jin continued to command the troops guarding the city. Everything was in order. Compared to the casualties at the bottom, the troops guarding the city were at most slightly injured. The logs below were still trying hard to hit the city gates. General Ping Tian's face was already ghastly pale and black. The city gates could not be climbed up and the city walls could not be broken. Could it be that the military strength of Xiangyang district was not as few as he thought? His firm heart had begun to waver. However, he had no way out now. If he retreated at that moment, he would definitely be annexed by the nearby Tsingyi army. In serious cases, he might even lose his life. There was no possibility of him turning back now. He could only bite the bullet and go forward. At that moment, he hoped that the Tsingyi army in Maolin district would attack Xiangyang district. In that case, the chances of winning would be greatly increased. The sound of hitting the city gates continued. Not only were there soldiers resisting inside the city gates, but there were also thick and heavy green bricks. Yes, Feng Jin had moved tens of thousands of green bricks produced from the brick kiln to the city gates to block them. Even if the Tsingyi army used all their strength, would they be able to break it open in a short time? Chapter 519. Shangguan had been living in the district headquarters for a while. Jiang Pingji originally wanted to arrange a two-level house for her, but she felt that she should not receive a reward without doing anything. She would only receive a reward after she had accumulated a certain amount of experience in the district headquarters. Otherwise, she would be dissatisfied and be criticized by others. Jiang Pingji knew Shangguan's stubbornness, so she did not insist. It was good for her to live in the district headquarters. At least no one dared to ignore Shangguan. The girls in the government office dared not belittle or neglect her. With her background, she got the hang of the work in the government office quickly. The girls gradually admired her and acknowledged her as their superior. Because the army took many talents with them, the pressure in the government office suddenly increased. Shangguan was busy until the fourth watch before she finished her work. She washed her face with the cold well water to wash away her sleepiness. She was barely awake. The Tsingyi army attacked wantonly. The soldiers were defending outside the city. Shangguan was very worried, but she could not help much. She could only do the work at hand and try her best to reduce the administrative work. She planned to go back to her room to rest for a while. As she walked, she gently beat the sore spot on her neck with her fist. Halfway there, her sharp eyes saw a black shadow quickly drifting across the corridor, and her heart suddenly leaped into her throat. Who's there? Shangguan secretly pulled out the short knife from her waist and looked in that direction vigilantly. After a while, the black shadow stopped and said to her, "Oh, it's Lady Shangguan." This voice. Isn't it Sister Lanting's maid, Takshu? Her tense nerves relaxed. Shangguan sighed and said, "Oh, it's Sister Takshu. You scared me." She went forward and said, "Sister, are you getting up at night? Why didn't you light the lamp? It would be bad if you tripped because you couldn't see clearly." Shangguan opened the paper and found that Takshu was still carrying a lamp. She helped Takshu light the lamp. She knew it. How could she not light the lamp when she woke up in the middle of the night? It was probably blown out by the strong night wind. "Thank you, Lady Shangguan," Takshu said gently. "Did you just come back from the government office?" "Yes, there are too many trivial things in the government office. But thinking of the chaos outside, these things have become sweet burdens." Shangguan felt that she had found a new self. Whether it was her job in the government office or practicing martial arts to strengthen her body, she was full of motivation and vitality. Takshu was still gentle. She held the lantern and said, "It's dark outside. Lady Shangguan, go back to your room and rest. You still have work to do tomorrow." Shangguan's room was very close. She declined Takshu's attempt to give her the lantern, waved her hand and returned to her room while yawning. Takshu stood rooted to the ground for a long time. It was not until Shangguan opened the door and lit the candle in the room that she revealed a strange smile. She turned her back to Shangguan's room, raised her hand to the side of the lantern, and gently blew on the candle inside, extinguishing the flame inside. If Shangguan had looked more carefully and focused, she would probably have noticed Takshu's abnormality. The clothes she wore on the outside were obviously much larger and did not seem to fit her body properly. The lapels of her clothes were grayish-brown in color. Takshu quietly left the district headquarters and took off her clothes, revealing her grayish-brown clothes. This was the uniform of the female battalion. She folded up her outer clothes and placed them in a corner of the alley. She stood rooted to the ground for a while. She looked at the west and north gates in the distance, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. After a long time, her figure disappeared into the darkness and shadows. She did not go to the west and north gates but to the south gate. At the moment, the battle on Feng Jin's side had already entered a state of bloodthirst. Occasionally, one or two members of the Tsingyi army would climb up the city walls. The soldiers would also work together to smack them down with their heavy shields. There were already several piles of corpses at the foot of the city walls. The Tsingyi army stepped on their corpses and climbed up, getting closer and closer to the city walls. Below them, the frequency of hitting the city gates became faster and faster. Every time they hit, a layer of wall dust would fall. Dozens of cracks had already appeared on the sturdy city gates. It looked like it was about to be smashed. General Ping Tian secretly gritted his teeth. Is this gate made of copper and iron? It's already so rotten, but it still hasn't been knocked open? Finally, when the Tsingyi army was about to exhaust their strength, the city gates that could not bear the burden were finally scrapped. However, what blocked their way was a thick brick wall made of solid green bricks. There was no one behind the city gates to stop them. A group of soldiers were using green bricks to block the entrance. F***CKU. General Ping Tian could not help but curse when he saw the situation. On the city walls, Feng Jin ordered someone to bring the wolf's fang slap over. He planned to teach the Tsingyi army a lesson. Luoyue had already rushed to the south gate to guard. It was estimated that another group of Tsingyi army would arrive soon. Bring the wolf's fang slap. Feng Jin's voice was already hoarse. Even though he tried his best to shout loudly, he seemed especially weak in the midst of the battle cries. What was the wolf's fang slap? It was a rectangular object that was slightly flat. The surface was covered with sharp, thick and long iron nails that were like wolf's teeth. There were buckles at the four corners, and they were hooked to the city walls with sliding ropes and pulleys. If the enemy intended to climb the city walls to attack, they could use the wolf's fang slap to hit them. With one slap, there would be dozens of bloody holes on the body. There were still plenty of weapons to defend the city, but the Tsingyi army was already showing signs of defeat. In particular, the Tsingyi army was filled with joy. They spent a lot of effort to break through the city gates, only to discover that the entrance had been blocked by countless neatly arranged green bricks. Breaking through them was no different than breaking through a city wall. That kind of feeling was simply terrible. Initially, they thought that they would be able to attack and take them down very quickly. They never expected the other party to be so well prepared and use all kinds of methods. General Ping Tian was stunned. He never knew that defending a city could come up with so many tricks. Now he was in a dilemma. After fighting for nearly 4 hours, the Tsingyi army had lost many men. Occasionally, some soldiers on the city walls were injured due to carelessness. They only had ladders and bows and arrows to attack the city, but the other party had ballistae, improved ballistae, wooden shields and fire arrows. If they were so capable, why were they holed up in the small Xiangyang district? Why couldn't they just go straight to heaven? General Ping Tian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He felt as if he had F***ked countless sows. He originally thought that he was there to F***ck the world, but he didn't expect that he would end up being the one to F***ck the world instead. After a while, the soldiers told Feng Jin that they had used up all the rocks and rolling logs, and there were not enough arrows in the quiver. Feng Jin gritted his teeth as he watched the Tsingyi army gradually climb the city wall. Although they were killed, their numbers had obviously increased. Move the green bricks up. If there were not enough rocks, he would make up for the green bricks. He did not believe that he could not defeat the Tsingyi army. Yes. Elsewhere at the south gate. Luoyue hurried to the south gate and found that there was no special situation there. It was also the soldiers' turn to change shifts. He asked the guards carefully, but he could not calm down. Chapter 520. All was silent. There was a chill in the corner outside Xiangyang district that made one's hair stand on end. Takshu, who was dressed in a female battalion uniform, waited in the dark for a while. There was a rustling sound in the bushes in the distance. After a while, a short figure wrapped in a thick black cloth emerged from the bushes. This strange person was abnormally short. When he stood up, he was only a head taller than the lush bushes outside the city. If he bent down and hid in the bushes, he would not be seen at all. The person groped his way to Takshu's position and made a strange chuckle. The person made a hoarse and piercing voice and said in a peculiar tone, "You're more precious than the princess in the palace. It's so hard to see you." Takshu was initially leaning against the corner of the city wall. When she saw the person approaching, she put down her arms and threw a parcel at him. "Here's what you want. Take it and get lost." Takshu threw the parcel into the man's arms and was about to leave. "Wait, little lady." The short man chuckled and asked in a strange voice, "I heard that Xiangyang district has countless riches. Even the priceless colored glaze wares come from here. You've been serving that young master personally for so many years. Don't tell me you don't even know the slightest bit of information? You send back useless things every time. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar?" Taksha glanced sideways and looked down at the man coldly. She said, "I've always ignored beggars. If they dare to pester me, they'll definitely die a horrible death. Tell me, if you're a beggar, how would I get rid of you? I'm just a lowly servant by her side." I can't enter places like the study, let alone get anything useful. I've tried my best. The man saw that Taksha was a little angry and quickly comforted her. Don't be angry, little lady. I'm only saying this because I have no other choice. You know that you haven't sent back much useful information all these years. The higher-ups are already angry. If you continue to slack, both you and I will have to bear the consequences. I don't think you want your beautiful sister to enter that kind of place and be defiled, right? Taksha sneered and said coldly, You're really useless. You keep threatening and using the same trick. The man chuckled and shamelessly admitted, It doesn't matter if the technique is old or not as long as it works. I heard that Wuxia treats you very well. In the future he can take you in as a concubine. If you can give birth to a son or a daughter, considering the relationship between master and servant, your life will be good. I only have a handle on your sister now. If I don't hold on to her tightly with your intelligence, why would you risk your life for me? Taksha revealed a disgusted expression and lowered her head. She seemed to be thinking about what the other party had said and was deliberating about something. The man continued, Forget it. I heard that the glazed artifact is extremely precious. It belonged to the Marquis of Guanyi Su Gong. Even mortals can't get their hands on it. Now, it's all been bought by the barbarians of the northern borderline with a huge sum of money. I'm not begging you to get me the colored glaze, but you have to find a way to get me the way to make the green brick. Don't tell me that you can't even do this after serving Wuxia for so many years. Takshu pursed her lips, and there was a look of struggle in her eyes. It was as if she was fighting with herself. After a while she said, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to get it. You know that Wuxia is extremely vigilant. Apart from herself, she doesn't trust anyone. Even I can't know all her secrets. The way to make the green brick is probably hidden in a secret place by her. I can only say that I'll try my best. How about this, come back in half a year? Half a year. The man's voice suddenly rose. Taksha sneered. Half a year is already very stressful. Wuxia is no longer the young man who can be easily fooled. Now he's as shrewd as an old fox. Even the slightest abnormality will be suspected by her. If I'm exposed, the last pawn that you've placed by her side will be useless. Who will pass on her news to you in the future? Xuanmei has already defected. Don't expect her to be useful. The man hesitated and struggled in his heart. He still felt that half a year was too long. Taksha continued, She brings me with her wherever she goes now, and the county residence is usually strictly guarded. If she hadn't gone to war this time, how could I have found a chance to contact you? Half a year is stressful enough. If you think it's too long, get yourself another pawn. The man was almost choked by Taksha's words. If it was so easy to place pawns, why were there only Takshu and Xuanmei after so many years? Xuanmei had hugged Wuxia's thigh a long time ago and remarried. Fortunately, Xuanmei did not know any confidential information. Otherwise, how could she be alive? Taksha was different. She was cruel and merciless, but she had helped them do many confidential things. It was not easy to raise a talent, and it was even more difficult to raise a talent who could avoid Wuxia's eyes and ears. Although Wuxia had been depressed for a while because of the death of his beloved wife, he was still very strict with his supervision and cleanliness of the backyard. He had quietly gotten rid of all the spies he had planted. One by one they had died a miserable death. His methods of killing were extremely cruel. He had clearly vented his anger over his wife's death on these spies. Even when Wuxia went to Hu County, the Lu residence was still guarded by Gu Zhen and by Dai. It was still watertight. He had spent a lot of effort to protect these two pawns. He was not willing to give up on Taksha now. The man said, All right, I'll give you half a year. You must get the method to make the blue brick. Taksha nodded. Her cold expression became a little more gentle. In the end she asked hesitantly, How is my sister doing now? The man said unhappily, She's not much worse than the Empress's life. She's doing well. That's good. Taksha heaved a sigh of relief. Before she left, the man asked again, Are there really no other daughters in the Lu residence? Taksha's expression did not change. No. Isn't the only daughter of a mistress married into the royal family? The man muttered to himself and left with the small bag that Taksha had given him. Before he left, he did not forget to remind her. Takshu, we've known each other for more than 10 years. You and I both know that don't be as silly as Xuanmei. We have to be loyal to our master so that we can have a good life in the future. Remember, we are the most obedient dogs of our master. We can only bark when she asks us to bark. Otherwise we'll be barking wildly. That's mad dogs. Don't be won over by Wuxia. After the man finished speaking, he went back into the bushes. The night wind blew, and the darkness of the night covered Takshi's strange and cold expression. Who said that I'm loyal to your master or Lu Shi? Chapter 521. Seriously, letting a bunch of weak women guard the city gate. Is there something wrong with the higher-ups' brains? At the south gate, the soldier guarding the gate yawned and squeezed out 2 drops of tears from the corner of his eyes. He complained lazily. His companion, who was patrolling with him, lowered his voice and said, "Don't talk nonsense. We can't afford to offend those women." "What's wrong?" The soldier raised his right eyelid lazily and said disdainfully, "I used to be a bandit. Although I've turned over a new leaf, it's not like I haven't tasted women before. They only know how to scream when they encounter something, and they're as weak as a kitten." Before the soldier turned over a new leaf, he was a bandit who robbed houses. It wasn't that he was bad by nature, but that life was too harsh. Like the youths in the village, he had no choice but to become a bandit. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to survive. There were many bandits like him who were recruited to turn over a new leaf. Now that he had become a good person and stopped committing crimes, it didn't mean that everything in the past could be written off, nor could it be treated as if nothing had happened. His companion lowered his head and thought for a while. The other women are like that, but these, it's best not to say that. Seeing his companion's secretive look, the soldier was surprised and asked curiously, "What's so special about these women?" His companion thought for a while and said, "In short, they're different from those who only know how to cry and drag us down. The spears in their hands aren't just for show. They're all used to kill people and they know martial arts too. Unfortunately, I heard that the higher-ups have decreed that these female soldiers can only retire from the army at the age of 24, get married, and have children. Otherwise, I really want my mother to propose marriage." The soldier almost burst out laughing. "You blockhead, you're really strange. You don't want a fragrant and soft woman but a female worm? You're really young and don't understand the taste of women. When you're older and more knowledgeable, you'll know what a real woman is." His companion blushed at the soldier's teasing. How could he not understand the meaning behind the soldier's words? However, he still shook his head honestly and lowered his voice with a hint of embarrassment. "I think a female worm is pretty good. Let her be fierce," his companion said a little uneasily. "But isn't the world different now?" He heard from his brothers that the man-eating beasts of the north borderline coveted Dongqing. Say, if the wife he married met those beasts and only knew how to cry and scream, wouldn't she be pinned to the ground and gang-raped in the end? At least I have a life, but what if I get eaten? The soldier was taken aback as if he hadn't thought of this. While they were talking, there were 2 female soldiers patrolling opposite them. "What's the matter?" the other side asked. The soldier replied, "Everything is normal." The 2 sides continued patrolling. Watching the 2 female soldiers leave, the soldier muttered, "They're quite decent." At this time, the battle between North and West Gate had reached its climax. After the rubble was used up, pieces of green bricks faced the Tsingyi army and smashed them down one by one. By the time the extra bricks were used up, there was already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood beneath the city walls. Both parties were already in a killing frenzy. More and more members of the Tsingyi army climbed up the city walls, while more members of the Tsingyi army were sleeping under the city walls. The soldiers on the city walls defended the territory of the city walls with their flesh and blood. They fought for every inch of land, and the sounds of killing resounded through the clouds. Tonight was destined to be a bloody night. No one could sleep in peace. Fortunately, the previous bloody battle had depleted most of the main forces of the Tsingyi army. In the end, only 600 or 700 members of the Tsingyi army could climb up the city walls. Under Feng Jin's orderly command, they used the remaining defensive equipment to stubbornly defend. They advanced or retreated, making use of the geographical advantage of the city walls to slowly whittle down the strength of the Tsingyi army. In terms of defensive equipment, Xiangyang district did not lack it at all. However, they were fighting on 2 fronts, so half of the equipment was allocated to the other side. Feng Jin was tense all along. Even though he was standing at the back and commanding, there were still members of the Tsingyi army who rushed to him. Fresh blood dyed his wide sleeves and cloak red. Occasionally, severed limbs and broken bones or the heads of strangers rolled to his feet. There was almost no place on the entire city walls that was clean. Dawn had just broken. There were a few sparse stars in the dark sky. The orange morning sun shone on the world and broke through the night sky. The killing cries at the west and north gate gradually subsided. General Ping Tian did not even step down the stairs of the city walls. He was stabbed to death by a long spear. The stairs were filled with corpses. Most of them were the enemies. Occasionally there were their comrades. At this moment, the battle at the south gate had just begun. The Tsing army in Maolin district was also aggressive. However, they did not launch a sneak attack in the middle of the night. Instead, they chose to launch a strong attack when the night was about to break. The number of Tsing army troops they brought was 2,000 more than the number at the west gate. As the soldiers at the city gates were already prepared, the first wave of sneak attacks did not cause any casualties with the wooden shields. As the leader of the Imperial Guards, Luo Yue had excellent abilities. It was just a battle to defend the city. It was not enough to make him flustered. Different from Feng Jin's meticulous arrangements, Luo Yue's commands were more rigid. If Feng Jin was said to be a seemingly soft but dense net that did not leave a single gap, Luo Yue was a thick and strong shield. The former was more meticulous while the latter was more steady. Jiang Pingji took away most of the elites, but the female battalion only took away 500 to 600 people. The number of female soldiers who stayed behind was almost a quarter of the garrison in Xiangyang district. Luo Yue heard them say that the strength of the female battalion was not bad, but he did not witness it with his own eyes. However, the reality was far better than what Luo Yue had imagined. He initially thought that they had not seen blood before. Faced with such a large battle formation, they would panic or scream in fear. In the end, they did not. He secretly lamented that Jiang Nongqin and his lord were good at training people. In his impression, the female soldiers who only knew how to cry actually had courage that did not lose to the men. They used the improved crossbows well, and their shooting accuracy was not the least bit inferior. Indeed, who would care about gender at the juncture of life and death? The female and male soldiers cooperated to load the crossbows and shoot at the attacking enemy. The soldiers who raised their shields blocked wave after wave of arrows that were shot from below the city. However, there were always stray arrows that passed through the wooden shields and injured people. They pierced into the flesh. Although it was not fatal, the injury was not light. At such a time, naturally, no one could bring the injured down for treatment. They could only use brute force to pull the arrowheads out. Then they used a torn piece of cloth to bandage the wound tightly to prevent it from bleeding too much. Compared to the west and north gates, the south gate had more resources to defend the city. The crossbows stopped the enemy at a distance of 500 steps away. The Tsing army tried to approach the south gate with their shields, but the penetrating power of the crossbows was far more terrifying than they had imagined. However, although the crossbows were powerful, there were only more than 30 on the city walls. It was impossible to stop all the Tsing army. Finally, they abandoned hundreds of corpses and finally approached the blind spot of the crossbows. Chapter 522. When General Ping Tian left Jiaoping district with his troops and horses, intending to launch a sneak attack on Xiangyang district, Jiang Pingji was leading 1,500 elites to deviate from their marching route and quietly sneak toward his lair. She even brought a lot of siege equipment. Looking at Jiang Pingji, who was eager to fight and excited, Qiguanrang could only smile bitterly and say, "My lord, I don't want to go back and be scolded by Xiaoyu and Zixiao. If you're injured, it'll be hard to explain when you go back." In other words, if Jiang Pingji had the ability to ensure that she would be unscathed, she could do whatever she wanted. Jiang Pingji could not help but laugh when she heard that. She said, "What you mean by that is interesting. You make it seem like I'm going to do something bad." Qiguanrang raised his eyebrows and asked Jiang Pingji with his eyes, "Isn't that considered doing something bad? If she brought Su Ku or Wei Ci, she would definitely be stopped. However, since she brought Qiguanrang, he would not stop her." Fine. I'm doing something bad, all right?" Jiang Pingji could not help but laugh. She lowered her voice and said to Qiguanrang, "According to what you said, I'm doing something bad by rushing in front. Then aren't you, Qiguanrang, a servant who watches the door for me?" As she spoke, a black shadow appeared in her line of sight. Jiaoping district was lying on the horizon, like a ferocious beast in deep sleep. It made people feel nervous for no reason. These troops were basically elite veterans with rich experience in battles. They were very familiar with how to approach their target without batting an eyelid. After about an hour, they finally approached Jiaoping district. There were very few guards on the city wall. Each of them yawned continuously. Qiguanrang was a scholar. He could not care less about how dirty the ground was. He could only learn to hide in the dark. After looking for a long time, he realized that there were very few people on the city wall. It was obvious that the security was not strict. Jiang Pingji lay in the grass. Her eyesight and night vision were far better than ordinary people's. She asked Qiguanrang, "Do you think there's a trap up there?" Qiguanrang secretly rolled his eyes. If he said there was a trap, would his lord obediently guard the rear? Definitely not. The Tsing army led at least 5,000 people out of the city. According to the news, there are at most 7,000 Tsing army soldiers in Jiaoping district. In other words, there are only about 1,000 to 2,000 Tsing army soldiers in the city. There are so few of them it's not even enough for one bite. Qiguanrang said carefully. Jiang Pingji's facial expression did not change. The leader of the Tsing army in Jiaoping district is an extremely magnanimous person. He doesn't have any abilities, yet he dares to bring so many people with him. Isn't he afraid that his nest will be destroyed? Jiang Pingji clicked her tongue and said sarcastically, Wenjing, don't you think so? Qiguanrang indicated that he could not answer this question. In terms of magnanimity, who could be more magnanimous than the Lord beside him? If Su Ku and the others hadn't stopped her, she might have left a few soldiers guarding the gate and left with all her belongings. Qiguanrang heaved a long sigh as he thought of Feng Jin, who had brought 4,000 soldiers to guard Xiangyang district. He sympathized with his brother very much. When his lord had just entered Xiangyang district, Qiguanrang had guarded Xiangyang district. At that time there weren't so many city defense weapons. They relied entirely on tactics and ruthless schemes, as well as the soldiers' bravery and fearlessness. Only then did they manage to repel the Tsing army. Of course, if the Tsing army had enough rations at that time, Xiangyang district would probably be destroyed. Therefore, as someone who had been through it, Qiguanrang could completely understand the feeling of being bullied and wanting to curse at the same time. It felt extremely good. There were hundreds of thousands of viewers who had the same opinion as Qiguanrang. Xinbang, trash streamer, how can a crow laugh at a pig? Reflect on yourself when you criticize others for being magnanimous. Jintian Buji, streamer, you're a typical example of a magistrate being allowed to do whatever he wants, but the people aren't allowed to light up the lamps. She's too overbearing. Nenjiujing, dear friends, you have to know that the outcome of a protagonist courting death and a cannon fodder courting death is different. Obviously, Jiang Pingji was the protagonist. Not only did she have the halo of a protagonist, but she also had powerful abilities. If she courted death, others would die. If the cannon fodder courted death, they would die. General Ping Tian was obviously such a cannon fodder. He was thinking about the delicacies in other people's pot and completely forgot that he was cooking porridge in his own pot. You're right, my lord. Qiguanrang abandoned his moral integrity and chose to go along with Devil King Zhang's words. I have a novel idea. I don't know if I can give it a try. Jiang Pingji hid in the bushes and held a meeting with her strategist. The troops waited silently for further instructions. Qiguanrang's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He was afraid that his lord would cause trouble again. If anything happened to her, he was really afraid that Su Ku and Wei Ci would kill him when he returned. Su Ku was still alright as he was somewhat honest, but Wei Ci was weak and black-hearted. Qiguanrang really did not want to offend him. What idea? Qiguanrang asked. Jiang Pingji waved her hand and said to him, Come closer and listen carefully. After listening, Qiguanrang felt that he had opened the door to a new world. It turned out that attacking a city could be done this way. How dirty was his lord's heart. Even the mother river of Dongqing could not wash it clean, okay? On the other side, Li Yun, Su Ku, and the others led the remaining 2,000 troops to Maolin district at top speed. Along the way no one dared to talk or joke around. Most of the troops were trained to march a short distance with heavy loads. Apart from Su Ku, who was a scholar and could not bear it, the rest of them looked all right. What was surprising was that the hundreds of female troops who were thought to be left behind followed closely, but their faces were pale. In comparison, Su Ku, who was panting while riding a horse, was the most useless in the entire army. Because they deliberately took a detour to avoid the Tsing army in Maolin district, the entire 2,000 troops rested and reorganized in a call in the mountains. They were prepared to attack Maolin district after the Tsing army left. Su Ku moved his legs uncomfortably, his face was ghastly pale. Li Yun, the honest lad, saw that Su Ku's movements were a little strange, so he opened his mouth to ask, Your inner thighs are torn? It hurts a little when you walk, but it will be fine after applying some medicine. I have something for you, sir. Do you want it? Su Ku's face darkened. He noticed that the surrounding people were looking at him suspiciously. He rejected them awkwardly. No need, I'm fine. Li Yun adjusted his breathing while showing concern for Su Ku. Sir, you don't look well. Su Ku's mouth twitched. Silence was golden. Faced with such an honest lad, how could a normal person look well? I'm just worried about the Lord's side. Will there be any changes? Su Ku casually changed the topic. Because of her willfulness, Jiang Pingji only brought 1,500 elites and a few siege weapons. It was impossible for Su Ke not to worry. But thinking that the Lord had also brought troops to occupy Xiangyang district, he felt that he was worrying too much. Reality proved that his Lord's thinking was not something that ordinary people could understand. Chapter 523. Qiguanrang had always thought that his heart was dirty enough, but he did not expect his Lord to be even dirtier. Not only did she sneak attack the enemy's lair, she even wanted to conquer Jiaoping district without expending a single soldier. With such capabilities, why didn't she ascend to heaven? Jiang Pingji glared at Qiguanrang. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just giving it a try. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. He silently shut up, then passed an order to the soldiers behind him. He asked them to find a soldier who was fluent in the northern dialect. Not long after, an ordinary-looking soldier who could not be found in a sea of people was brought over. Qiguanrang glanced at him. Are you usually quick-witted? Although the soldier looked very ordinary, his eyes were exceptionally spirited. One look and one could tell that he was quick-witted. The soldier was a little puzzled, but it was rare for him to speak to someone above him. He must have performed well. The soldier smiled foolishly and said, "Clever. I'm very clever. I'm not stupid at all." Qiguanrang asked again, "How clever are you?" The soldier was puzzled, but he said, "Very clever. My mother wants to beat me. No matter how angry she is, she will calm down as long as I speak." Qiguanrang frowned and thought for a while. He waved at him. "Come here. I have a task for you. Do it well. If you do it well, you'll be rewarded." When the soldier heard that there was a reward, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly replied, "Just tell me, sir. I'll definitely do it well." Qiguanrang said, "Come closer and tell me in detail." Jiaoping district was located in a remote area. There were only 1,000 Xingyi army soldiers in the city. It was extremely stressful to guard the 4 city gates with such a small number of people. The Xingyi army was not a regular army. Those who stayed were old and weak, disabled, or those who liked to cheat. It was late at night. Many of them hugged their spears and leaned against the pilings of the wall to sleep. It was not difficult for those who were slightly better at martial arts to climb over the wall. Spring plowing had just ended and the weather was erratic. It was slightly warmer on the whole. At night, the night wind was still bone-chilling. The people of Jiaoping district were having a hard time. They were like sheep reared by the Xingyi army, and they would come and pluck a layer of wool from time to time. Unfortunately, the Xingyi army did not treat the people well and they did not know how to govern. They just blindly prevented the people from leaving Jiaoping district, and their methods became harsher and harsher. This caused the people's lives to become more and more miserable. Once night fell, the people would try to escape. In the beginning, the Xingyi army used forceful methods to deter and intimidate the people in Jiaoping district. The people were afraid that they would be in trouble, so the number of people who escaped gradually decreased. However, the increasingly difficult life tormented the people, causing them to rather risk being discovered and executed to escape. However, the city gates were tightly shut. How were they going to escape? Little did they know that in this world, money could make the devil push the millstone, and even the devil push the millstone. As long as he gritted his teeth and took out his belongings to bribe the Xingyi army that guarded the city gate that day, if he was lucky, he could still get out. The Xingyi army was just a motley crew and they were all commoners. Who wouldn't be willing to turn a blind eye and let 1 or 2 unimportant commoners go to earn some extra money? Of course, when doing this business he couldn't let the higher-ups know. For the Xingyi army that guarded the city gates, this was a lucrative job. The trivial matters in Jiaoping district had long been reported back to Xiangyang district by the spies. Jiang Pingji had been unhappy with the neighbors around her for a long time. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one emerge victorious in 100 battles. She understood Jiaoping district very well. The soldier she chose was indeed a clever person. He found a secluded place and climbed over the city wall. Then he squatted near the northeast corner gate that Jiang Pingji mentioned for a quarter of an hour. As expected, he saw a few sneaky figures. He hurriedly waved his hands to stop them. They also wanted to smuggle out, but they were discovered by the soldier. How would they dare to make a fuss? Each of them was scared out of their wits. They were worried that if they were caught by the Xingyi army, their whole family would be beaten to death. "Brother, I want to ask you something." The soldier had changed into the linen clothes of the commoners. He spoke with a northern dialect, and it was obvious that he was a local nearby. However, he lowered his voice and it sounded a little strange. "Are you also prepared to fork out money to leave the city?" There were a total of 9 people in this group. There were 2 old people, 3 adult men and 2 emaciated women. They were all carrying children who were sleeping soundly in their arms. "What do you want?" The leader, a strong man, glared at the soldier fiercely. He looked like he would take action if the soldier dared to make trouble and steal their money. The soldier said calmly, "Hey, don't be anxious. I don't have any bad intentions. It's just that your family is quite pitiful. Most of your life savings have been given to those Tsing bastards. I feel pity for you." "Who are you?" The strong man did not relax. He used his body to block the soldier's line of sight. I'm from Xiangyang. Look, I'm wearing real woolen clothes." As he spoke, the soldier rolled up his sleeves slightly and pulled out the cuffs of the layer of woolen undershirt that was used to keep out the cold. He sized up the crowd with a disdainful look. "This outfit costs a few hundred coins. Do you think I care about your little money? To be honest, I escaped from here last winter. At that time, I was short of money, so I didn't bring my mother with me. This time, while the Tsing army is about to collapse, I sneaked in ahead of time and brought my mother to Xiangyang to enjoy a comfortable life." The soldier's words were convincing. He was also a complete actor. He did not even blush when he lied and boasted. Most of the people in Jiaoping district had heard of woolen clothes, but they had never seen them before. However, the strong man's attention was not on the snow-white woolen sleeves, but on something else. "What do you mean that Tsing army has collapsed?" The soldier was startled and said, "You don't know? The Tsing bastards took the people to war. We don't know when they'll return. There are thousands of bastards in the district now, but most of them are still sleeping like pigs. I reckon that even if we cut off their heads now, they probably won't wake up. Otherwise, how did little brother crawl in? I think it's easy for you guys to flirt with the Tsing bastards at the city gate. There's no need to pay. I stopped you to ask where the people in Dogtail Alley went. I couldn't find my mother for a long time." The strong man thought for a while and asked his wife. He said to the soldier, "The houses in that alley have been requisitioned by those bastards. The people living there have been driven to the north of the city. Your mother should be in the north of the city?" The soldier nodded happily. "All right, thank you, big brother. I'll bring my mother to Xiangyang to enjoy a comfortable life." However, before he could take a step, he was stopped by the strong man. The man asked, "Little brother, you said those Tsing bastards were taken to war." Chapter 524. The soldier vividly portrayed a talkative and warm-hearted young man. While he was enthusiastically concerned about the family, he complained about how tough his life was before he went to Xiangyang and how good his life was after he went there. Indeed, if his life was not good, how could he afford to wear woolen clothes that cost hundreds of copper coins? After rambling for a while, the soldier said casually, "By the way, brothers, I'll share my experience with you as someone who has been through it. If you're planning to go to Xiangyang, I suggest you go to Qingan district first. It's nearer." Qingan district? The strong man had completely let down his guard. He couldn't wait to know more about the outside world. He frowned and said suspiciously, "I heard that Qingan district has become a ghost. The Tsing bastards there are even more inhuman than the ones here. If our family goes there, it's no different from looking for the king of hell to reincarnate." The soldier was also startled for a moment. Then he let out a hey, and slapped his forehead with his hand, smiling awkwardly. "Look at my bad memory. I forgot to tell you that the bastards in Qingan district have been taken care of." The soldier lowered his voice and there was a tinge of excitement in his words. "The person who took care of these bastards is the one in Xiangyang district. He's amazing. He took care of them in half a day." The few men's eyes lit up when they heard that. They squeezed the soldier's hand excitedly. "Really?" The soldier nodded heavily and said, "It's true. How can it be fake? It's not easy to get a household registration in Xiangyang district. Those newly built houses can't be bought no matter how hard they try. Brothers, go to Qingan district and wait. Imagine what Xiangyang district looked like in the past. It was also occupied by the Tsing bastards. Now it's like a paradise on earth. It's so beautiful." The strong man followed the soldier's lead and asked, "Do you think that Qingan district will be as good as Xiangyang district in the future?" The soldier nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I heard that the magistrate of Xiangyang district is short of manpower. I plan to settle down and find a good job there in the future. Last year I didn't make it in time. Everything was almost built when I went there. I heard that those hard-working families can earn enough money to buy a house. They don't have to worry about food and drink." The soldiers could praise Xiangyang district for hours without stopping, but now was not the time to be chattering and showing off. The soldier was beaming with joy as he spoke, as if Xiangyang district was really a paradise on earth. Of course, for these people who were tortured by war and poverty, it was no longer as simple as a paradise on earth. The soldier said a lot of things and muttered regretfully, "It's a pity that I don't know when the magistrate of Xiangyang district will come here. If he comes here, maybe I don't have to take my mother away." So, look at my mouth, I can't stop talking. Brother, please don't laugh at me. It's getting late, I have to take advantage of the dark to pick up my mother. The soldier's careless words struck the hearts of a few strong men. No one would want to leave their homeland unless they really couldn't live anymore, not to mention that the price of leaving was emptying their family's savings. Now that there was a great opportunity in front of them, if they could grasp it, they would prosper in the future. The rumors of Xiangyang district that they had heard in the past surfaced in their minds, and their hearts thumped wildly. The few brothers looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. "Big brother, what do you think? Do you want to do it?" "I want to do it. My parents are old, my wife just gave birth to a baby and the baby is still young. How can they withstand the torment? Why don't we do it and capture all those bastards, then send someone to Qing and to invite those lords over? Otherwise, how are we going to live?" The third person also agreed, but one of the women was carrying a child who was sleeping soundly and looked worried. "But what if those Qingyi bastards come back?" The soldier's heart skipped a beat. He secretly thought that this woman was going to ruin things. He looked as if he had just understood and smiled sheepishly. "Sister-in-law is right, you guys better not take the risk. Run away if you can. We're not saints, it's enough as long as we can control ourselves. I see that the uncles and aunties aren't young anymore. Big brothers, find some helpers and beat up those bastards at the city gate. Run away if you can. This place is deep and it's not easy to run away." The few men looked hesitant and struggled. The soldier's heart stirred and he added fuel to the fire. "Big brothers, you guys have reminded me." The man in the prime of life asked, "Remind what?" The soldier said matter-of-factly, "Offer the city. If I persuade the villagers and this matter succeeds, won't it be a great merit?" As soon as he said this, the three men's expressions changed abruptly, and the greed in their hearts gained the upper hand. Yes, if they were to offer Jiaoping district, it would be a great merit. Why didn't they think of it in such a short time? They were almost delayed by their own women and pushed away such a good thing for no reason. Thinking of this, he glared fiercely at the woman who spoke, causing her to shrink her neck in fear. Fearing that this merit would be taken away by the soldier, the three men first said with embarrassment that they had left something at home and asked him to take care of it. Of course, to be on the safe side, the two older brothers left, leaving the youngest brother to delay the soldier. The soldier secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. It was not easy to fool people these days. His master Qiguan said that if there was no movement in the city at dawn, the elites outside would attack Jiaoping district. Now that it was night time, if they moved quickly, they should be able to catch up. Seeing the family return, the soldier who was hiding in the dark frowned and secretly rejoiced that he was lucky. Looking at the big brother who held him back, the soldier's heart skipped a beat. He pretended to be an enthusiastic and simple-minded fool. Outside the city, Jiang Pingji sleepily yawned. Qiguan Rang looked up at the moonlight, and he was somewhat uncertain. Could a single soldier really instigate the people in the city to rebel? If Jiaoping district has sufficient troops, the people who are used to being oppressed and threatened will most likely not have the guts to rebel. However, there are only 1,000 people in the Qingyi army in the city, and it's the time when everyone is sleepy and asleep. It's a dark and windy night, the time to commit murder and arson. While they were talking, a conspiracy was brewing in Jiaoping district. The oppressed people formed groups of 3 to 5. They held their own kitchen knives for cooking, chopping firewood, carrying poles for carrying firewood, clubs for washing clothes. They took whatever they could and rushed madly to the territory of the Qingyi army, which they knew was the territory of the Qingyi army. Most of the members of the Qingyi army who were guarding the place were already drowsy, and some directly entered their dreams to look for the Lord of Zhou. Chapter 525. Many members of the Qingyi army were hacked or hammered to death in their sleep. Some were lucky enough not to be beaten to death. They were just tied up with ropes and stuffed in their mouths to prevent them from making any noise and waking up the other members of the Qingyi army. In the beginning, these people were still anxious and uneasy. They only had some courage when they acted with people they were familiar with. However, after 1 or 2 times, they saw that the beasts who once bullied them were no longer angry. The little fear in their hearts dissipated. Just as they saw, the members of the Qingyi army were not made of copper and iron. They would still die if their heads were chopped off. This rebellion plot lasted for a whole hour. The heavy night sky gradually faded, and there were a few more traces of green and white. Jiang Pingji crossed her arms and sat in the grass. Her back was straight, her head was slightly lowered, and her eyes were closed. Others thought she was closing her eyes to take a nap, but in fact she was sleeping. Yes, she was sleeping. Qiguanrang looked at his lord in amazement. She had maintained this sleeping position for more than 2 hours. What are you surprised about? Jiang Pingji suddenly opened her eyes and said calmly, as a qualified general, you should develop this habit. No matter what environment you are in, you should be able to fall asleep quickly and conserve your energy. Don't make a fuss about nothing. She woke up and slept as she pleased. Jiang Pingji looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. Is there still no movement in Jiaoping district? Qiguanrang said, I've already sent scouts to gather information. They should be back soon. At that moment, Jiang Pingji glanced at the city wall in the distance. The guards who should have been standing on it had disappeared. She said, it should be about time. Let's put on an act until the end. Let's retreat for a distance before coming back. Qiguanrang was startled. Jiang Pingji said matter-of-factly, otherwise when people leave the city and see a group of us rubbing our hands together, won't they know that there's something fishy going on? They offered the city and we passively took it over. Jiaoping district was not seized by us, understand? It was seized and others rushed to deliver it. The two sounded different. Qiguanrang almost choked. Why didn't he know that his lord had such a shameless side to her? Thinking of something, Qiguanrang said, if that's the case there won't be a chance for the lord to display his skills. Jiaoping district was conquered without bloodshed, and it was because the others had rushed to help. Naturally, Jiang Pingji did not have to charge and break through enemy lines. She said, look at what you're saying. It's as if I'm a bloody warrior. People would die in war. Even if it was an overwhelming victory, it was hard to guarantee that there would be no casualties. It would be best if they could take over Jiaoping district peacefully. Why are you fighting? You're harming the harmony of the world. Jiang Pingji spoke righteously. Not only did Qiguanrang think she was shameless, but the audience who stayed up late to watch the live stream also ridiculed her. Yuantong Courier, hee the biggest joke of the year, the host is a pacifist. Zhongtong Express Post, I think there's nothing wrong with the host's words. The enemy's life is not life, but the life of one's family is different. Shintong Express, sigh, the streamer must have forgotten how much she wanted to fight on the battlefield. I could feel the resentment emanating from her even through the screen. Now he turned around and said that he was a pacifist. Didn't he feel ashamed? In fact, Jiang Pingji was indeed a pacifist, but her peace was to stop killing by killing. She killed the enemy. She did not care how many enemies died, but she would avoid unnecessary losses on her side if possible. Before Qiguanrang could speak, Jiang Pingji said, according to the time and distance after we take over Jiaoping district, if we take shortcuts, we can rush back to Xiangyang district and attack the rear of the Tsingyi army. I'm worried that we can't defend Xiangyang district. After taking over Jiaoping district without bloodshed, the loss of troops on Jiang Pingji's side was almost zero. The biggest advantage of taking over peacefully was that she did not need to spend time to appease the people. She could even temporarily recruit a group of people to help defend Jiaoping district. She could bring 1,000 troops to aid Xiangyang district. This was the fastest way she could think of. Qiguanrang frowned and asked, how can this be? 4,000 troops are indeed tight, but Huayu and Coach Luoyue are not easy to deal with. The defense in the city is perfect. It's almost impossible for a motley crew like the Tsingyi army to take over Xiangyang district. You said it's almost impossible, not absolutely. Jiang Pingji's face darkened as she said, Wenjing, do you still remember when I left Hejian and followed my father to Shangjing? Why did I entrust the troops to you to take care of them? Qiguanrang did not understand. He carefully recalled the memory of that time and suddenly thought of something. His expression changed slightly. My lord, you mean? Lady Takshu. Qiguanrang was stunned. That year, Jiang Pingji sneaked into Wei Yuan's residence late at night and entrusted the trifling matters of the troops to Qiguanrang. Between her words, she hinted that there was a dirty person around her. At that time, Qiguanrang did not know who she was until she left Xuanmei behind and took Takshu away. According to his understanding of Jiang Pingji, the more dangerous something was, the more she liked to keep an eye on it. Later, when Su Ke married Xuanmei, Qiguanrang was even more certain of his guess. My lord is really muddle-headed. Since you're sure that there's something wrong with Takshu, why don't you? Qiguanrang looked anxious. Takshu's identity had yet to be revealed. If she did something in Xiangyang district, it would be hard to guard against it. Jiang Pingji raised her eyes lazily and said, "Wen Zheng, don't worry. Although I'm a little risky, I'm not fooling around. There's something wrong with Takshu and it's a big problem. Do you understand that she has more than one master behind her back? After so many years I've found out about one of them, but I've never had a clue about the other. It's better to keep her by my side than to plot in the dark. But if she takes advantage of this crisis and lets the Tsingyi army enter the city, she won't do that." Jiang Pingji sneered and said with absolute certainty, "Before achieving a certain goal, she won't do anything to hurt me. Perhaps, more than anyone else, she hopes that I can gain a foothold in the north." Qiguan Rang was speechless. His intelligent brain felt inadequate. Suddenly, he said irritably, "Isn't Lady Takshu the personal maid that the old master prepared for you? How could she be taken advantage of?" Jiang Pingji said meaningfully, "Yes, my father prepared her, but she can't handle her long hands. If she told Qiguan Rang that there was something wrong with Xuanmei, he would probably go crazy. What kind of luck does my father have? There's something wrong with the two people he arranged." Tiske. As they were talking, the tightly shut city gate of Jiaoping district opened. A group of more than 100 people sneaked out of the city before dawn. About half an hour later, the two groups of people met on the way. The people were trembling with fear. Jiang Pingji looked solemn and reported her origins in a low voice. "I'm the district magistrate of Xiangyang district, Lu Shi. Who are you and where are you from?" "Lu Shi? The district magistrate of Xiangyang district?" The people were in an uproar and they discussed animatedly. At that moment, a rather old leader slowly stepped out of the ranks and bowed with his hands folded in front. "We are the people of Jiaoping district." "The people of Jiaoping district? Why are you here?" Chapter 526. As the old man knelt, the hundreds of people behind him also knelt on the ground, begging. Each of them was sallow and emaciated, and their skin had an unhealthy color to it. It was as if they would faint if they said two more words. The audience in the streaming room could not bear to see this. They could not help but send bullet screens to advise Jiang Pingji to stop putting on a show and quickly accept these people. "Yibio, streamer, they look so pitiful. Didn't you say that the common people are like duckweed in troubled times? They're begging you so much, just accept them. Anyway, this is also one of your plants. It's not good to let them kneel." Jiaging Yizhang, "Tisk, that's why I said the streamer's heart is really dirty. It's obvious that she covets Jiaoping district. She secretly instigated people to kill the Tsingyi army who stayed behind and begged her to accept Jiaoping district. TSK, she gets all the good things. Is there any justice?" Wu to Wuchi, "This scene reminds me of a TV series I used to watch. The situation was similar. The refugees were begging the protagonist. At that time he felt that it was a little funny. After all, the extras didn't act well. The refugees didn't look like refugees, nor did they look like they were begging. It was more like they were watching the protagonist's monkey show, which made people feel awkward. Looking at this scene, to be honest, I felt that I needed to calm down and calm down. Qijin Shuangbi, you guys are thinking too much. Is the streamer the kind of person who likes to put on airs?" The facts proved that Jiang Pingji was not. At least she would not make the people kneel on the ground and kowtow until their heads were broken. "All of you stand up and speak. If you have any grievances, feel free to speak up. If I, Lu Shi, can help everyone settle it, I will definitely not refuse." Jiang Pingji dismounted from the horse and helped the few people who were kneeling in front of her up. "It's deep in the night and the ground is moist. Get up and talk." The leading old man had a high EQ. Naturally, he wouldn't kneel on the ground and say things like, "If you don't listen to us, we won't get up." This wasn't begging for mercy, it was another form of blackmail. So when Jiang Pingji helped him up, he stood up. This old man was quite prestigious in Jiaoping district. When the other commoners saw that he had gotten up, they helped each other up from the ground. The old man bowed again and said, "Magistrate Lu, where are you preparing to go with your troops?" Jiang Pingji said, "I heard that Qing and Jiaoping and Maolin districts are plagued by bandits from the Tsingyi army. The people have no way of making a living, so I came over to clear them out. The members of the Tsingyi army in Qinggan district have all been killed. They originally wanted to reorganize in peace. Not long ago, they heard that the Tsingyi army in Jiaoping district had gathered their troops and horses and left in full strength. They did not know what their purpose was. That's why I brought some troops over to check out the situation." The old man was overjoyed. His eyes brimmed with tears as he said excitedly, "What a coincidence! Magistrate Lu didn't know that the bandits in black had indeed left Jiaoping district, leaving only about 1,000 people to guard the county. I've heard that Magistrate Lu is noble and righteous. He led the villagers to get rid of the evil bandits in green. I'm about to rush to Qingan district to look for Magistrate Lu. If those evil bandits find out about this, I'm afraid they won't let the people of the city go. Jiang Pingji seemed to have finally understood. Is it because of this that the old man asked me? Jiang Pingji asked. The old man raised his hand to wipe the hot tears from the corners of his eyes. He said, exactly. I only hope that Magistrate Lu is benevolent and righteous. He can protect the innocent people of Jiaoping district so that they won't be harassed by the evil bandits in green. If the county magistrate agrees, this old man can die in peace. Jiang Pingji looked hesitant. The old man's heart was in his throat. Not long after, her eyes became very determined. Since the villagers love me so much, how can I let you down? Jiang Pingji said. When the old man heard the good news, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. His pale face was flushed. Life is like a drama. It all depends on one's acting skills. Watching his lord's perfect performance, even a shameless person like Qiguan Rang was secretly ashamed of her. His lord was so shameless that he could rest assured. In fact, it was not that the old man did not suspect Jiang Pingji's identity. However, she had a noble demeanor. Her face was handsome and upright. The troops behind her were strong and powerful. The clothes that the troops wore were clean and tidy. Their vital parts were covered with leather armor. The weapons they carried were of superior quality. The old man was not ignorant. Just by looking at the lineup, he believed 80% of it. He tested Jiang Pingji's attitude toward Jiaoping district. He saw that she truly pitied the suffering of the people. She spoke eloquently about various methods of disaster relief and saving the people. He thought that the standard of the son of a top aristocratic family was only as good as hers. The old man could not pick out any mistakes. The more he talked, the more satisfied he was. The old man was a rare intellectual and cultured person in Jiaoping district. He was a good teacher. Some children from poor families came to him to study. He would also reduce or exempt their tuition fees at his discretion. He had a very good heart. He acknowledged that Jiang Pingji was the legendary young district magistrate Lu who could create miracles and loved the people like his own children. The other people also believed her with relief. Qiguan Rang led them into the city. Looking at the open city gate of Jiaoping district, he fanned himself with his feather fan. His lord was too capable. He always felt that as a counselor he was facing the dilemma of being laid off and unemployed. They welcomed him all the way to the district headquarters of Jiaoping district. The place had already been occupied by the people. The Tsingyi army could also capture and kill them. Jiang Pingji sat calmly on the seat of honor. General Ping Tian of Jiaoping district did not expect that the owner of the nest had already changed hands after they left for just half a day. Outside, the morning light was slightly intoxicating. So far, out of the 4 districts of Fengyi County, 3 districts were already in her hands. Maolin district would probably be hers soon. Liyun, Suku, and the others really did not disappoint Jiang Pingji's high expectations. They took advantage of the night to launch a surprise attack on Maolin district and broke through the city gate. The defense of Maolin district was even weaker than that of Jiaoping district. There were only 2 or 3 guards on the city gate. Liyun drew his bow and knocked an arrow under the city gate. He shot through the guards on the city wall. With a good start, the morale was greatly boosted. In comparison, Maolin district did not even manage to form a decent attack. The resistance was even weaker and insignificant. The battle was like a hot knife through butter. Using the ladder to climb up the city wall, Liyun took the lead and rushed to the front. Wherever his silver spear passed, the enemy's corpses were strewn on the spot. Suku was well versed in the ways to strike the local morale. Perhaps it could be said that he had become shameless after hanging out with Jiang Pingji for a long time. He ordered the troops to attack forcefully while shouting loudly, "The Tsingyi army's destiny is near. The entire army is defeated and fleeing." During this period, reinforcements arrived one after another. However, faced with the tyrannical siege chariots, improved crossbows and ballistae, the Tsingyi army charged in batches and died in batches. In addition, the words shouted by the troops caused the Tsingyi army's morale to hit rock bottom. They no longer had the will to fight. The Tsingyi army was just a motley crew. They had lost their backbone and their morale was low. The number of Tsingyi army in Maolin district was pitifully small. The combat power that they could exert as a whole was even more pitiful. In just half a day they had already occupied the entire Maolin district. Compared to the crisis in Xiangyang district, the sneak attack and siege battle in Jiaoping district and Maolin district was like a small game. Chapter 527. Feng Jin was probably the only one who knew if he was going to explode. He turned his gaze back to Xiangyang district. The Qingyi army at the west and north gates had been completely defeated. Some were dead and some were injured. Many of the Qingyi army saw that they had lost the upper hand. They panicked and ran away, leaving thousands of corpses behind them. Looking at the mess on the ground, Feng Jin raised his hand to wipe his face with a solemn expression. He wiped away the blood on his face. He asked the soldier in a hoarse voice, "How's the situation at the south gate?" The sky gradually turned from black to greenish-white. The sun rose from the horizon and dispersed the darkness. Looking at the sky, the battle at the south gate should have already started. He just didn't know the situation. The soldier panted heavily. The man said, "The battle at the south gate is in a stalemate. General Luo is leading his men to resist." Feng Jin looked at the city gate that was blocked by bricks with pity. If he had enough men around him, why would he need to block the city gate? If he didn't block the city gate, he could send a team with high mobility to harass the Qingyi army from the back and attack their morale. Both sides wouldn't have fought for so long. The defense line of the city wall was almost broken by the Qingyi army. This made Feng Jin rather vexed. He glanced at the crowd and said, "The wounded should all rest. Except for those guarding the city gate, the rest should leave the city with me." After blocking the west and north gates, they could still go out from the east gate. They could outflank the Qingyi army from the back and harass them. As long as the south gate was strong, the Qingyi army couldn't take it down after a long time and the back was harassed many times, their morale would definitely plummet. A soldier was covered in blood. He looked like a bloody man and was in a terrible state. He stopped Feng Jin. "Sir, you mustn't. You just need to tell us what to do. There's no need to risk leaving the city." Feng Jin said resolutely, "I'm not powerless. I can protect myself. Soldiers, there's no need to say more." The soldiers were physically strong. The high-intensity training in the military camp was not just for show. After a night of fierce fighting, they still had energy. However, Feng Jin was the son of an aristocratic family who lived an exquisite life. His body was better than ordinary people, but compared to these rough men he was still a lot weaker. Now even he could grit his teeth and say to continue fighting. The other soldiers naturally had high morale and were eager to fight. The situation at the south gate was slightly better than Feng Jin's side. Relatively speaking, it was easier to defend. Even though the Qingyi army at the south gate had more people than the north and west gates, they did not have as many siege weapons. Without sufficient siege weapons, the losses of forcibly attacking a city would be quite terrifying. Luo Yue was also an experienced person. His defense was airtight. It made it difficult for the Qingyi army below to move an inch. Even so, the soldiers on the city wall were exhausted. There were always soldiers who were shot by arrows. If they were lucky, they would only be lightly injured. If they were unlucky, they would lose their lives. However, no one had the time to mourn. They could only focus on dealing with the enemy. Just as Jiang Pingji had said, there were only the living and the dead on the battlefield. There was no distinction between men and women. Looking at the tacit cooperation of the troops, Luo Yue felt a little emotional. He gradually agreed with the women's battalion that his lord had established. If all the women stayed behind to support their husbands and raise their children, it would indeed be a waste of nearly half of the human resources. After going through rigorous training, they were able to fight on the battlefield with weapons in hand. Their performance was no worse than that of the male soldiers. In today's world, women and children were seen as a vulnerable group and needed protection. However, most of the men could not even protect themselves. How could they protect them? Even if Luo Yue's views made him feel that women should not go to the battlefield, his rationality told him that this was not wrong. If others could not protect them, why couldn't they work hard to protect themselves? 10,000 troops were more than enough to defend Xiangyang district, but what about Qingan district, Maolin district and Jiaoping district? It was almost a fantasy to rely on 10,000 troops to defend a district. It could be predicted that after conquering the other 3 districts, it was imperative to expand the troops. However, the north had experienced a series of natural and man-made disasters. There was a huge loss of young and strong men. When the time came, it was unknown how many soldiers they could recruit. If there were more female soldiers, it would indeed greatly relieve the pressure on the military camp. With these thoughts in his mind, Luo Yue continued to command calmly. He thought that there would be a stalemate for a while. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden commotion from the rear of the Qingyi army. The originally orderly attack instantly became a mess. Using the height of the city wall, Luo Yue could see the movement from afar. His eyes lit up and his heart flashed with ecstasy. Soldiers, the Tsingyi army at the north and west gates have all been killed. He raised his arm and shouted. The troops seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline. Joy flashed across their originally tired faces. The north and west gates had already won? Everyone knew that Xiangyang district was attacked from both front and back. While the troops at the south gate defended against the Tsingyi army, they were afraid that their rear would be breached by the enemy. Now Luiyue told them that the rear was safe. They only needed to defeat the enemy at the front. How could they not be excited? The morale of their troops rose again and again. The Tsingyi army's morale continued to decline. Feng Jin led the troops to charge forward and make a detour to harass them. The city gate was impregnable. The Tsingyi army attacked for a long time without success. Behind them there were cavalry harassing them. After a few times the morale of the Tsingyi army had already plummeted. They were not in the mood to fight at all. Their defeat was irreversible. No matter how their leader shouted, the Tsingyi army still fled in all directions. The attack below the city gate became weaker and weaker. They were unable to pose a threat to the city gate. Feng Jin originally wanted to lead the troops to chase after them. However, when he thought of the current defensive strength of Xiangyang district, he could only give up this tempting idea. Luiyue wiped the bloodstains on his face. He bowed to Feng Jin and said, "Thank you for rushing over to help." The battle at the south gate lasted for more than 2 hours. However, the battle at the north and west gates started at 4 in the morning. Moreover, it was a battle at night. It consumed a lot of energy. Looking at Feng Jin, he must have led the troops to help the south gate right after the battle ended. If not for that, even if Luiyue had the confidence to defend the south gate, he would have to use up a lot of defensive equipment. Feng Jin took some time to catch his breath. He raised his hand to help Luiyue up. He said, "Coach Luiyue, you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do." Luiyue looked at the direction in which the Tsingyi army fled in resentment. He said fiercely, "It's a pity that they escaped." Generally speaking, when the defeated side fled and lost the will to fight, it was a good opportunity for the victorious side to expand their victory. Now that he saw the remnants of the Tsingyi army leave, Luiyue naturally felt bad. Feng Jin said, "It's okay. This debt will be repaid one day." Little did they know that the Tsingyi army that they said, escaped by luck, were very unlucky. Chapter 528. She left Qiguanrang behind in Jiaoping district. She had the final say in everything. At his command, Dubai sprinted off into the distance, taking the lead as fast as he could. The Tsingyi army in Maolin district lost their morale. They fled pathetically and were utterly defeated. After they ran for a distance, a few chieftains began to organize their men. Naturally, they moved slowly. When they managed to organize more than half of the defeated soldiers, they would face a new disaster. A small chieftain spat on the ground and said unhappily, "What do you mean by Xiangyang district is empty of troops? F***CK, does this look like it's empty of troops? It's harder to chew than a bone. Not only is it hard to chew, but it's also hard to chew. We suffered a huge loss this time." The accomplice beside him sat on the ground and wiped his face with both hands. He said fiercely, "We'll remember this today. We'll make those people in Xiangyang district pay the price in the future. They made us suffer such a huge loss. We can't let it go easily." There were also some who looked into the distance dejectedly. No one knew what they were thinking. In the distance, the Tsingyi army gathered in 2s and 3s. Each of them was hunchbacked and had ashen faces. They looked like defeated roosters. There was no valiant and high-spirited aura on them. It made people feel unhappy and secretly scolded them for being a bunch of good-for-nothings. Some of the small chieftains were very unhappy with these soldiers who swayed according to the situation. It was just a defeat. Was there a need to be like this? Weren't they still alive? As long as they were alive, there would be a day when they would make a comeback. These useless people ran away faster than anyone else when they saw that the situation was not good. "Now we'll organize our men and return to Maolin district first before making plans." They originally wanted to take advantage of the situation. Who knew that not only did they not take advantage of the situation, they were also counterattacked. It was really embarrassing. They could not covet the fat piece of meat that was Xiangyang district. Now they had to bring their men back first to prevent the rear from being empty for too long. The leader of the Tsingyi army then remembered that there was a shortage of manpower in his backyard. However, he was not very worried. Anyway, Maolin district had been exploited cleanly. There was no profit to be reaped. The nearby Tsingyi army did not even look at it. Why would they covet it? However, they all forgot that the other Tsingyi army would indeed not covet it. However, it did not mean that Jiang Pingji was not tempted. Now, the 4 districts of Fengyi district were in her hands. She was now the district magistrate of Xiangyang district in name, but in reality she was the chief of Fengyi district. Not to mention Dongqing, even in other countries, was there a county chief younger than her. Jiang Pingji was completely confident that within a year, Fengyi County would be revitalized and prosperous once again. After Fengyi district was settled, the next step would be the entire Wanzhou. The members of the Tsingyi army who had gathered were completely unaware of the impending danger. They sat on the ground in 2s and 3s, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. The weapons in their hands had already been abandoned when they escaped. Hungry and tired, many of them simply found a place to sleep. Looking at the disorderly Tsingyi army, a few leaders were so angry that their faces and necks turned red. They wished they could whip these people to wake them up. There are actually no pursuers coming from Xiangyang district. A small leader opened his mouth in surprise. The other person was slightly more knowledgeable and replied, "They didn't go out of the city to pursue them. It's most likely because there aren't enough people in the city to hold them back." The leader said, "Smen in had in, it's hard to deal with them when they don't have enough men. What would happen if they had enough men? Don't boost others' morale and belittle your own. Maybe they think there's no need to chase. Even if they don't have enough men in the city, can you break in?" His companion was speechless. They looked at each other in silence, helplessness in their eyes. It was a good thing that the enemy did not chase after them. Tsingyi army had more time to organize their men. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, a member of the Tsingyi army scrambled over to report. "General, the enemy is coming from afar." What? The enemy was chasing after them? The leaders of the Tsingyi army were shocked. One of them, a strong man with a dark face, asked, "Enemy? How many?" The pitiful member of the Tsingyi army stuttered, "The enemy is moving very fast. We can't be sure of their numbers." "Useless. What's the use of your eyes?" The strong man with a dark face angrily grabbed the man's collar. He lifted him up and threw him on the ground. The member of the Tsingyi army rolled twice in the mud. He fell until he was dizzy and saw stars. "I'll go take a look." The member of the Tsingyi army snorted. He strode to the place where he could see the enemy. He didn't know if he didn't see, but he was shocked when he saw. Indeed, as the member of the Tsingyi army said, the enemy was moving very fast. They were only a few hundred meters away from them. Behind them there was a thick cloud of dust. It was like the sound of horse hooves. It was impossible to determine the size of the troops chasing after them. However, there were hundreds of enemies running out from the cloud of dust. There were at least 3,000 pursuers. The other side had 3,000 victorious troops, valiant and high-spirited. Although their side still had nearly 4,000 men, they were all exhausted and had no battle experience at all. If the two sides were to clash, they would have no chance of victory. They could only experience the feeling of being utterly defeated once again. At that moment, the leaders couldn't help but want to retreat. They wanted to escape as soon as possible. As long as there's life, there's hope. As for the members of the Tsingyi army on the ground, what did their lives have to do with them? On the other side, Jiang Pingji was leading 500 people to charge forward. The remaining 300 people came out in batches from the cloud of dust. She made use of this camp to create the illusion of a large army chasing after them. In reality, she only got a few soldiers to chop a few trees. Then she dragged the branches and ran back and forth on the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. There were many flaws in this plan, but it could deceive the Tsingyi army for a while. The audience in the streaming room saw that she was so cunning. They all ridiculed her. De Gu sells straw shoes. By the way, when you used this plan to deceive people, did you think about Lord Zhang Fei's feelings? Ergo Wu Dideo. Sigh, it's rare for Lord Zhang Fei to be smart for once. His plan was plagiarized by the streamer. I'm upset. Of course, the crux of the problem was not the plan, but the deception. As long as they were deceived, based on their dispirited mentality after suffering a defeat, the possibility of them fighting again was extremely small. Even if they fought, their combat power was not enough. Jiang Pingji was completely confident that she could lead 700 to 800 people to surround and annihilate the 3,000 to 4,000 members of the Tsingyi army. The pursuers are here. Everyone get up. The pursuers are here. Run away quickly. There were loud shouts. Many members of the Tsingyi army woke up from their sleep. When they heard that there were pursuers, their bodies had already reacted one step ahead of their minds. Run. The further the better. Most of the members of the Tsingyi army were running blindly. One could imagine how little resistance Jiang Pingji encountered. White excitedly increased its speed. The Tsingyi army was just a tired and defeated army. How could they outrun it? Some members of the Tsingyi army saw that they could not escape, so they simply turned around and wanted to fight to the death. They did not expect that they could not even get close to it. White raised its front hooves high and rewarded them with a hoof. It hit their chest. They heard the sound of bones breaking. One by one they fell to the ground, spitting out blood and breathing weakly. Jiang Pingji waved the sharp spear in her hand. Her moves were very simple. Every move and style was bound to reap lives. Wherever White passed, the person and the horse cooperated well with each other. Chapter 529. Mr. Qiguan, we've really tried our best. The troops who were charging behind Jiang Pingji watched as their lord left in a cloud of dust. They could only eat dirt at the back. One could imagine the despair in their hearts. Qiguan Rang was left behind in Jiaoping district. He secretly instructed many troops to keep a close eye on their lord and not let her be too reckless. Even a few strategists could not stop their lord. How could a group of small soldiers like them keep a close eye on her? Killing could make people lose all rationality. The troops behind them were in high spirits. Only a few hundred of them could chase after thousands of members of the Tsingyi army and kill them. The latter only cared about fleeing in all directions. They could not organize any effective defense. No matter how the leaders threatened them, the members of the Tsingyi army only cared about running for their lives. Jiang Pingji looked at their performance and snorted contemptuously. Her hands did not stop moving. After killing for a while, there were hundreds of corpses along the way. White's fur was already scarlet. Jiang Pingji then shouted loudly. Maolin district has already been conquered. You'll be throwing your lives away if you run back. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. What? Maolin district has already been conquered? Under the influence of the environment, the leaders of the Tsingyi army also knew that the situation was hopeless. If they did not escape, they would die. They broke into a run, but they did not expect that their old nest had already been destroyed. They were still thinking of going back to regroup and take revenge in the future. Now that they had lost their territory and foundation, how could they make a comeback? Disheartened, many members of the Tsingyi army gave up on escaping and resisting. There were still some who chose to continue struggling. At that moment, the members of the Tsingyi army who were running at the front heard a faint battle cry. They took a closer look and saw that the enemy troops were also charging towards them. There was a blockade in front and pursuers behind. The members of the Tsingyi army could not escape even if they had wings. In the blink of an eye, a glaring silver light flashed before their eyes. There was only a red blood stain left between their brows. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound. Their bodies fell forward due to inertia, then they fell to the ground with a loud bang. They fell on the muddy grass with a dull thud. Kill? Li Yun's words were concise and comprehensive. His voice was low and stern, causing one to involuntarily feel invigorated and have goosebumps. The audience in the live streaming room had a wider field of vision. From afar, they could see the Tsingyi army's abnormal movements in front of them. Their fleeing formation was in a mess, as if they were hindered by something. They zoomed in to take a look. What the F***CK? That white horse with a silver spear, isn't that Han Mei? Tian monthly tickets break 2000. Super tacit understanding. My husband is coming. Wei Qiging, that's too much. Han Mei's husband is so handsome that I can't close my legs. Han Mei on the battlefield can't get enough of him. Gossipy since I was young, that's right. Han Mei on the battlefield is like a Prince Charming. The screen is a little dirty, let me lick it. No, speaking of which, why am I, a man, being smitten with another man here? Oh no, I feel like I'm done for. Yuan shrimp sticks. You vulgar people, am I the only one who noticed that Han Mei's horse doesn't have a stirrup? Herbivorous numbers, I despise the person above. We are vulgar, aren't you filthy? It's filthy. Ye Qingzhou, the newbie doesn't understand what's the joke about not having a stirrup. Tian Lingfeng, come, I'll tell you what the joke is. Without a stirrup, it's good to ride a horse with a strong waist. You know. It was a hot-blooded and serious scene. The audience in the streaming room was still licking Jiang Pingji's heroic figure a second ago. In the next moment, the scene changed and they were infatuated with Li Yun. Not only were they infatuated, they were even driving in the streaming room. TSK, this group of fickle goblins. Jiang Pingji and Li Yun obviously didn't communicate with each other. The pincer attack was just a coincidence. The Tsingyi army's luck was too bad. She only brought 800 elites with her, and Li Yun didn't have many men on his side either. The two of them added up to less than 1,500 men. However, the morale of the troops on both sides was like a rainbow. Even though they were on a long journey, under the influence and motivation of the battlefield's murderous atmosphere, everyone felt that their bodies had inexhaustible energy. Li Yun was fighting for a while when he noticed Jiang Pingji and her men chasing after the Tsingyi army. He was overjoyed. The Lord is just ahead. Let's go and support her. Meng Hun and Su Ku stayed behind in Maolin district to prevent other forces from launching a sneak attack. Li Yun and Jiang Nongqin led a few hundred men to prepare for a sneak attack on the Tsingyi army's rear. However, they didn't expect their timing to be so coincidental. They just happened to bump into the Tsingyi army fleeing in all directions. Jiang Nongqin said in a hoarse voice, "Generals and soldiers, follow me to attack and support the Lord." Jiang Nongqin learned from Jiang Pingji and Meng Hun. She dismounted from her horse and used a short weapon, but she preferred to use a long spear when fighting on a horse. Due to the limitation of her strength, she also walked lightly and nimbly. She moved as soon as she touched the ground. As a result, the requirement of aiming the spear was stricter. Only by killing with one blow would her chances of survival on the battlefield be higher. Li Yun and Jiang Nongqin had fought several times. They had a tacit understanding. Both of them coordinated with each other and their lethality was stronger. He ordered the horse under him to gallop and turned his body to avoid the sneak arrows. Looks like Xiangyang district and Maolin district are safe. Jiang Nongqin responded with a hum and didn't say anything else. Li Yun didn't mind her coldness, and the battlefield wasn't suitable for frequent communication. At this moment he was deeply moved by the capabilities of the few masters. They really never suffered losses no matter where they went. Maolin district almost turned out in full force. Even so, they didn't gain any advantage in Xiangyang district. Instead, they were utterly defeated and chased by their lord's troops. Li Yun's face darkened. Not a trace of his usual adorable self could be seen. He held the silver spear in his hand steadily, killing people accurately and swiftly. There were hundreds of troops following behind him. Most of them were male, but there were also female troops. Although the overall quality of women couldn't be compared to that of men, every group had its advantages and disadvantages. The female troops that accompanied him were the cream of the crop. Their stamina and willpower were exceptionally strong. They didn't complain or show any signs of frailty as they hurried on their journey, causing people to involuntarily overlook their gender. Not to mention Li Yun, who was leading the troops, even the other male troops and even the female troops themselves slowly overlooked this point. Kill. When a group of hungry wild wolves charged into a herd of panicking sheep, what would it look like? The Tsingyi army saw that they had nowhere to run, so they could only brace themselves and face the enemy head-on. But how could they defeat the enemy who had an imposing aura? They were utterly defeated the moment they met face to face. Jiang Pingji shouted again, "Those who surrender will not be killed, those who don't surrender will be killed without mercy." When she realized that Li Yun had led his troops over, Jiang Pingji knew that she had already occupied the entire Fengyi district. But apart from Xiangyang district, the other three districts were almost completely devoured by the Tsingyi army. The people had all left their homes. This meant that when Jiang Pingji rebuilt the three districts, she would have no one to use. Rather than killing the Tsingyi army in front of her, she might as well keep them as laborers. Chapter 530. Subordinate Li Yun greets my lord. Subordinate Jiang Nongqin greets my lord. After clearing the battlefield and capturing the captives, Li Yun and Jiang Nongqin led their respective horses to Jiang Pingji and half-knelt to pay their respects. Jiang Pingji leaned against a withered tree on the open ground and held a weed in her mouth. She said, "Get up, sit down and rest." Li Yun was startled. Jiang Nongqin sat beside Jiang Pingji with a cold face. "Nongqin is indeed cuter. Anmei, you are so restrained. It doesn't feel like you are your usual self." She was a cute little angel on a daily basis and a cold and aloof Prince Charming on the battlefield. That was the most attractive contrast. There was no need to be restrained. She did not care about that. Li Yun looked slightly embarrassed. He simply found a place to sit down and placed the silver spear in his hand beside him. He asked, "Why are you here, my lord?" Jiang Pingji said, "Naturally, I am here in the same way you are here. How can a place like Jiaoping district be difficult for me?" Li Yun scratched his head and said shyly, "My lord is dignified and wise. The Tsingyi army is naturally no match for you." Jiang Nongqin had a quiet personality. She usually listened quietly. Unless she really had an opinion, she would not speak up easily. Therefore, she did not join the conversation. Jiang Pingji turned her head and asked Jiang Nongqin, "How are the results of your attack on Maolin district?" The latter was stunned for a moment. She reacted after a while and said, "The Tsingyi army has few guards in Maolin district. Officer Meng is experienced in battles. Mr. Su is resourceful. Therefore it did not take long for us to take over Maolin district. The generals and soldiers fought bravely. Other than 20 people who were lightly injured, 6 were seriously injured, and 8 were killed in battle. The rest of the soldiers were safe and sound. The 6 seriously injured soldiers were an accident. If they had not let their guard down, at most one would have been slightly injured. As for the 8 who died in battle, they were shot by the enemy's stray arrows at the beginning of the sneak attack on the city. They died of untreated wounds. It was already very proud to have such an outcome in a sneak attack on the city. Not to mention that there were many inexperienced new soldiers among them. There were also female soldiers who were purely holding them back in the eyes of others. Of course, only the soldiers participating in the battle could judge whether or not they were holding them back. Outsiders had no right or qualification to comment. Take care of the injured soldiers, and let the souls of the fallen warriors return to their homeland. Have their corpses been properly disposed of? Although the casualties were small, they were still there. The dead could not be resurrected, but she could make up for the families of the living and the dead. It was a form of comfort and compensation. Jiang Nongqin secretly glanced at Li Yun. His expression was natural and he was not displeased by Jiang Pingji's cold treatment. She calmed down and continued, "Rest assured, my lord. The corpses of the soldiers have all been collected. Those that can be buried have already been buried." The audience in the streaming room were mostly fans of Li Yun's looks or true love. The little angel was treated coldly by the streamer and was inexplicably unhappy. Kneeling begging for monthly tickets. "Hey host, did you see our little angel Han Mei's longing eyes? Look at him. Otherwise will now, poor little angel, don't panic. Come to my arms, I'll give you a loving hug." Sa-pa. Is this the post-battle summary report? Our little angel Han Mei knows it too. The streamer can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Shenglai Mai, don't panic. Han Mei is not a narrow-minded person. Why would he feel wronged? Jiang Pingji unintentionally glanced at the bullet screen and was secretly amused. She continued to ask Nongqin about the arrangements in Maolin district and sent a bullet screen to explain so that Han Mei's fan club would not continue to lash out at her and say that she bullied their husband. Host V. Han Mei is the deputy captain of the Vanguard Battalion. Nongqin is the captain of the female battalion. Naturally, I can't ask about the situation without Nongqin's permission. Jiang Pengji liked to do whatever she wanted, but it did not mean that she would let her guard down when it came to certain matters of principle. The military camp was a place with clear hierarchy and strict discipline. Her attitude would affect their status among the soldiers. If she treated Jiang Nongqin coldly, it would give the soldiers the misconception that she, the captain, was inferior to the deputy captain. Unintentionally, it would weaken Nongqin's prestige among the soldiers. Even if the weakening was very slight, Jiang Pingji did not want that to happen. Alright, since the streamer had explained, the audience in the streaming room also expressed their understanding. They turned around and showered gifts. The accompanying comments were, "Touch my little angel is not sad, come over and let auntie rub you," making Jiang Pingji feel helpless. Jiang Pingji then asked about the general situation in Maolin district. After all, it had to be rebuilt after the war. How could a place that had been ravaged by locusts like the Tsingyi army be prosperous? Jiang Pingji still used Xiangyang district as her base camp, but her influence had already spread to the whole of Fengyi County. Jiang Nongqin was a careful person. She did not expect Jiang Pingji to ask her, but she had made all the necessary preparations. Since the Lord valued her, she would naturally tell her everything she knew. She did not hold back and did not leave anything out. Jiang Pingji's brows furrowed imperceptibly. If the financial situation of the 3 districts was ranked, Qingan district was the poorest, followed by Maolin district, and Jiaoping district was in the best condition. However, the situation of population loss in the 3 districts was similar. It was not to say that 9 out of 10 houses were empty, but it was sparsely populated. Forget it, rebuilding is not something that can be done in a day. Although there are fewer people, it is not a ghost town. The captives of the Tsingyi army can be used as laborers, which can relieve a lot of pressure. I'll ask Xiaoyu and the rest to put up notices to recruit laborers and slowly rebuild the 3 districts. There were benefits to having fewer people. Many houses and lands had become ownerless. She could use them to her heart's content to seek benefits. The larger Jiangpingji's territory was, the stronger her military force was. In the eyes of outsiders, her place was a paradise in a chaotic world. When the time came, it was unknown how many people and wealthy merchants would be attracted to seek refuge. Well, think about the houses in Xiangyang district. The prices had gone from being worthless to increasing every day. Recently, wealthy merchants had sent their servants to inquire. The land and house deeds were all in Jiangpingji's hands. She was still unwilling to let them go. It was too much of a loss to sell them now. When Fengyi County was completely stabilized, these houses could only be sold at the proper price. However, her military force was only about 10,000 people. If they were spread out and scattered across the 4 districts, it was really a stretch. It was imperative to recruit soldiers and expand the military force. During the early stages of rebuilding, it was probably the most dangerous time for Jiangpingji's power. The territory was too big and the military force was too scattered. If they were caught by the enemy, they might be overturned. However, she believed that her strategists were smart people. Even if she did not send any instructions, they would know what to do during this period of time. Facts prove that whether it was Jiaoping District's Qiguanrang, Qingan District's Wei Ci, or Maolin District's Suku, they were all great teammates. Having just conquered the 3 districts, the 3 of them coincidentally recruited usable laborers. On the other hand, they had to think of a way to make the 1,000 or 2,000 troops look like 10,000 people. They had to strengthen the patrols and throw smoke bombs to confuse the possible enemies so that they would not dare to act rashly. Xiangyang District had won 2 consecutive battles, which could more or less deter the enemies who coveted it. Chapter 531. The changes in power in Fengyi County did not attract much attention. Apart from the Tsingyi army that suffered heavy losses and the Red Lotus group that fought the Tsingyi army to death, the north was still quiet. On the contrary, the flames of war in the south had already ignited and caused a chain reaction. Prince Changshu had sent the corpse of Lu Shi's mistress, Lu Huan, to Chongzhou. His original intention was to use this to rope Lu Shi in and have him stand on the same side as himself. Who knew that Lu Shi was indifferent? After receiving the coffin of his mistress, he did not even make a sound. Lu Shi's heartless and indifferent reaction made Prince Changshu furious. Not only did the hatred in his heart deepen, but he also remembered Lu Shi. However, he could not do anything to Lu Shi for the time being. He could only wait for him to ascend the throne before settling the score. However, even though Prince Changshu schemed to drive a wedge between the emperor and Huang Song, making Huang Song withdraw from the front line and become the district magistrate of Diyang district, he still could not successfully take over Qinzhou. He also could not pull his brother, the emperor, down from the throne. Why did this happen? It was because his chief strategist had jumped ship. Speaking of this, one had to mention that Prince Changshu became increasingly arrogant and exposed his true nature. Since the last time Lu Shi secretly sent someone to send a letter to Prince Changshu, letting him know that Lu Huan, Lu Shi's daughter, was Prince Changshu's biological daughter, he lost his composure and embarrassed his chief strategist. After that, when the war came to a stalemate, Prince Changshu thought that the strategist was incompetent and repeatedly embarrassed him. Not only that, when the military generals questioned the correctness of the strategist's strategy, Prince Changshu also added insult to injury. Thus, Prince Changshu completely offended the capable strategist in his camp. It was all right to offend an ordinary person. Anyway, ordinary people were not capable, so Prince Changshu was not afraid. However, he offended a petty and vengeful strategist. The key was that the strategist really had a brain, so it was awkward. Before the strategist jumped ship, he even schemed against Prince Changshu, causing him to make a major mistake in the battle to attack Qinzhou. His troops were severely depleted and his vitality was severely damaged. It was precisely because of this that the forces in Qinzhou who were in imminent danger were saved, allowing them to take a breather and counterattack. However, the strategist was smart. He did not expose himself before he did something bad and pushed the blame to others. Successfully shifting the blame to Prince Changshu, the strategist jumped ship and left. Prince Changshu was too ashamed to vent his anger on him. The facts proved that the strategist's approach was correct. Prince Changshu's front line failed. He was about to break through Qinzhou's defense line and deploy his troops to the new capital, but he made a huge mistake, causing half of his elite troops to be devoured by Qinzhou, causing him to suffer a great loss. In this short period of time, he could only look at Qinzhou helplessly, unable to deal a devastating blow to Qinzhou. After losing the battle, Prince Changshu thought of this adorable strategist and randomly sent a small soldier to call him over. The tent was empty. The strategist had already packed his bags and left. Before he left, he even left a letter. The content of the letter was naturally not something like, "I'm leaving, you heartless man. You've betrayed my trust, I don't want to be with you anymore," or something like that. Instead, it was a tearful complaint about his sick mother at home and that she would die soon. As a filial son, he wanted to go home to serve his mother and send her off. Reading this letter that was filled with sorrow and filial piety, Prince Changshu could not vent his anger no matter how angry he was, not to mention that he was the one in the wrong. He treated the strategist coldly and did not even know that the strategist's mother was seriously ill. Now that the strategist had left to be filial to his mother, Prince Changshu felt that he should send him some generous gifts to express his sincerity. At this moment, Prince Changshu still did not know that his strategist had not left temporarily. He had gone far away. Even his defeat at the front line was caused by the strategist. It was fine if he did not know the truth, but when he knew, he would probably have the urge to eat him alive. Prince Changshu did not think of chasing him back. Firstly, he would lose face. After losing the battle, he hurriedly went to find the strategist he had been cold to for a long time, as if he could not leave him. How could he put his face? Secondly, he had a lot of talents under him. Did he lack this one? Naturally, he did not lack one. Therefore, it was fine for him to be filial to his mother. When he returned after the filial piety, his status would be even lower. Prince Changshu casually threw the bamboo slip letter aside, then ordered his men to summon the other strategist to prepare to discuss the follow-up matters. What about the strategist who had quietly left for 3 days? He had already left with his page boy and half a carriage of books. These books were all copied by him using the bamboo paper provided by Prince Changshu. Although it was only half a carriage and could only hold 1 or 2 boxes, if it was made into bamboo slips, it would probably not even be enough to fill 20 carriages. Although Prince Changshu was not a good person, when he was good to people, he was really good. Knowing that this chief strategist liked to read, he tried his best to cater to his interests and gave him all kinds of precious books. This strategist also saw through Prince Changshu's nature. He knew that he would not be under Prince Changshu for long, so wouldn't he copy as much as he could? The page boy who was driving the carriage asked, "Sir, where are we going now?" The strategist studied in the carriage and said casually, "Anywhere is fine, but not in the south." The south was the battlefield between Prince Changshu and the Dongqing royal family. Now that Prince Changshu's vitality was greatly damaged, his original advantage was reduced to dust, causing the two forces to return to the starting line. They still had a lot to grind. If he continued to stay in the south, what if he accidentally encountered Prince Changshu's forces? Yes, the strategist's so-called old mother is seriously ill, was just an excuse. In fact, he did not even know who his biological mother was. He grew up with the help of his teachers. According to his teachers, his biological mother might be a prostitute, because he was found in that place. The swaddling clothes he was wrapped in were considered rich, unlike a child from a poor family. However, this was old history that did not need to be investigated. The strategist did not care at all. The page boy had a bitter face. He said while driving the carriage, "There has to be a place. We can't just run away in fear, can we? The world is so chaotic now. I heard that after Nanxing was destroyed, it was a mess. The feudal lords rose and Dongqing was also in chaos. It's easy to get into trouble if you run around blindly." The strategist lifted the curtain impatiently and said with a frown, "In the past, I've always said that I'm long-winded and meddlesome. Now that it's your turn to be in charge, why are you blaming me? I'll let you make the decision. You can run wherever you want to run." The page boy's face grew bitter. How could there be such a stubborn and difficult teacher? After thinking for a while, he said, "Sir, didn't you admire that person called Huang? I heard that he was demoted to Deyang District. I remember that Deyang District is in Maota County of Haozhou. It's close to the north, far away from the center of the war in the south and out of reach of the war in the north. Let's go there." The strategist rolled the book in his hand and gently knocked the back of the page boy's head. Chapter 532. This little boy servant of his was really petty. When the strategist was working for Prince Changshu's camp, he came up with a plan to trick Huang Song. Huang Song was probably extremely resentful towards this black pot that fell from the sky. If Huang Song knew that it was his idea and that he was the one who instigated Prince Changshu, how could he not bear a grudge? How was this going to seek refuge? It was clearly courting death. Although it was a critical remark, there was a hint of joy and amusement in his tone. One could tell that he was not angry at the boy servant's pettiness. The boy servant naturally understood his master's temper. He was even more certain that the other party would not be angry because of this and would even be eager to try. He said, "Sir, your strategy is unparalleled. If that Huang something is really as good as you say, he won't blame you." The strategist clicked his tongue and immediately entered the carriage. He leaned against the table and spoke lazily. "Up to you." The boy servant smiled and said, "All right, let's go to Diang district now." Daily pitting master and servant against each other, January 1st, completed. Nowadays the world was unstable and the people's hearts were in chaos. The knowledgeable people in the world were not optimistic about the Dongqing royal family or Prince Changshu. No matter who won, they would not be able to restore light to this chaotic world. They also did not have the ability or magnanimity to set things right. Since the fall of the Great Xia dynasty, the world was divided into 5 countries. The 5 countries had been established for a short period of time. Those celebrities could not be said to be patriotic at all. Since the world was muddy and unclear, a new world would be created and light would be restored. In this world there were countless people who chased after fame and profit. As long as there was profit to be made, there would naturally be no shortage of people who chased after it. Some people wanted to support a wise ruler and leave his name in the annals of history, a good name that would last for 10,000 years. This strategist was no exception. Before Prince Changshu revealed his true nature, he indeed had the appearance of a wise ruler. To put it bluntly, he was good at acting. In addition, he was Prince Changshu of the Dongqing royal family. He had a fertile and vast fief and a strong army. He had a very strong capital to fight for the world. However, he was not a patient person and his acting skills were not refined to perfection. It did not take long before he revealed all his flaws. After seeing this person's true colors, the strategist did not want to assist such a terrible person. A good bird chose a tree to rest in and a virtuous minister chose a master to serve. If he could meet a suitable master, he would naturally do his best. If he met an unsuitable one, he would jump ship as soon as possible and find a suitable one. However, since they had worked together for a while, the strategist did not want to go against his old master for the time being. Under the setting sun, the carriage slowly drove toward Diang district. He wanted to see if this capable Huang Song was really capable and how broad-minded he was. He cherished his life but liked to play with it. The boy servant knew his temperament very well. Otherwise, he would not have suggested that the two of them go to Diang district. The further north they went, the more refugees there were. Barren fields, starving people, dilapidated ruins. Everything impacted the duo's eyes. However, the strategist had seen many things, and he had a cold personality, so he did not reveal any complicated expressions. On the other hand, the errand boy was still somewhat innocent and kind. When he saw the numb refugees or the crying children, he sighed with emotion. However, he remembered his identity and did not give them any food or money. In fact, he did not even stay for long. When one was outside and the world was so chaotic, kindness sometimes could not be exchanged for gratitude. It might even lead to killing intent. For safety's sake, the errand boy used a skinny old horse to drive the carriage. He changed his clothes into old clothes with many patches, and the carriage that the strategist sat in was also changed into a dusty old carriage. However, the interior of the carriage was more comfortable and clean. With such a combination, as long as they did not encounter refugees who were driven to a dead end, they would generally be fine. The strategist merely raised his eyebrows at this arrangement and did not comment on it. The errand boy took care of his daily life and had always been reliable and considerate. He washed, cooked, sewed, drove, repaired, and survived in the wild. As long as he had this little errand boy with him, he did not have to worry about his life being uncomfortable. Even if he was thrown on an uninhabited deserted island, he would still be able to live comfortably. "Sir, in this current world, when do you think it will be peaceful?" The errand boy was still in his 20s. His hair was tied up in a small bun. Coupled with his chubby little face, he looked even younger. The strategist answered without raising his head, "I'm not a god. How would I know these things?" The errand boy said, "But aren't you determined to assist a wise ruler to help the common people in the world? The person you chose should be able to do this." The strategist bought this errand boy from a starving refugee for only a dozen copper coins. It was originally just a moment of kindness, but he did not expect the errand boy to have a pure heart and was very grateful to others. The strategist simply raised him as a younger brother. However, it seemed that he had raised him too much, causing the errand boy to have extra confidence and admiration for him. Who knows? Maybe a few years, maybe a few decades. Maybe when I'm in the coffin the world will still be chaotic. The carriage was pulled by an old horse, so it naturally could not be fast. They could only travel slowly. After traveling for a few days, the master and servant ordered a big bowl of tea in a shabby tea house. Some tea leaves floated on the muddy water, and the taste of the tea was quite touching. However, the strategist drank it without a frown. Instead, the errand boy complained that he had been wronged. The master and servant dressed low-key, looking like a poor family. While they were drinking tea, they heard someone talking about Fengyi County. Have you heard that the damned Tsingyi bastards in Fengyi County have been chased out? Who is so powerful? I heard that even the county chief of Fengyi County wagged his tail at the Tsingyi army. Someone actually chased them out. I heard that it's the district magistrate of Xiangyang County, called Lu Shi. I heard that Xiangyang County was once the territory of the Tsingyi army, but didn't the government make Lu Shi a district magistrate? Last year, he directly led his men to beat up the bastards in Xiangyang County and even incorporated them into his army. The north suffered from the torment of the Tsingyi army and the Red Lotus group. Many people left their homes and fled to the south. Although there was also a war in the south, they still cared about their reputation and would not be as reckless and violent as the two bandits. Coincidentally, there were also refugees who escaped from Fengyi County in the tea house. When they heard the news about their hometown, they could not help but ask, "Then what about Qingan district?" "I escaped from Qingan district." "Were the Tsingyi bastards there also beaten up?" The person who told the news said, "They have already been beaten up. Qingan district has now been taken back by the district magistrate Lu Shi." The commoner was overjoyed when he heard that, but he immediately hesitated. It was not easy for him to escape from Qingan district. Who knew what would happen in the future? If he went back rashly, he might even lose his life. Someone saw through his thoughts and said, "Tisk, you're hesitating. I want to go there and find a job. Unfortunately, my wife and I don't allow it. They say it's a long journey and it would be bad if something happens to me on the way. They insist on stopping me from going." "Eh? What? It's good to stay here." Although this place was poor, at least there was no war. At most, the place was a little remote and life was a little tough. The person looked around and asked the people who heard the news, "Do you know what kind of place Xiangyang County is?" Chapter 533. Your information is really bad. Xiangyang district is a paradise. I heard that the merchants who went there to do business have returned. Many people want to move their families there. I heard that the land there is neat and tidy. It's clean even on rainy days. The houses are like heavenly palaces. The man described it in poor language, and what he said was what he had heard from the merchants. When Fengyi County was still in the hands of the Tsingyi army, the merchants still dared to do business in Xiangyang district. This in itself explained a lot of problems. What do you think Xiangyang district used to look like? It wasn't much better than here. In the hands of district magistrate Lu Shi, it changed in half a year. Now that Qingan district, Maolin district, and Jiaoping district have all been conquered by him, these three poor places might become as good as Xiangyang district. What do you think? If I go for such a good opportunity, I might become rich. The person danced with joy as he spoke. In the end he sighed. Unfortunately, my wife and I won't allow it. Otherwise they'll fight with me. Everyone was discussing it. They were very curious about the Xiangyang district that the person mentioned. Most of them did not believe it. Upon hearing that, the boy servant asked the strategist in a low voice in surprise, "This Lu Shi, isn't he just a district magistrate?" A district magistrate mobilized troops to attack the three nearby districts? Who would believe such nonsense, let alone to recover the lost land in Dongqing and save the people from suffering? A mere district magistrate actually had the ability and military strength to recover the three districts. From what he said, he even had the three districts in his pocket. He's ambitious and bold. The strategist took a sip of tea. He's an interesting person. The teacher had heard of Lu Shi, but Lu Shi, he had never heard of him. "Would you like to take a look, sir?" the boy servant asked. The teacher glanced at the boy servant amusedly and said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to go to Diang district?" As the master and servant were talking, they heard the person say in exasperation, "What I said is true. Those were spread by merchants when they were doing business. Who dared to go to Qingan district to do business in the past? Now they've all gone there and each of them has made a lot of money. The person in charge is said to be Wuxia or something. He's a great beauty and does business logically." The attendant widened his eyes in astonishment. "Mr. Zixiao? I don't think so. Maybe he has the same name or maybe he got the wrong person. With Zixiao's personality, he doesn't seem to be the type to fall into a trap so quickly." The current situation in the world was still chaotic. With Wei Xi's complicated thoughts, he would most likely choose to observe for a while and wait for the true dragon. The page boy pouted and said, "Didn't that person say she was a great beauty?" The strategist couldn't help but laugh. "I've taught you several times but you didn't listen. Zixiao hates it when people talk about his appearance." The errand boy raised his hand and rubbed his chubby face. His appearance was mediocre. He really did not understand the mentality of those who wish to be ugly. "I'm not allowed to say that she's beautiful. Then I won't say it in the future." The boy grinned. After a while, they listened carefully to that person's narration. The more they listened, the more they felt that the mayor of Qingan district was Wei Xi. The attendant said in a daze, "Maybe, it's really Mr. Zixiao?" The strategist said uncertainly, "Perhaps." The servant asked, "Sir, why don't we go to Qingan district to look for Mr. Zixiao?" The strategist was rather helpless. "You're a man of your word. Since we're already at the border of Diang district, it's only a day's time. It's not a wasted trip to see Huang Song first. If you're not satisfied, we'll go to Qingan district to look for Zixiao." The master and servant drank their tea and returned to the carriage. The weather was still cold and the people were still wearing heavy clothes. After the end of the spring plowing, there was a period of slack. There were not many people on both sides of the street. However, the closer they got to Diang district, the more lively it was. It looked a little like the leisure life of a farmer. This Diang district is peaceful. It seems that Huang something is quite capable. The servant drove the carriage and the wheels of the carriage rolled slowly. The strategist clicked his tongue and did not make any comments. The master and servant found a quiet place and found that there were open tea houses and eateries on both sides of the street. The people who came and went had a slight blush on their faces. It was obvious that they were living a good life. The servant's impression of Huang Song increased gradually. The strategist's ears were filled with his servant's nagging, saying that everything was good, and that Huang Song seemed to be a good person. "You're very noisy," he said calmly. The servant retorted, "If I don't speak, you'll definitely say that the surroundings are too quiet again." Daily pitting master and servant against each other, January 1st, completed. He was mentally exhausted. Where had the reserved and obedient servant gone? The strategist found a seat in the tea house and asked the waiter some questions. Then he ordered a pot of ordinary tea. "Don't you think Diang district is good, sir?" The servant stretched his neck and looked out of the window. Ever since they entered the city, the scenery they saw was quite good. There were even children playing on the streets. "It's quite good. However, it was not good enough. Are you going to stay here, sir? Let's meet Huang Song first before making a decision." The strategist frowned, and information about Huang Song flashed across his mind. Since Huang Song and Feng Ju had caused a lot of trouble for Prince Changshu, Prince Changshu had investigated the identity and background of these two people. Huang Song was the godson of Huang Tan, who was a eunuch's descendant. His family background was a problem. However, he was not much better. Naturally, he would not be picky about his family background. As for his ability, the Diang district in front of him was the best evidence. However, he had to focus on this person's breadth of mind and bearing. After all, he was the one who had schemed to get Prince Changshu to frame Huang Song. How could Huang Song not bear a grudge and be disgusted? He did not want to be put in a difficult position. "How do we meet him?" the servant asked. "Hand over a visitation card and say that Yang Si from Ding County at the border of Qinzhou wishes to meet him." The servant exclaimed and said, "Sir, if we directly send a visitation card, he might not be willing to meet us." Yang Si said with a smile, "If Huang Song doesn't even know who plotted against him, there's no need to meet him. If Huang Song investigated him, he would naturally know who Yang Si was. Regardless of whether he flew into a rage or something else, he should at least meet him." The servant nodded in agreement and wrote a visitation card neatly. When the gatekeeper saw that the servant was dressed in rags and had countless patches on his clothes, he felt disdain in his heart. He took the visitation card unhappily. Without looking at the contents, the gatekeeper took it directly into the mansion. He did not put the card at the top. Instead, he squeezed it to the bottom. The visitation cards placed at the top were all from important people. After waiting for 3 days, there was still no news. Yang Si asked the servant to describe the situation that day in detail, and the servant said it aggrievedly. "How would he pay attention to you when you were wearing a set of patched clothes? I'm afraid this card won't even reach that person's table. Forget it, forget it. If we can't meet, then we can't meet. Pack up, let's set off to find Zixiao. That person still owes your master a few strings of money. He hasn't paid for a few years. This time we must get it back. Yang Si did not have any reluctance to leave, so he asked the servant to pack up and leave. The servant pulled the rug from under his feet. It's not that Mr. Zixiao owes you. It's clearly that you compounded the interest from a penny of buns to a few strings of money. Yang Si turned his head and scolded him softly. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. After the master and servant had been on the road for half a day, Feng Ju, who was already crazy busy, inadvertently flipped through the pile of visitation cards on Huang Song's table. Chapter 534. Seeing this visitation card, Feng Ju's heart surged with ecstasy. Ever since he suffered a loss at the hands of Prince Changshu, both he and Huang Song had noticed Prince Changshu's chief strategist, Yang Si. Yang Si was not well known. After all, to become an official or a scholar in Dongqing, there was a requirement for one's family background. People like Yang Si naturally belonged to the lower class. Therefore, Prince Changshu recruited him, which was why Yang Si went to him and was put in an important position. Unfortunately, Prince Changshu was not a wise ruler after all. Yang Si was soon given the cold shoulder. Feng Ju did not expect Yang Si's visitation card to appear on Huang Song's table. This meant that Yang Si had already left Prince Changshu and was currently without a master. If his lord, Huang Song, could recruit this person, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and his foundation would be stronger. Although Deyang district had not experienced war, this small county also had its own ecological circle. The forces between them were complicated. Huang Song had indeed put in a lot of effort to completely control these and become the veritable magistrate of Deyang district. As soon as the situation stabilized, Feng Ju sent letters to his former classmates and friends. Now there were already many replies with good news. Unfortunately, they had not come over yet. There were too few people who could be used in Deyang district. Now that Yang Si had come and he was a genuine talent, how could Feng Ju not be happy? No one would complain about having too many talents, let alone Yang Si, who was a top-notch talent in a certain field. Feng Ju calmed himself down and quickly sent someone to invite Huang Song over. On the other hand, he carefully asked the concierge, "Do you know where the person who sent this visitation card lives?" Feng Ju glanced at the handwriting on the visitation card. It was well written and did not seem to have been written by a treacherous person like Yang Si. He thought about it and reckoned that this visitation card should have been written by Yang Si's boy servant on his behalf. The concierge glanced at the visitation card and was startled. He looked a little embarrassed and kept dodging Feng Ju's gaze. Feng Ju frowned and realized that there might be a twist in this. His heart skipped a beat, and he had an ominous premonition. He quickly asked, "Wait, how many days ago was this visitation card sent? Or, did you do something disrespectful to him?" How could the gatekeeper endure Feng Ju's increasingly imposing manner? He was so scared that he quickly waved his hands, but he couldn't say anything useful. The more Feng Ju looked, the more he felt that things were getting worse. He slammed his palm on the table, making a thunderous sound that made the gatekeeper's heart tremble. He said, "Tell me the truth, don't hide anything." The gatekeeper was so scared that he was trembling all over. Cold sweat flowed down his back in no time, drenching his clothes. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. This card was sent here 3 days ago. I didn't disrespect that person. 3 days ago? Feng Ju widened his eyes and stared at the gatekeeper. His heart was burning with anger, and his right hand was clenched into a fist to prevent himself from losing his composure. "Tell me everything that happened that day in detail, word for word. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Feng Ju suppressed the raging anger in his heart and said to the gatekeeper, "Do you know what a big mistake you've made? I hope I can make up for my mistakes. Otherwise—" In fact, even if the gatekeeper didn't say it in detail, Feng Ju could guess some of it. He was just flipping through the visitation card out of boredom. This card was placed at the bottom, but according to Huang Song's serious attitude in dealing with official affairs, it was impossible for him to pile up official duties. The only possibility was that the gatekeeper had made the decision to place this visitation card at the bottom. The gatekeeper knelt on the ground. When had he ever seen Feng Ju speak so harshly? In the past, this noble young master had always been gentle and dignified, with a lazy smile on his face. He treated people very well and didn't put on airs. Now he suddenly showed his imposing manner as a son of an aristocratic family. The gatekeeper was so frightened that he naturally said whatever he wanted to say. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Song came in from the outside sleepily. Seeing the gatekeeper kneeling on the ground and trembling like a sieve, Feng Ju was still angry. He said, Brother Jew, what big mistake did this little gatekeeper make you so angry? Don't be angry, I'll settle the score for you. Even though Feng Ju was full of anger in the face of Huang Song's mischievous attitude, he suddenly couldn't get angry. He threw the visitation card in his hand into Huang Song's arms, pointed to the gatekeeper and said, "Take a look yourself. This wicked servant has ruined a lot of things." Huang Song was surprised. He had known Feng Ju for so long and this person had rarely been angry. Once he was really angry, it was definitely not a small matter. Thinking of this, Huang Song quickly opened the visitation card. When he saw the name inscribed, his whole face twitched. The culprit who had once pulled him down from the position of colonel had actually come to send a visitation card? This feeling was really dreamy. However, Huang Song immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to recruit talents. Although he had many useful people under him, most of them were relatively mediocre and top-notch talents were still scarce. Feng Ju had already written to his classmates and friends, but only a few of them replied affirmatively. Most of the others were taking a wait-and-see attitude. Of those who were willing to come, which one of them didn't come because of Feng Ju, Huang Song's favor of saving people during the earthquake in Dongqing, and the good reputation he had accumulated during the battle in Qinzhou? Otherwise, based on Huang Song's background alone, why would those nobles pay any attention to him? It wasn't that they looked down on Huang Song because of his background, it was just that Huang Song wasn't strong enough for people to ignore his background. Feng Ju's social skills were very strong. He had made a lot of friends when he was studying in the academy, and they maintained correspondence all year round. Therefore, Feng Ju could bring a group of capable talents to Huang Song. However, the current Huang Song was still too weak. If he was a little stronger, the number of people he could persuade would at least double. This Yang Si was the first talent who took the initiative to come to him. It was of great significance. Huang Song quickly asked the gatekeeper, "Where's the person who sent the visitation card?" The gatekeeper said with a bitter face, "I only know that they are staying at a guest house in the city, but it's been 3 days. I don't know if they're still there." 3 days had passed? Huang Song looked at the visitation card in surprise, then looked at the gatekeeper and then looked at Feng Ju who was still angry. Well, he could understand why Feng Ju was so angry. Feng Ju's temper was still good, and he always maintained the reserved demeanor of a son of an aristocratic family. If it were Huang Song, he would have kicked the gatekeeper to vent his anger. In fact, he did do that, but he controlled the strength of his kick and did not kick the gatekeeper too hard. Lead the way. Although 3 days had passed, if they were lucky, the person hadn't left angrily yet. However, when they rushed to the guest house, the news they received was that the person had left the city at daybreak. "It's only been half a day, we can still catch up." Feng Ju resisted the urge to vomit blood. This gatekeeper was really tireless. Huang Song was also impatient. He took the reins handed to him by a servant, turned around and got on the horse ready to give chase. Feng Ju looked at the back of Huang Song's horse, and he felt like he was about to collapse. The talent who came to him was actually pushed away just like that. Chapter 535. The old horse pulled the carriage and walked leisurely. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps. The pace was so slow that it made one sleepy. Although they had been walking for half a day, they were not too far away from Diang district. The boy servant sat outside the carriage and muttered, "Sir, what if the person in charge of Qingan district isn't Mr. Zixiao?" the boy servant asked worriedly. Yang Si lifted the curtains on both sides and rolled up a book in his hands. The handwriting on it was delicate and powerful. Although it was not the work of a master, one could see the foundation of the handwriting. It had its own style, which was completely different from the boy servant's regular handwriting style. After listening to the boy servant's complaints, he said, "You're so unpredictable. If it weren't for my good temper, I don't know how much you'd suffer. You were the one who said you wanted to come to Diang district and Qingan district. Now you're the one who doesn't want to go." The boy servant muttered, "I'm just worried. I ran into a wall in Diang district this time. What if I run into a wall in Qingan district too?" It was very dangerous to go out, especially when the situation in the north was unstable. There were conflicts between the Tsing army and the Red Lotus group everywhere. There were countless mobs who became bandits. The master and servant could arrive in Diang district safely, but it did not mean that they could arrive in Qingan district safely. Yang Si said, "You're worrying too much. Instead of worrying unnecessarily here, why don't you think about what to eat for lunch today? I refuse to eat dry food." The boy servant said with a bitter face, "You're still picky at this time. It's hard to serve you." The master and servant chatted again. After about an hour, the sound of hooves could be heard behind them. Yang Si frowned and leaned a little closer to the window to take a look. He saw a young man in clean clothes galloping on a horse. From his appearance, he should be the son of a wealthy family, but at this moment, it was as if his buttocks were on fire, and he had an anxious expression on his face. Huang Song saw the carriage in front of him moving slowly. He suddenly pulled the reins and saw a thin man sitting inside through the window. His cheeks were a little plump and his eyes were gentle. His eyes were like dark deep pools, and his lips were naturally upturned. No matter from which angle one looked at him, he was an amiable man. He was far too different from the Yang Si in Huang Song's imagination. When he saw the young attendant sitting outside the carriage, dressed in old clothes full of colorful patches, he stared at him with wide eyes. "Hero W, what do you want to do?" The servant looked at the other party in panic and tightened his grip on the horsewhip in his hand. When Huang Song saw the page boy, he couldn't help but think of what the gatekeeper had said. His eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Si in the carriage. He cupped his fists, composed himself and asked, "Sir, are you Yang Si, Mr. Yang of Jiangding County?" The attendant looked a little surprised. Unfortunately, Huang Song's attention was on Yang Si and he did not notice this detail. Yang Si put down the book in his hand, lowered his eyelids and said with a natural expression, "My surname is Zhao. You've got the wrong person." Huang Song was disappointed. Then he apologized to Yang Si, waved his whip and continued on his way. When he was out of sight, the page boy asked in a low voice, "Sir, that was..." Yang Si said with certainty, "Huang Song." The page boy was delighted, but he immediately withered. "Sir, why did you say that you're not him?" Yang Si said, "I'm not satisfied. This person is still too young and impulsive. I'm an old man who can't stand being tossed around." The page boy did not ask any more questions. If his master was not satisfied, then it was definitely not good. In fact, Yang Si was very satisfied with Huang Song's behavior of chasing after him. If Huang Song became more stable and mature in a few years, Yang Si felt that this person was indeed worth a try. He was able to disregard the past grudges and chase after him all the way. Just this action alone was more than 10 times better than Prince Changshu. Yang Si said, "Wait a few more years. This person might be a hidden dragon. Now, let's go to Qingan district to find Zixiao to collect our debt and freeload for a few years. If Huang Song doesn't become crooked, we'll make another trip to Diang district." Even if he left the mountain to look for a wise master, this was also about timing. He was indeed very satisfied with Huang Song. However, the timing was not right now. Naturally, Yang Si would not go back to him. The page boy was almost confused by his master, but he only needed to follow orders. Huang Song rode the horse and searched for an entire afternoon. There was no one who matched Yang Si and his servant on the road. When he thought about it again, he was immediately annoyed. That pair of master and servant was definitely Yang Si and his servant. When Feng Ju saw Huang Song return with a disappointed face, he asked about the situation and knew why Huang Song did not stop them. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid that Yang Si is angry." Huang Song felt uncomfortable and was quite critical of Yang Si's actions of playing tricks on people. He said, "Their carriage can't drive fast. If we send troops and horses, we can intercept them." Feng Ju frowned and said tiredly, "Forget it. The people's hearts are not here. What's the use of stopping them?" If the concierge had not caused trouble, Yang Si would have been taken in. Unfortunately, such a big problem had arisen. Among the truly talented people, which one of them wasn't arrogant and prideful? After being treated coldly for 3 days, Feng Ju would feel angry even if he were in Huang Song's shoes, let alone Yang Si, who had some grudges with Huang Song. Since Feng Ju had said so, Huang Song could only give up dejectedly. On the way north, the number of refugees they saw increased several times, but there was no despair or numbness on their faces. This surprised the page boy and Yang Si. After asking carefully, they found out that these refugees were rushing to Qingan district, Maolin district and Jiaoping district. They're recruiting people there now. 3 meals a day will be provided. At least they won't starve there. I heard that if they do well, they can even be promoted and rewarded. In the future, if they settle down in the county town, they can even get their own land and rent a house in the county town. Many refugees talked about this. In addition to some doubts, they were more hopeful about their future lives. Yang Si and his servants slowly rushed to Qingan district. From afar they could see people working on the city wall. Even though it had been more than a month, they could still tell from the traces on the city wall that the tragedy of the siege had been. The page boy could not understand, but Yang Si found a way. There were many refugees waiting outside the city. There were two roads to enter the city. One was for the people in the city to enter and exit, and the other was for the refugees. The current Qingan district was like a dance on the tip of a knife. Every step was extremely dangerous. The guards in the city were not as strong as what outsiders saw. If there were people with bad intentions among the refugees, they might cause trouble. Therefore, the screening of refugees entering the city was extremely strict. Even if they were refugees, the people in charge of the inspection were divided into two groups. One group was men and the other group was women. The refugees had to queue up and be divided into two groups according to their gender for inspection, registration, and review. The page boy did not go to the group of refugees. Instead, he went to the tall city gate that was wide open. As expected, they were stopped. The page boy said, "My teacher and I are not refugees. We're here to look for someone." The guards at the city gate asked, "Looking for someone?" The page boy said politely, "The manager of Qingan district, Wuxia, Mr. Wei Zixiao." Chapter 536. Qingan district was severely short of manpower. The guards at the city gates were all rotated between the male and female battalions. The guard who came forward to inquire was a female soldier. The attendant was a little slow to realize the gender of the guard, and he looked a little helpless. There was something wrong with Qingan district. Why would they let a woman guard the city gate and let her be exposed to the elements? The female soldier did not know what the other party was thinking. She saw that the page boy was wearing old clothes that were full of patches. The horse that was pulling the carriage was an old horse that looked like it was about to die. The horse walked slowly and the carriage was shabby and simple. They must have suffered a lot in Qingan district. The female soldier felt a bit of pity and asked with a gentler voice, "Are you here to find Mr. Wei?" Seeing that the female soldier had a good attitude, the servant felt relieved. It was good that he could communicate. He was afraid that he would meet someone who looked down on him. "My master's surname is Yang and his name is Si. He is a good friend of Mr. Wei. I wonder if this, young lady, could you help me pass a message?" When the female soldier heard that Yang Si was Wei Si's friend, she did not dare to slight him. She ordered the messenger to pass on the message, and then respectfully asked the page boy to drive the carriage to the side so as not to block the people behind from entering the city. The servant was astonished to see the orderly scene at the city gate. "Sir, this place is interesting." It was the first time in his life that he had seen a female guard the city gate. Yang Si said, "It's indeed quite interesting, but it doesn't seem like Zixiao's style." He hit the nail on the head. This was indeed not Wei Si's doing. Wei Si's body was delicate and weak. Now that the seasons had changed, it was the season where it was easy to fall sick. He labored for a while before falling sick gloriously. In order not to be criticized by the audience in the streaming room, Jiang Pingji took the initiative to take over the miscellaneous items in Qingan district. Wei Xi took care of things from the side. She reminded Wei Xi, "I say, with your body you really need to take good care of it." Weak and sickly, he felt like a porcelain doll. Jiang Pingji had never been soft-hearted when she pressured her subordinates, but she could not bring herself to do anything to this sickly man. Fortunately, Wei Xi only had a low fever. After recuperating for a few days, his condition was almost healed. For the past 2 days, he had been able to help with official business. However, his lips were still a little pale. Coupled with his face, he was simply the standard of a sickly beauty. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will definitely take good care of myself in the future." Wei Xi agreed gently, as if he was to blame for falling ill and delaying his work. She was so considerate that the audience in the streaming room couldn't help it. They felt deeply that Jiang Pingji was shameless. It wasn't that Beauty Ci didn't recuperate. It was clearly that Chen Ku's work didn't give her time to recuperate. "You Tong, trash streamer, you bully my husband every day. My heart aches when I see you." Salted egg Superman, Beauty Ci still values her health. She's very cooperative when taking medicine when she's sick. I felt bitter when I looked at the screen before. Who asked the host to not have a firm foothold? Even if he wanted to recuperate, he wouldn't be able to recuperate in peace, right? Yin Rian, I think you guys should stop scolding the streamer. Let's just pick up our weapons and hit her. Xinjia, you all feel sorry for Beauty Ci, but I feel sorry for the streamer. She was a typical person who was tough on the outside but soft-hearted on the inside. When Beauty Ci was sick, she obediently took over the work. In the end, Beauty Ci did not continue to be tired. Think back to the content of the live broadcast these days. It's all about the host handling documents in the government office. Looking at those flamboyant things, I always feel like I went to a fake school. According to Jiang Pingji's temperament, if she did not really sympathize with her subordinates, how could she stay in one place for a long time? She would have been so unrestrained that she could not be seen all day long, okay? Speaking of which, the streamer is very good to beauty CI. Look at Feng Jin, Suku, Chiguanrang, Menghan, Luiyue and the others. They're all so busy. Have they ever seen the streamer being soft-hearted? It was not appropriate for Wei Ci to waste his energy now, but he would carefully organize the bamboo slips according to the order of importance. The most important bamboo slips that needed to be dealt with the most were placed in a position that was convenient for her to reach. The slightly less important ones were placed in the first category. His expression was serious and he was very meticulous in his work. Jiang Pingji picked up her pen to deal with the documents, annotated, or gave instructions. Occasionally she looked up at Wei Ci. Wei Ci noticed her gaze and asked in amusement, "Why are you looking at me like that, my lord?" Jiang Pingji said very honestly, "You're gentle and virtuous. If we were husband and wife in our previous lives, you would definitely be a good wife." Wei Ci's hand trembled and the bamboo slips fell to the ground with a thud. He raised his hand to pick them up, but he accidentally touched the table. The bamboo slips that had been piled high fell into a pile. His face was pale and he lowered his head. He quickly picked up the bamboo slips and put them back in their original places. After a while, he pretended to be calm and asked with a pale face, "Why did you have such an absurd idea, my lord?" Jiang Pingji said, "I have some small habits when dealing with official affairs. I won't let people know unless they are extremely trustworthy." She had naturally experienced a lot of competition and tests to be able to climb to the pinnacle of power in the federal military from an ordinary genetic warrior. Not only did she have to guard against external enemies, but she also had to pay attention to internal abnormalities. Under such circumstances, how could her vigilance be weak? Wei Ci was quite familiar with Jiang Pingji's habits. If he had not spent a long time with her, it would have been impossible for him to know that. She had tested him a few times in the past. Now she was just more certain of the guess in her heart. Wei Ci's lips moved. Jiang Pingji suddenly said, "It's just a joke. Zixiao, don't take it seriously." He only felt that his palms were soaked with cold sweat. The atmosphere in the government office was quite cold. At that moment, the arrival of the messenger broke the deadlock. Wei Ci secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't wait to get up and ask the messenger. His back view made it seem like he was fleeing. "What's the matter?" he asked. The messenger said, "There's a pair of master and servant outside the city. They claim to be your friends." After Qingan district was conquered, Wei Ci drafted several letters, intending to lure a few friends over. However, he had been too busy recently and had a minor illness. The letters had not been sent yet. "Who is it?" "They claim to be Yang Si from Jiangding County," the messenger replied. "Yang Si?" Wei Ci's mind went blank for a second. Jiang Pingji's ears were very sharp. She asked, "Zixiao's friend is here?" Wei Ci's previous nervousness was swept away. Surprise surged in his heart. Even his voice sounded a little cheerful. "Yes, Jing Rong is here." "Jing Rong?" "He's from Jiangding County in Qinzhou. His name is Yang Si. His courtesy name is Jing Rong." Wei Ci could not suppress the smile on his face. This person is a great talent. Jiang Pingji sized up Wei Ci's fragile little body. She asked calmly, "How talented is he?" Wei Ci did not know why. He said frankly, "I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Jiang Pingji crossed her arms and looked at him. She said, "I think Zixiao is better than anyone else." Wei Ci was speechless. Seeing that Jiang Pingji had returned to the table, Wei Ci was surprised. "My lord, aren't you going to take a look with me? They're here to look for you, not me. Why should I join in the fun? It might cause a misunderstanding." Chapter 537. Wei Ci said, "I didn't think this through. Please wait for a moment, my lord. I'll go and welcome Jing Rong." "Go and come back early." Jiang Pingji buried her head in the table. The tall pile of bamboo slips and documents drowned her figure. The messenger traveled quickly and the news was not delayed. Yang Si and his servant did not wait long outside the city. When Wei Ci arrived at the city gate, he saw Yang Si sitting on the edge of the carriage, looking at the refugees in the queue with interest. "Jing Rong, is it really you?" Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Si turned his head and saw his friend in heavy clothes. It made him feel hot just by looking at him. Yang Si smiled and stepped on the stool to get out of the carriage. The two bowed in greeting. Zixiao, I'm here to seek shelter with you. I hope you can take me in for a while. Wei Xi was delighted. The smile on his face became brighter and more sincere. He hurriedly joked, you and I are close friends. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Not to mention for a while, even if you're here for 30 to 50 years, I won't chase you out. A few female soldiers who were paying attention to the conversation secretly exchanged glances. They thought it was fake, but they didn't expect Yang Si to be Wei Xi's friend. Listening to the conversation between the two, the female soldiers revealed a meaningful look that said, you know what I know. Yang Si said bluntly, Wei Zixiao, what you said is fake. If you're here for 30 to 50 years, won't your future sister-in-law turn the world upside down? Nowadays, men were prevalent in the world. For the sake of family harmony, many men who were close to each other would consciously keep their distance. Otherwise, it might cause misunderstandings like the female soldiers. Other than facing Jiang Pingji, Wei Xi was quite open in front of his friends, especially people like Yang Si who were not serious. He replied with a smile, to be able to have a friend like Jing Rong, even if I'm not married for 30 to 50 years, what's the harm? Yang Si suddenly stopped smiling and shook his sleeves. I haven't seen you for a few years. You're getting more and more shameless. How can you say such things? Wei Xi glanced sideways. I'm not as shameless as Jing Rong. A beauty's every movement and frown were full of charm. Yang Si felt that he couldn't stand it. The boy servant beside him looked at Wei Xi's face with infatuation. Seeing this, Yang Si secretly hit the boy servant on the back of his head. Wei Xi was beautiful, but he was also black-hearted. Wasn't he afraid of being secretly plotted against by him? The two of them chatted for a while before Wei Xi took the initiative to welcome Yang Si into the city. His attitude was warm and thoughtful, which made Yang Si nervous. He had no choice but to be tense. How many years had he known Wei Xi? Once this fellow smiled like 100 flowers blooming, nothing good would come of it. The two of them were so intimate that the female soldiers guarding the gate quietly watched them leave. The page boy led the horse and followed behind them. The first female soldier said, Is that person Sir's wife? Female soldier B, why do I feel that Sir is more like my wife? When he entered the inner city, there were very few people in the surroundings. The houses were dilapidated and damaged, and it was a desolate scene. Yang Si followed Wei Xi for a while before he saw that someone was tearing down the ruins. The surface of the ground was dug full of potholes. He collected his thoughts and asked Wei Xi seriously, When I first heard that the chief of Qingan district was Zixiao, I thought it was just someone with the same name. After all, according to Zixiao's character, it was impossible for him to fall into the trap so early. The master you serve now is very ambitious. There was a faint smile on Wei Xi's lips. Yes, no one can be more ambitious than her. Yang Si was puzzled. His eyes lingered on Wei Xi's face. He felt that after not seeing him for a few years, they were no longer friends. Wei Xi smiled and dispelled his doubts. Jing Rong should know my ambition. When I saw her, I knew that she could do it. She might be the only one who could do it. Since I've already met the right person, why should I care about whether the timing is right or not? A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a virtuous minister chooses a master to serve. Since he had already met a capable person, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. Yang Si knew Wei Xi's ambition. He said in astonishment, You're actually serious? My heart is like a stone, it can't be changed. He was so serious that he couldn't be more serious. Yang Si was stunned for a while. He pointed at the scene of devastation and said, That's it? Are you sure? Wei Xi said, Within 3 months, Jing Rong just needs to watch. Who knows if the ruins today will become an existence like the capital. The more he said so, the more curious Yang Si was. He said, Just because of what you said, I have to freeload in your house for 3 to 4 months to see what this place can become. Wei Xi smiled meaningfully. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. He could drag Zhang Ping, who was in the hermit clique who was obsessed with his wife Crane, into the water. Could he not deal with Yang Si? Zhang Ping was a person who didn't care about anything, but now he was ordered around until he was dizzy and disoriented. When he sent a letter a few days ago, he was still complaining that he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. Now he could sleep soundly as soon as his head touched the pillow. Yang Si was different from Zhang Ping. It was too easy to drag him into the water. Yang Si looked at Wei Xi's smile and shivered involuntarily. He felt some goosebumps on his back. He said rudely, Don't smile, I get scared looking at you. Wei Xi listened and his smile grew. The pressure of the government office was basically piled on Jiang Pingji. Wei Ci, a patient who had just recovered from a minor illness, did not need to do much work. There were not many places to live in the district, and it was a comprehensive renovation. Wei Ci's residence was arranged to be in a house near the district headquarters. It was said that the previous owner of the house was a wealthy businessman. Later, his entire family was destroyed by the Qingyi army. It was an ownerless property and was taken over by the public. Wei Ci brought Yang Si and his servant into his house. He did not deliberately ask about their purpose in coming to Qinggan district. It was just a normal visit. He understood Yang Si. This person's style of doing things or planning was like a poisonous snake. He was patient, dormant, and killed with one blow. However, no one was perfect. Yang Si's hobby was a fatal flaw. This person loved delicious food. He loved to eat, but he was picky. He was very picky. When conditions permitted, he would never eat vegetables if he could eat meat, and he would never drink soup if he could drink wine. Wei Ci had the experience of his previous life. He was very clear about how Yang Si was tricked by Jiang Pingji. The black-hearted Jiang Pingji tempted him with delicious food and alienated the friendship between Yang Si and his lord, causing a misunderstanding. It was fine if it happened once or twice. Yang Si also explained clearly. But what if it happened more often? Many a little makes a mickle. Yang Si's lord, Huang Song, was also quite suspicious by nature. He did not say it on the surface, but he must have remembered it in his heart. Yes, in his previous life Yang Si was defeated by his hobby of gluttony. In his previous life, Wei Ci and Yang Si secretly reminisced about old times. This person hugged him and poured out his grievances, scolding Jiang Pingji. It was easy to change a leopard's skin. Yang Si was defeated by his gluttony in his previous life. Naturally, he would be defeated in this life. In order to take care of Wei Ci, the patient, Jiang Pingji assigned him the chef she had trained in the district headquarters kitchen. One could imagine what the 3 meals in Wei Ci's house tasted like. Yang Si would not stand on ceremony with Wei Ci at all. It was as easy for him to order Wei Ci's chef as if he was ordering his own boy servant. In just 7 or 8 days, the boy servant tragically discovered that his master's face had grown fatter. Chapter 538. Yang Si's expression froze and he glared at the boy servant fiercely. Don't say it if you don't know how to speak. Which boy servant bullied his master all day like this kid? The boy servant packed up the clean clothes, folded them neatly into the suitcase and muttered, Master is picky about food. He won't eat this or that. He won't stop until he gets what he wants to eat. I don't have the skills of a chef. Yang Si was stunned and said matter-of-factly, Then go and learn. The boy servant chuckled, I also ate some. Such delicious food must be a family skill. Who would be willing to teach outsiders? If that's the case, it makes sense. By the time Wei Ci returned, the moon was already high in the sky. Yang Si squatted down to wait for him and asked, Can your family's chef be sold? Wei Ci asked in a puzzled manner, You mean the residence's chef? That person was specially rewarded by the Lord because she sympathized with Ci's health. As long as it was a reward, no matter if it was a person or an object, it had a special meaning and naturally could not be sold. Yang Si said, Then can you let that chef teach my boy servant culinary skills? I'm afraid I'll starve to death if I get used to eating the food in your residence. Yang Si never hid his hobbies in front of his best friend. Eating was also a kind of art. Loving to eat was also a way to enjoy life. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Wei Ci thought about it and said bluntly, You can, but the chef's main responsibility is to be in charge of the residence's 3 meals and teaching others culinary skills. I'm afraid this is not his job. If you want to learn, you need to pay for it. Talking about money hurt feelings and talking about feelings hurt money. Whether it was Yang Si or Wei Ci, both of them were not beautiful white flowers. Who didn't understand each other. Hurting feelings was hurting feelings, but money had to be talked about. Yang Si's entire fortune was just those 2 boxes of books and some small property. Based on his understanding of Wei Ci, this person would definitely demand an exorbitant price. So he decided to strike first and gain the upper hand. Zixiao, have you forgotten that you still owe me a few strings of money? Just pay it off. Wei Ci was stunned for a moment. When did he owe him money? Everyone knew that Yang Si not only loved to eat but was also stingy. He was not greedy, but the money that entered his pocket could not go out. Attribute Pishio. Yang Si rummaged through the old debts. The so-called old debts of a few strings of coins originated from a steamed bun worth 1 copper coin back then. Wei Ci, sure enough, he still didn't know this friend well enough. How many strings of money could a steamed bun worth of a copper coin roll out of it? After thinking about it, he changed his words and said, "All right, I'll return it to you." Yang Si was surprised. When did Wei Si become so easy to talk to? When it comes to craftsmanship, I think the small kitchen in the government office is the best. Why don't you send your page boy there to learn for a few days? Yang Si nodded in agreement. For a foodie, there was nothing more tempting than delicious food. Seeing Yang Si like this, Wei Si suddenly understood why Yang Si had been tricked so badly by His Majesty in his previous life. Serves you right. During the time when the page boy went to school, Jiang Pingji found that the food in the small kitchen of the government office was increasing. Even though she had a big appetite, she felt a little bloated after a meal. The key was that the taste of the food was a little heavy, which made her mouth dry. However, her stomach had no capacity. No matter how thirsty she was, she could only hold a mouthful of water in her mouth to quench her thirst. She could not swallow it. She called the chef over and asked. Only then did she know that the menu in the small kitchen was specially instructed by Wei Si. With this reason, Jiang Pingji waved her hand helplessly and sent the chef away. She said with a face full of affection, "Let him be." Just as Wei Si expected, the page boy showed off in front of Yang Si after learning a little, which aroused the gluttonous worm in Yang Si's stomach. When he was working the next day, Wei Si heard Yang Si waiting outside. He looked up at the sky and knew that Yang Si had come over at mealtime. It was also a unique skill to freeload in such an elegant and refined manner. Because she was busy with government affairs, Jiang Pingji basically stayed in the government office. She also ate there. There were only the two of them in the originally simple and crude government office. Today, a young man with a little baby fat suddenly appeared. Her eyes drifted away and she ate her own food, ignoring the other party. Yang Si also ate as if there was no one else around. His appetite was quite good. In short, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Wei Si originally wanted to create an atmosphere for the two of them to talk. According to his lord's charm and enigmatic temper, the two of them would not immediately collude with each other, but at least they would hit it off. Now they had no intention of talking at all. Not only did the three of them feel that the atmosphere was strange, but the audience in the streaming room also noticed the clues. Chun Lai, I came to watch the ruler and his minister eat. Why is there an awkward third wheel? Cool. Maybe it's a newly recruited talent? The streamer's territory is getting bigger and bigger now and she needs more people. Kojiao Chi fan, the atmosphere is obviously not right. Feels like the three of them are eating on their own. They don't even make eye contact. Jiang Pingji was under a seal that said, my subordinate is sick and I have to help him work overtime. For the next few days, the scene of the live streaming was in the small government office. The audience in the streaming room was a little tired of watching. The 3 mealtimes every day were their only fun. Watching the streamer and Beauty Ci eat, many people could eat a few more bowls. After all, they were good-looking and had an appetite. Who could get used to the sudden appearance of a stranger, Yang Si? For the next few days, Yang Si came to the government office to report for meals. At first it was just 1 meal a day, then 2 meals a day, and finally 3 meals a day plus various snacks. Jiang Pingji was tired of watching it. She directly said to Yang Si, why don't you stay? It's quite troublesome to report every day. This was the first sentence she said to Yang Si. Wei Si was shocked when he heard this. His right hand, which was holding the brush, drew a long line on the bamboo slip. No, what was the difference between his lord's words and throwing people away? Recruiting a strategist could not be like this. Especially for someone like Yang Si who was very sensitive about his self-esteem, such ambiguous words were a taboo. If this was said by a friend, it would at most be a joke. If it was said by a stranger, it would be very easy to be judged as mockery. Yang Si was a little unhappy at first, but when he looked up into Jiang Pingji's eyes, he realized that she did not mean to mock or disdain him. She was simply stating a fact. This discovery extinguished the flame that had just appeared in Yang Si's head. What if you don't want to? That's a pity. The food in the government office is only made from the materials that can be found around Fengyi County. It's poor in variety. Compared to delicacies, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Pingji continued, moreover, if you don't want to, remember to pay for the meals for the next few days. Was he bullying her strategist with compound interest? If he didn't agree, he would be in debt for the rest of his life. Yang Si continued to look at her. And then? She said, if you follow me, you can eat all over the world in the future. If you don't follow me, try to see if you can walk out of this door. Wei Si's heart was like dead ashes. With his lord's temperament, It was no wonder that the talents in her previous life were all captured. Chapter 539. Jintian Wuging. I've lived for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone recruit a strategist like this. Streamer, even if you want to court death, don't do it like this. If this gets out, how can you hire employees in the future? If you can't hire employees who will work for you in the future, there's a limit to courting death. Yoguai, I'm thinking if in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei said to Zhuge that if you don't follow me, I won't let you go out of this door. Do you think there will still be a three-way division of the world? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. The streamer has a unique style. Ishibuzen, although I'm very surprised, this is really in line with the streamer's temperament. It's something she would say. However, strategists in ancient society all have their own pride. With such a threatening method, the other party might not be willing to submit, right? With his life threatened, Yang Si might agree to the streamer's recruitment, feign civility, and then backstab the streamer when she's not on guard. The above viewer could be considered the Emperor of Truth. Didn't Yang Si trick his old master, Prince Changsho? The key was that Prince Changsho only treated him coldly. He came and went at his beck and call without giving him any face or dignity. Jiang Pingji, on the other hand, directly threatened Yang Si's life. Comparing the two, it seemed that Yang Si would hate Jiang Pingji more. There were many onlookers in the streaming room. Except for a few people who could speak seriously, the others were all amusing. Gusui Liuanyan, Tisk, you're still too young. If the streamer wins Yang Si over, she'll definitely throw a bunch of trivial official documents at him. She'll squeeze out all his human resources and make sure that he has no personal time apart from sleeping, eating, and going to the toilet. He'll be so busy that he won't be able to think about anything else. When the dust settles, it'll take at least half a year. Gusui Liuanyan, do you think it's possible for a person like the streamer to not win his loyalty in half a year? When everyone saw the bullet screen, they all sent a string of ellipses. It made so much sense that they were speechless. What Jiang Pingji needed the most now was people who could work. As long as the work was done, everything would be fine. Lao Ciji Lianming, haha, I haven't been in the streaming room for a long time. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Strategists have their own temperament. Maybe the streamer's domineering style is more to Yang Si's liking? After all, you have to believe that your host is not an ordinary person. Moreover, Wei Xi and Yang Si were good friends. How could Wei Xi watch him cause trouble? It was true that Wei Xi could not watch Yang Si plot against Jiang Pingji, but he also did not want Jiang Pingji to lay her hands on Yang Si. If that was the case, who would dare to pledge allegiance to her in the future? Master, Wei Xi could not help but shout nervously when he saw the tense atmosphere between the two of them. Jiang Pingji ignored Wei Xi and continued, Sir, please don't think that I'm willful and overbearing. It's just that this is the government office. The documents that have been put aside are related to the lifeline of the district. The calamity of Fengyi County has just been settled. I don't want to attract unnecessary trouble at this time. Otherwise, Yang Si would become one of them, and it would be fine for him to walk around the government office. Otherwise, in order to keep this secret, even if Yang Si could leave the government office, he could not leave Qinggan district. Yang Si's expression did not change. Instead, he asked with interest, That's how you made Zixiao stay? He understood Wei Xi. This person would not join the world situation so early, let alone assist a young lad with a bad temper. He had been puzzled before, but looking at it now, he felt that he knew the truth. Jiang Pingji said narcissistically, Of course not. Zixiao admires my talent and took the initiative to travel thousands of miles to look for me. Wei Xi looked slightly embarrassed. Yang Si almost could not keep the expression on his face. He had seen narcissistic people, but he had never seen such a narcissistic and confident teenager. Yang Si said bluntly, You're not the wise master I'm looking for. He even despised Huang Song for being too immature. He despised a willful and mischievous young lad like Jiang Pingji even more. Jiang Pingji also said, I didn't say that I want you to stay here forever. Yang Si and Wei Xi were speechless. They looked at her in surprise. What did she mean? She continued, You've freeloaded so many meals in the government office these days. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you see Zixiao and I being so busy? You should at least help out and pay for the food, right? After you're done with your work, you can go wherever you want. I won't keep you. Yang Si's face turned slightly green. So this person was just unhappy that he didn't pay for freeloading, so she asked him to be a part-time worker? Wei Xi secretly facepalmed. Forget it. He really couldn't expect his lord to take the normal route of being courteous and condescending to the wise to recruit talents. Yang Si responded with an "oh" and smiled meaningfully. It's not impossible for me to temporarily help you for a while by letting me come into contact with the government affairs of Qingan district. It's just, aren't you afraid that when I leave the news will be leaked and it'll be disadvantageous to you? Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes and said indifferently, when you leave not only Fengyi County, but perhaps the entire Wanzhou will be in my hands. Her tone was flat, but Yang Si could feel the irresistible and absolute confidence under her calmness. Young Langjun, you're so ambitious, Yang Si said. Are you looking down on the royal family of Dongqing? At least Dongqing hadn't been completely destroyed. I heard that you used to work for Prince Changshu. Prince Changshu led his troops to besiege Qinzhou in the name of purging the emperor's corrupt officials. Don't you know what kind of scheme it is? Jiang Pingji said indifferently. As the old saying goes, it's better for the nobles and generals to have guts. Isn't it a matter of course that I, Lu Shi, can occupy the 4 districts of Fengyi County as the magistrate of Xiangyang district? At first, Wei Xi was worried that Yang Si would really bear a grudge against Jiang Pingji, but as their conversation progressed, he calmed down instead. Yang Si was very ambitious and restless. Jiang Pingji's arrogant and unruly character and style were to his liking. In particular, the phrase "it's better for the nobles and generals to have guts" hit Yang Si's itch even more. In today's world, if one didn't have looks, family background, or fame, even if one was talented, it was still impossible to climb up. Yang Si followed Prince Changshu's path to become an official. Wasn't it because he was unconventional, and only used those who were talented? Unfortunately, Prince Changshu was just putting on an act. He didn't really care about his background. It was inevitable that Yang Si would be at odds with him. Jiang Pingji was rather talkative. It's not just Fengyi County, not just Wanzhou, not just Dongqing, not even just the 5 countries. As long as I can stand on my feet, I want to go. I can do what my predecessors can't. At that moment, the smile on Yang Si's face was slightly forced. He said sarcastically, Young Langjun, you only have Fengyi County, and there's still the Tsingyi army and the Red Lotus group eyeing you covetously. Aren't you afraid that you'll cut your tongue by saying such big words? Chapter 540. Well, yours, everything is yours. Yang Si looked at the bamboo slips, which were almost as tall as a person, and felt a little depressed. He didn't know what had gotten into him just now. He agreed to be a part-time worker on a whim. What kind of part-time worker could come into contact with these messy but important internal affairs? He turned his head and saw Wei Xi sitting by the tea stove, leisurely brewing tea and sipping it. Yang Si raised his hand and pointed to the pile of bamboo slips that were as tall as a person. He asked with a grim smile, didn't you say you were very busy? If such a tall pile of bamboo slips fell, the weight could seriously injure a person. He really did not know how a small Qingan district could have so many trivial matters. Yang Si wanted to capture Wei Xi and interrogate him properly. Wei Xi pursed his lips and smiled shyly. He said embarrassedly, I'm weak, I can't do it for a long time. Yang Si secretly gritted his teeth. He sneered and said sarcastically, it's fine if you lie to others, but you can't lie to me. What weak? Wei Xi's body was very weak, but it was not to that extent. Jing Rong, I really didn't lie to you. Last winter I was trapped in the deep mountains. It was snowing heavily and cold air entered my body. My body is not like before. Wei Xi still had a gentle smile on his face. His words sounded pitiful, but there was a hint of slyness in his eyes. If you're too busy and fall sick, all the miscellaneous things in the government office will be piled on you. In this way I can't bear to do it. Can't bear to do it? Touch your conscience. When you said this, did you mean it? Everyone knew each other well. Others said that Wei Xi was noble and virtuous, but he knew that this person was also full of evil tricks. Every word I said, absolutely not a lie, Wei Xi said. Yang Si chuckled. He no longer had the strength to continue to refute. He was really afraid that this fellow would really fall sick. Then, the trivial matters of the government office would be piled on him. As for Jiang Pingji, after capturing Yang Si as a free laborer, she was completely liberated from the government office. Yang Si worked for 3 days in a row. He found that Jiang Pingji seemed to have disappeared from the world. Except for appearing on time at meal times, she was nowhere to be seen at other times. For lunch, Jiang Pingji carried a pile of bamboo slips into the kitchen as soon as the food was served. At this moment, Yang Si realized that she was not wearing her usual wide-sleeved cloak. Instead, she was dressed in a neat brown dress. Her trousers were rolled up high above her knees, and her sleeves were rolled up, revealing most of her arms. Her feet seemed to have been soaked in the water for a long time. Yang Si glanced at the bamboo hat on her head, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Such down-to-earth attire did not resemble Lu Shi at all. Didn't they say that Lu Shi came from a noble family in Hejin County? Your Highness, Si will help you. Wei Si got up and wanted to help her take the heavy things. She looked at his body and walked around him. Quang! The bamboo slips were placed on the table, giving off a dull and loud sound. Jiang Pingji clapped her hands and said, "There have been more and more refugees entering the city recently. How's the progress of reclaiming the wasteland?" Wei Si did not feel awkward and replied, "According to the plan, about 30% of the wastelands have been opened up. It is estimated that it will take another 2 months for the wastelands to be completely opened up. Every mu of land has been recorded, and it will be distributed after the household registration is completed." Hearing about the household registration, Yang Si, who was at the side, really wanted to slam the table and leave. There were more and more refugees outside, which meant that the work of household registration would become more and more onerous, not to mention the subsequent sorting and induction. If something went wrong, it would be troublesome to deal with it again in the future. Even a person like Yang Si could not bear it anymore. Jiang Pingji felt Yang Si's resentment and said, "There's no hurry as long as it can be completed before spring plowing next year. The household registration is very important. It's fine to work slowly, but it's better to be slow than messy. Compared to this, I'm more worried that there will be a drought this year." Wei Si and Yang Si were both stunned. A drought? Jiang Pingji took a ceramic bowl, poured some cold water into it and gulped it down. "Yes, I found a few experienced farmers. They also think that the weather this year will probably be hot and have little rain." Jiang Pingji judged based on her own experience. In addition, her brain was strong, so she could see details that ordinary people could not. However, in terms of farming, she still had to listen to the opinions of the old farmers. Combining the information from both sides, Jiang Pingji felt that this year was probably not good. The water conservancy facilities in Xiangyang district had taken shape. If they took good care of the crops in the fields and got through the summer, the autumn harvest this year should not be too bad. However, the situation in Qingan district was different. There were not many crops, but more and more refugees gathered. They could not possibly not drink water for the whole summer, could they? She checked the files of the past and found a lot of things. It turned out that Qingan district also had a few large-scale droughts. The fields were cracked, the rivers dried up, and the crops basically withered. Wei Si said, "If there's really a drought, I'm afraid the progress of reclaiming the wasteland will be delayed." After the Tsing-Yi army wreaked havoc, the spring plowing in Qingan district was basically scrapped. There were basically not many crops planted this spring. If there was a drought this year, they did not have to worry about the crops in the fields. They only had to solve the water problem. "It's okay, there's still a lot of time. Take it slowly." Jiang Pingji poured another bowl of water for herself. "I've brought a few farmers to the nearby mountains to look for water sources these few days. I'm trying to see if I can open up a canal. It just so happens that Shiheng's water wheel can also come in handy." Zhang Ping, courtesy name Shiheng. Ever since he was tricked into the fire pit that was Xiangyang district by his good friend Wei Si, his daily life had been very fulfilling. Hearing what she said, Yang Si secretly looked at Jiang Pingji's feet. No wonder her feet and calves looked pale from being soaked in the water. It turned out that she had gone deep into the mountains to look for water. The audience in the streaming room had been following the live stream. Naturally, they knew how long Jiang Pingji's feet had been soaked in the water. Their hearts ached when they saw it. "Ohuang Gangbatzi, streamer, if the drought this year is very serious, I suggest building a smaller reservoir to store water." "Jugao Gao, get rid of me. Look at the situation now. Digging a reservoir is not something that can be solved in a few days." "That's easy to say. Where is the most reasonable place to dig a reservoir? How is the best place to build a reservoir? These are all things that require knowledge. It's not something that can be solved just by talking. If the reservoir is not built well, it can't be guaranteed that one year there will be a flood and the reservoir will collapse. When that time comes, won't those in a lower position drown?" Renkaiching Huanda. "TSK, then it's very reasonable for the streamer to prepare to dig a canal? Is it that simple to dig a canal?" Chapter 541. Iduan Shomeng Ruhu, it's good to build canals, but if there's really a drought, won't the water evaporate? Yikan Janjia 0 to 5. I think the streamer will think of a solution, such as sealing the canals to reduce evaporation. Although the audience in the streaming room was just chatting and some of their suggestions were whimsical, Jiang Pingji did not ignore them. Instead, she picked up many ideas and remembered them. It was impossible to dig a reservoir, but it was possible to build a few small reservoirs. Fortunately, there were many refugees now. The construction of houses in Qingan district could be delayed. The reclamation of wasteland could also be slowed down, but the reservoirs could be put on the agenda first. It would be best if there was no drought this year. If there was, they could at least guard against it. Wei Xi saw her frown and sighed in his heart. He could not help but think of the old monk Liaochen's words. There were indeed many natural disasters in his previous life, but they were not as frequent as in this one. He didn't dare to think about how much luck that monster the old monk mentioned had stolen to turn the entire world into such a desolate place. Although the Lord did not say with certainty that there would be a drought this year, Wei Xi already believed it in his heart. Try to find underground water veins and dig wells. Anyway, these things have to be done sooner or later. Might as well do it all together. She seemed relaxed. Yang Si, who was beside her, could not help but chuckle. This person just moved his mouth and the people below him ran errands. If he had known that eating a few meals would lead to such an outcome, he would probably still eat. For a person with a taste for delicacies, it would be a waste of a trip to the world if he had not tasted such delicious food. After all, the drought had not happened. Jiang Pingji wanted to bring people to dig canals, not only to prevent it from happening, but also to facilitate irrigation and water use for the people. It was best if the drought did not happen. If it did, at least they could survive it. Qingan district was close to the mountains, so there were many available water sources. Jiang Pingji led a group of experienced farmers to climb up and down, drawing the route of the canals day and night. She also asked some craftsmen from Xiangyang district to build a brick kiln near Qingan district. The bricks fired in the kiln were not used to pave the ground. The new bricks were wide and long, and the cross-section was lighter and thinner than the previous ones. It was a little troublesome to fire, and there were many inferior products. Jiang Pingji did not rush them. She just asked them to continue developing and not to be afraid of spending money. She had plenty of soil, and the coal bought from Qingda County could be used until next winter. She was not afraid of squandering. Once Jiang Pingji became rich, even Wei Xi was afraid. Yang Si looked at the busy figures below the city wall. He could feel the bustling atmosphere from afar. He sighed. It's good to be rich. It's so much more convenient to do anything. If she had no money or food, Jiang Pingji would not have been able to attract so many refugees to work for her. Money was not omnipotent, but it was impossible to live without money. What surprised Yang Si was that when Jiang Pingji hired the refugees as laborers, she did not have any gender requirements, only the workload. Regardless of gender, the amount of food they received each day was the same. When he asked her why, the reason she gave him was irrefutable. Why don't you pay me the same for doing the same job? Whether it was moving bricks, digging canals, building houses, or repairing city walls, these were all extremely exhausting labor. Since the female workers who came to apply for the job could complete a day's work, they had to give her the food and pay she deserved. Wasn't this a matter of course? Not only that, the more he stayed in Qingan district and came into contact with the government affairs here, the more he felt that he had opened the door to a new world. A women's camp was actually established here. Wei Xi saw that he was surprised and explained calmly, "My lord is short of manpower. The combat power of the women's camp is not weak. In times of emergency, it's fine as long as it's a soldier." Yang Si did not believe Wei Xi's words. He said, "I think your lord has a big ambition. Normally, if there was no goal, who would let a woman come to the front of the stage for no reason?" Yang Si's intuition was sharp, but he still could not figure out the trick behind it. Wei Xi smiled. "In the future, she will also be your lord. You're confident." Yang Si did not think that he would truly acknowledge Jiang Pingji, even if her temper was indeed to his liking. Wei Xi smiled without saying a word. As time passed, the general outline of the buildings in the center of the district could be vaguely seen. The architectural style was the same as that of Xiangyang district. Yang Si had never seen something like green bricks. At most, he had heard about them from the refugees on the way here. Seeing that Qingan district was going to use green stones to pave the roads, green bricks to make tiles, and wide streets slowly taking shape in the ruins, he could not help but be speechless even though he was used to seeing rich people. Prince Changshuo's mansion used jade as the steps and the tiles were gilded. This was very normal. He was a member of the royal family. However, Qingan district was just a small district. At its peak there were only 18,000 households. Jiang Pingji was just an ordinary aristocratic family, but she could generously pave the main streets and lanes of the entire district with green bricks. She could also pave the newly built houses with green tiles. Yang Si did not dare to think deeply about how much manpower, material resources, and financial resources were needed. What made his heart beat faster was that Maolin district and Jiaoping district were also in full swing. The progress was slightly faster than Qingan district. They're really rich. Yang Si sighed. Wei Xi smiled and took out a glass tea set. He pointed at it and said, Jing Rong should say that the north borderline is really rich. Looking at Yang Si's eyes that widened in shock, Wei Xi smiled even more brilliantly. My lord did not rely on the power of her family. I don't know how much effort she has put in to get to where she is now. Although her temper is a little bad, she is indeed a wise lord who loves the people like her own children. Yang Si came back to his senses and swallowed nervously. His eyes could not help but drift towards the tea set. Previously, Prince Changshu had spent a lot of money to get a set of peerless treasures from the north. Yang Si was fortunate enough to see it once. The material was exactly the same as the glass tea set that Wei Xi took out. Prince Changshu's set was not as good as Wei Xi's. At that time he was still lamenting that there was such a treasure in the world that was worth such a high price. Now he felt his face hurt. Looking at Wei Xi's attitude towards the tea set, he knew that it was definitely not worth such a high price. Could it be that your lord made them? Yang Si recalled the high price that Prince Changshu had charged. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. This was simply robbery. Yes, but she said that the market in the north borderline is temporarily saturated. There's no need to continue selling them. This year she plans to let the caravan sell them to the 4 factions of Nanman or to countries like Zhongzhou, Beiyuan, and Xichang. At least we can't bump into the north borderline lest we get exposed. Yang Si stared at the cup in Wei Xi's hand. His slender and fair fingers pinched the transparent and resplendent cup. One could not help but lament that the years were peaceful. Nonsense. How much is this thing worth? Yang Si questioned closely. You'll only know when my lord becomes your lord. Otherwise my lord will not let them go. There was a smile on Wei Xi's face. At this moment, there was a hint of slyness like a fox. Is freedom more important or curiosity more important? Jing Rong, you have to consider carefully. There's still a lot of work to do today. We were just talking about everything and have wasted a lot of time. Wei Xi took a sip of tea faintly. Then he went to his desk and continued burying himself in his work. Chapter 542. It had been 2 to 3 months since the spring plowing. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The government office was open every day, but it still felt unbearably hot. Jiang Pingji did not have so many concerns at all. She wore a simple and light brown dress every day. Her sleeves were rolled up to her shoulders and her trouser legs were rolled up to her thighs. Wei Xi blushed inexplicably at the sight of her fair arms and thighs, which attracted Yang Si's strange gaze. Do you have ulterior motives for your lord? Yang Si wrote with his right hand while fanning himself with his left hand. Even so, he still felt that the clothes on his back had been soaked in sweat and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Wei Xi's hand trembled. A discordant black line appeared on the originally neat and beautiful letter. He reluctantly put away the ruined letter. He looked calm, but in fact even his fingers were trembling. Jing Rong, what nonsense are you talking about? Si and my lord are both men? Yang Si pursed his lips. Prince Changshu had reared many boys and male pets. This person did not hide it from them. Having seen the dark side of the aristocratic families, Yang Si did not think that they all believed in the way of yin and yang. Otherwise, how could men be so popular? So what if I'm a man? Speaking of which, Zixiao is 22 this year, right? There are no beautiful wives or concubines in the backyard. Even if others don't say that you have an unspeakable secret, they will think that you are gay. This is normal. Yang Si said with a smile. Looking at Wei Xi's change of expression in the hot summer felt as carefree as drinking a large bowl of ice water in the dog days. It's not a big deal if you admire your lord. Wei Xi retorted. Jing Rong is 29 years old, but she's still single. Yang Si said, I have high standards and look down on ordinary women. In the past, matchmakers came to my house and broke through the threshold, but I was unwilling. Wei Xi choked and said, I have no intention of getting married. Yang Si saw that he looked a little worried and his heart softened a little. He was afraid that he would touch on Wei Xi's sore spot. Are you still conflicted about that stupid 8 characters? At that moment, Jiang Pingji's voice suddenly came from outside the door. She said as she walked, "What stupid 8 characters? You're done with the government affairs. Why are you chatting so happily?" The corners of Yang Xi's mouth twitched. Jiang Pingji had gone to Jiaoping district a few days ago to catch able-bodied men. When Jiang Pingji entered the room, the two of them saw that she was carrying 2 round, green ball-shaped objects in her arms. Wei Xi saw the things in her arms and asked in surprise, "Verdant sect green jade room?" Yang Xi and Jiang Pingji were stunned. The audience in the streaming room was also stunned. A watermelon was a watermelon. What was the point of making it sound so artistic? Jiang Pingji did not know that watermelon had such a name, while Yang Xi had never seen a watermelon before. Wei Xi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The watermelon, which was called the Green Jade Room by many aristocratic families who flaunted their culture, had yet to arrive from the western region. He remembered clearly that after the Jiang dynasty was founded, the small vassal states in the western region specially presented it to the emperor in order to please him. It tasted pretty good and was a good thing to relieve the heat in the hot summer. Later on, it even became a treasure for the commoners to become rich. Why did it appear now? So it has such a name, but I call it watermelon. It's quite easy to grow. We can consider planting some in Qingan district to store water and relieve the heat in summer. Jiang Pingji placed 2 large watermelons on the table, took out a dagger and cut one of them in half. It had been chilled in the well water and the flesh emitted cold air. I remember that this is only available in the western region, Wei Xi said. Jiang Pingji cut the watermelon. The bright red flesh of the melon made people salivate. It's indeed from the western region. Uncle Gu travels north and south to do business. He likes to exchange for some rare and strange plants. Last year he gave me some. I planted it in the small garden of the district headquarters of Xiangyang district. I heard that it bore fruit. I ate one and it tasted pretty good. In fact, that was not the case. Jiang Pingji did not recognize the plants from ancient times at all. It was the audience in the streaming room who grew watermelons at home who told her about it. They taught her how to grow watermelons and things to take note of. After she memorized it, she passed the trick to the supervisor and let her take care of it. She went to Jiaoping district to handle some matters. When she heard Qiguan Rang's words, she hurried back to Xiangyang district and plucked a few and brought them over. Rare things were always expensive. Jiang Pingji wanted Fengyi County to recover quickly. The commercial development could not be weak. However, this kind of fruit could only be eaten to satisfy one's cravings. It could not be used as food. Even if it was planted, the quantity in the field had to be limited. If the commoners saw that growing watermelons was profitable, they all wanted to plant them. Who would plant food? What would they eat without food? Jiang Pingji thought about this and served the watermelon on the plate to the two of them. "Zixia, you can't eat too much. This thing is cold in nature. Just eat 1 or 2 pieces to satisfy your cravings," she reminded him. Yuan shat yao. Seeing watermelon, I want to eat it too. It's a natural watermelon. It's juicy and sweet. I really want to go downstairs and buy one. Xing dalao. I'm already holding half a watermelon. I'm eating it with a spoon. It's much better than eating it 1 piece at a time. The watermelons in the back garden of Xiangyang district were about 1.5 acres. She got someone to pluck them and send them to her subordinates as a reward. Holding a watermelon and nibbling on it in the summer could even improve one's irritation. Yang Xi despised Jiang Pingji, but he had to admit that the food here was delicious. Even the summer fruits were unique. "My lord, I have already ordered the laborers to dig a canal and cut enough bamboo according to your instructions. I have sliced them and exposed them to the sun." How are the new bricks in the brick kiln? They can already produce excellent finished products. Although they are not as solid as ordinary bricks, they won't break easily. The 3 of them nibbled on the watermelon while talking about business. The scene was too beautiful. The audience in the streaming room expressed their desire for more. "Tumi dalao, thank you, streamer. I think the melon farmers this year are going to laugh." Because of the mystery of the streaming room and the gimmick of being able to cross dimensions, it led to many new industries. For example, watermelons appeared in the streaming room today. Perhaps the watermelons in the nearby fruit shops would be sold out. The effect of the advertisement was terrifying. Wouldn't the melon farmers laugh until their teeth could be seen? Jiang Pingji said, "I'm very relieved that you're doing things." Bamboo slices were placed on both sides of the canal. The new bricks that were baked were used to pave the canal. Since the end of spring, the weather had become hotter and hotter. There had not been a single drop of rain so far. Jiang Pingji's premonition was about to be confirmed. During this period, Jiang Pingji had mobilized almost half of the manpower to dig canals, reservoirs and wells. Jiaoping District and Maolin District were also extremely busy. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming summer. Although the construction of the district had slowed down, it did not stop. The barren district that had been ravaged by the Tsingyi army began to exude an aura of prosperity. As long as the people's wills were united and their efforts were directed in one direction, almost nothing was impossible. Entering June, the weather was dry and hot. When the sun was strong, stray cats and dogs did not dare to stay outside for long. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.